3-day group stage.
Yeah.
But then it gets really scary towards the finals, of course. But for today, we have ourselves Erangels into Rondo, into Tego, into Miramar. The big question mark. Good old Rondo. I say old. It's very new.
Right. New Rondo.
Yes,
you know,
new.
last time that we revealed a map, we saw the plane crash as many times as we could count.
We did.
Are we going to see some double paths here today to start out? I mean, I'm excited about Rondo entering and keeping the players a little fresh.
Oh, it's such a big map. All the players, all the teams, they have not learned every single dip and every single place to play out of it. They're still learning as they go. It's so huge. The biggest map so far,
by far.
And you cannot have learned everything about this map yet.
The fact that all of our other maps are 8x8, but they have a lot of water in them, whereas this, significantly less. So all of these teams are going to have to deal with that.
A slight tangent also to the map is it's a little bit hard because we still have land ratio, circle 4 shifts away from water.
Sure.
There's a lot of high grounds that considered land ratio. There's a lot of small lakes and rivers, small, tiny lakes that is also considered water. And all the players, if they've not prepared well enough for this, they will not know about all these things.
Of course, I'll get your thoughts in a moment, Toffees, as we are now ready to take a look at how all of this tournament is going to shape up for the teams to try and become champions.
Welcome, ladies and gents, to PUBG at the Esports World Cup. The teams know what's at stake on this massive stage and are prepared in kind. Here's how the action will unfold. We're kicking things off with the 24 top-tier teams, splitting into 3 groups. Each team will battle it out in a total of 12 matches during the group stage, showcasing their skills, strategies, and teamwork as they fight for a place in the finals. Only the top 16 teams from the group stage will qualify for the finals, where they'll face off in yet another 12 epic matches where glory and riches await. With the staggering $2 million prize pool on the line, the pressure is on. Will Twisted Minds and Cerberus continue their...
To je strašně peněz, ty vole. Ti totálně jebe.
Power rankings such as E-Arena, Na'Vi, or Sonics steal the spotlight. So, who are you cheering for? And who will claim the honor and glory of becoming the Esports World Cup champion?
And that's how it all shapes up, of course. But now it's time to talk about our first matches here. We're starting things on Erangel. We're starting with groups A and B. There's some heavy
Pulsy stále rostou, eSport World Cup a začíná právě dnes. Skupinová fáze, není tam žádný český tým, ale stejně to bude nejlepší PUBG, který na světě je k vidění, který se vidíme u mě na Twitchi.
This is a great statement for them to make as we go towards that. Other hands, though, I'm watching Na'Vi. These guys have been absolutely wild. They've got a decent drop over at Milta. We saw another famous team make an entire career out of that drop, and these are young guns with new ways of thinking. I can't wait to see what they do.
So these are our projected drop spots to get things going, of course, boys. We're expecting this to go down. Not too much conflict to start things.
Teď jsem to řekl do storyčka. Goví, čau.
But we often have to Avenger.
Yeah, usually it ends up being split a little bit. Also depends on the plane path, of course.
Tak, to jsem zvědavý, jak ty čínský a asijský týmy se popasujou.
You cannot mess around. You have to just settle. If some of the teams that have, more legacy or more storied or less fear than you, they're gonna just push you out by placing their band.
Tak, dáme si první potvrzený kill nebo smrt. 15-minutová predikce.
This is a big event, huge prize pool. There's not as much hot dropping here. There's not as much challenge. This has been around forever, so the players can get comfortable. They know they're not going to have too much conflict outside of, the inevitable fights that come. And then when we get into Rondo and Tego, that's when I think we're going to kind of see the wheels come off of this and things get a little wild.
Of course, I mean, if you look at someone like Sonics, of course, they come in with big kind of expectations as well. Avenger, I think from group stage to group stage, say for example, they're not in the same kind of day as a 17 Gaming, likely to move back into Pachinki and try and control that position for the moment.
Yeah, and a lot of things you can focus on as well is you have your PGS to PGS4 winners here. All of them are looting central, and this is the recipes for success, right? We have Sonics, we have 17 Gaming, we have we have Cerberus. All these teams want a PGS each. They are central, and this is a kind of a it is a recipe for success, but also it is also something you have to have stable on because most of our maps are played on Miramar Angle, and these are some of the things here.
The Cerberus change is a big one, of course, as well. But actually, before we have to get to that, of course, you guys at home can go over to stcplay.gg and predict as to who you think is going to be able to take this game. But let's quickly talk about Cerberus. No Tycon.
No, and that's what I think is going to be fascinating to see. Tycon, great player. He actually, I'm going to say it, carried a team all the way to this event. That's how good he is. To see Cerberus performing without...
Jsem včera koukal Gamescom, a potom jsem přiběhl, já jsem na to koukal s Andy, a pak jsem přiběhl a vypnul jsem to tady na kompu, takže sorry, pokud jste tady koukali.
I feel like Tycon was not nearly as impactful as the Tycon of say 2023.
Who's coming out the gates?
Ne,
He was, but
to nebudu dělat.
And that's the big thing, right?
No, so.
How good of a player he is.
All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. It's time to get this rolling. It is exciting. I am pumped. I am hyped because we have 5 days of excellent PUBG action coming at you. Today is, of course, Group A versus Group B. We're going to have those 6 games to see who is able to get the head start here in all of the action. Let's go.
Stage je dobrá, no, jakoby.
PUBG fans around the world, coming to you live from the STC Arena in the heart of Riyadh. Welcome to PUBG at the Esports World Cup. My name is Barney Banks and I am your host alongside the incredible Sandstorm. 24 teams will take to the stage and go head-to-head for an incredible $2 million prize pool. Rarely do we get to witness this level of competition, this caliber of teams all together under one roof. So, get ready for rivalries, get ready for upsets, and get ready for absolute chaos! And probably some trash talk along the way, because just 16 teams will make it through to our grand finals. That means the next 3 days of competition will be a mad scramble for points. Hold on to your hats, because this stage is going to be set ablaze.
I can't wait for this, Barney. We get to close out the Esports World Cup in style. So, with that being said, it is time to introduce our teams and our competitors to the main stage. Starting off with your 3rd place team in the EMEA qualifiers, Gaming Gladiators!
První show na International Stage. Pod samolet, chlapci. Jak daleko to dotáhli?
Next up, placing 3rd in the China qualifier,
Tianba.
to the STC Arena, Tianba.
Jedni z černých konňů na vítězství. Uvidíme, jak jim to sedne.
Global ranking, 2nd place at PGS 3, and your Gamers 8 champions from 2023, Sonics!
Jaký koňů? Koňuch? Černý koňuch. Ale chlapci, když tak se u sebe na Discordu, kdybyste chtěli pokecat, dofelte za mnou na Discord. Zapneme se tady, streamujeme všichni koukat stejně. Pokud nechcete, nechoďte sem u sebe na Discordu. Protože zatím stále nemám přístup ke clean feedu. Daytrade byl poslední. Čau, Greňo. Další z obrovských kandidátů na vítězství. Vystedi. Ty vole, example s blondětejma vlasama. GG. Prám na velký asi už. Expendables. Expendables má Glorie se. Expendables s Gloriesem, ty krávo. Dobře, no. Danava. Jak to nese v jedné ruce jak igelitku. Ty vole. Tak jsem na ně na chlapce zvědavej. Ty ještě letos nepředvedli absolutně vůbec nic. S tím jakou máš sestavu na papíře. To je ostuda. Twisted Minds košilka ve stylu, jako ta je pěkná, no, ta je jako pěkná.
First place at the Americas qualifier and 7th in PGS4, looking to climb that ladder once more.
Falcons. Falconi už jsou vítěz, ne? Teďko jsem to četl na Felasu. Ty jsou celkový vítěz toho World Cupu. 7 milionků. Na tyhle chlapce jsem zvědavej. Na tyhle chlapce jsem mega zvědavej. Se zeptej tady Granice 163, kdy tam budou oni. Guangdong Freaks. Ne vole, to byl soused, Razore, to byl soused. Má hezký mikátko, musíš ho nechat bejt. Pošli Twire, ať se napojím. Hele, Twire na tohle není. Fex Clan. Fex Clan už nastupuje. Jaký naházíme free emoty? Pro followery, pro ty, co nemají suba na Twitchi, protože nepodporují Twitch. Hele, tady jde, frajer. Má roušku, Himas nemocnej. Himas nemocnej. Jaký tam dáme? Mám tam Foot eSports, tam nejsou, Entropic tam taky bohužel nejsou, Face Clan tam jsou, Na'Vi tam jsou. Já tam dám nějaký Evropany ještě. 17 Gaming! Konečně 17 Gaming, chlapci! V plný sestavě, ne s koučem. Žádný takový hovna. Pořádný 17 Gaming, vole. Kouč zjistil, že to nefunguje. Dostal horečku z toho, jak se ho včera noknul, no to určitě. Hoši, včera jsem noknul Himase, ty vole, musím si to napsat do deníčku, ty vole, sorry, jako. Luna Galaxy, tak na ty jsem zvědavej. Oni hráli na EU Ranked, hráli, no. Tak, Twistery tam určitě dáme. Péra. Asi Sonics tam dáme. Sonics tady mají hodně fanoušků v chatu. Tam dáme Sonics. A poslední mám volnou. Gaming Gladiators tam nemám na výběr. Kerberos? Já nevím, kdo ani dneska hraje. Ty Foot, ty jsem dál už do piče. Já nevím, kdo bude hrát. Nemám ten Twire. Aha. Aha. Tak. Sonics, Na'Vi, Twistedi, Face Clan. Gaming Gladiators, 4AM, Kerberos. Asi Kerberos tam dám. Gaming Gladiators? Gaming Gladiators nebo Kerberos? Co, chlapci? Dáme tam Himasa, ne?
the global ranking and third place at PGS 4. Make some noise for Virtus Pro. Scrims, qualifiers, majors, they have all led you to this point. Whatever noise you hear online and beyond, you have all earned.
Tak s těma brýlema.
So, it is time to make it count. Players, take your seats.
12 maps.
Jak Spiro vychází s Twisterem a rozešli se v dobrém? Rozešli se v dobrém. Spiro už jenom nevydržel to, jak se nevyhrávalo, tak prostě řekl, že půjde zkusit štěstí jinam a normálně se domluvili. Je divný, že tam nemají ty fanoušky. Víme, jaký tam mají kompy? Dobrý webky. Mně se líbí mega všecko, co tam je. Jakoby legit. Fakt pěkný. Tohle je mega pok. Same gody. Je dobrý, že i každý má už to svoje dané místo, každý už to má připravený tak, jak on chce. Čau Lapidape. Zdravím lidi, čau, čau, čau. Nikdy jsem to nepromoval, nic takového, prostě jsem nevěděl, jestli bude cast nebo nebude. A ještě to komentuje Toby. In all of PUBG history, well, then you're in the right place, then you're ready for what's about to happen. I'm Joby, joined by Godspeed, and over the next week we will bring you all the action coming your way along the rest of our fellow amazing casters here at Riyadh. Každý tu svoji podložku, svoji myšku. Vidím dobře 360-kový zoový monitory. Jakoby tady si myslím, že nás nečeká to, že tady budou nějaký špatný kompy. Tady bude ten komp prostě nejnabušenější, co může být. To mi neříkej, že tohle si ty Arabové neuhlídají. And no fairness, there's enough teams to go around that we could talk about the fact that when we look at these 16 teams taking to the battlefield. Ne. We only really have one maybe update před. Ještě dokonce 2 updaty před. Myslím, že tohle je 30.2, uvidíme to u minimapy. And shown to us and everyone else that they're capable of not just finishing the group strong, but potentially in a best of 12 scenario taking home the entire tournament. Ty vole, to je mega pok, sleduj to. Do prdele, to je hezký. Kámo, ty vole. Ta moje webka to tam kazí. Tohle je mega pěkně udělaný. Tak ukaž Glorious. Nebo je to 777? Gunner. Daj pryč webku, nedám asi. Je to Glorious, no, si to myslím. PGS 3 and 4. You have Day Trade, who slightly struggled. Game and Gladiators, the up-and-comers trying to upset the status quo. New Happy Sonics, the expendable Jamba Twist. 17, která hraje v originálním složení. Finally for APAC claiming a title in PGS 3. And then 4AM making their appearance back. The Freaks, Navi, Falcons, Valitai. Až přijde muzzle break, tak jsem zvědavej, kolik lidí přesedne na sedmičky. Myslím si, že 5 jsou takzvaně v kelu. Nazdar! Jirka došel jako první. To je Cookie.
Přidám Jirka.
Jak Dedrix. Tak hezky dělá, čau. Oni už tam měli tu Ludrop mapu.
Para to popičit,
communicating during the games, but they're watching the POVs and they will be right there as soon as they fall out or if they win the game to give feedback instead of the whole backstage communication thing. They're there. They are in the game with
Ciao.
And that's the importance as well of having a coach so close. Yes, they can't communicate during the game, but immediately not having to get up, not having to wait to go see.
Teď nevím, jestli jsem dělat na Twitch nebo na Discord.
Na Discordu, protože to budeš mít live. Na Twitchi budeš mít delay oproti Discordu. Tady je vidět to, kde bude možný contest. To byla Ludrop mapa, to, co teďko tam bylo vidět. Košilka pěkná. Example se slámovými vlasama taky dobrý. Čau, čau.
Mají dobré fyziky.
Má jako nejlepší dres. A i ty barvy prostě.
Mně se líbí asi nejvíc Bunda 17 Gaming.
Definitely was. There's a weird world though in which I would say they might actually end up faring better. And you go, wait, they won a PGS event. How can you do better? The thing is, the games.
Jsou tam hráči nebo týmy, kteří jsou favoriti, to je jasný. Jsou tam hráči nebo týmy, kteří můžou překvapit. A pak tam jsou týmy, které jsou tam vyloženě jako, nechci říct náhodou, ale když vyhrajou, tak to bude obrovský překvapení. Ale s tím, co bylo na PGS 3 a 4, tak prostě predikovat, že APEC region bude někde vzadu. To asi ne, no.
Ale teď nehrozí, no.
When you force him to play a contain, force him to sit tight and go, bro, hold this ankle, there might be somebody coming, there might not be. In the meantime, Himas gets all the fun.
Budeš to komentovat jako normální stream, nebo?
Nemá clean feed.
Nemám clean feed. Nebudu se přizvat s těma komentátorama.
Je takhle.
Je to škoda, no.
Je no.
Když ho dostanu během toho dne, protože třeba se rozhoupou, to už mi taky stalo, že jsem jako během dne přesedlal, takzvaně.
Já bych se ani třeba nedělal, kdyby to třeba doječky do dvou dali.
Zatím nemám nic. SG, nevím co je SG, jestli myslíš Sonics jako SQ? Nejslabší článek?
No nevím, nevidí se.
Asi Kickstart. Nejvíc jsem zvědavej na první show od Gaming Gladiators a od Bad Boom. Bad Boom vypadá na těch posledních evropských turnajích naprosto skvěle.
Jako to je true, no.
Aha, takže Razor tady flexí, vole, já myslel, že mi posílá kámo ty kompy od Ochčodrávka. A on mi posílá svoji kolekci, ty vole, to...
Prostě Razor.
I'm very much looking forward to see how they're going to perform. Obviously, the Sonics coming in have a lot to.
Proč se odešel mým ze Sonics?
Byl vykopnut. Vyměněn za Kickstarta.
Jako podle mě jim to moc nepomohlo.
S mým hráli líp, si myslím, jako.
Yes.
A toto jako nesleduju nějak tak dlouho, jak vy, jo, takže.
Měli tam moc ega v Sonics. Moc ega, když vzali Kickstarta. Nikdo jim nedělal tu těžkou práci, kterou odváděl Mime, a není moc vidět, no. Ne, H-Win, Mime, Dambino, Mime. H-Win a IGL-ko. IGL-ka se většinou nezbavuješ. Kolem toho to stavíš. 17 Gaming, to jsem strašně zvědavej, ty vole. Štěpek X97, čau. Kámo, jakou mají kocku.
Kokot, to je cool.
To je mega pok. Čas na to jít ven? Teď jít ven? Když to začíná? Tak ty si postiženej Dambino, legit. Tak tohle je taky hustý.
Mají to dobře udělaný, kurva.
Jsem mezi legendama. Hej chat, vole, mam, get the camera, mam! Euu!
Blbec, vole.
disasters that you can go through before things are starting to look grim, especially again with the level of play, the amount of points I'm sure some of these top teams are going to be accumulating will be difficult if you're on the bottom.
Tak, predikci tam máme. Nevím, jestli v ní jsou nějaký body, myslím si, že tam nějaký budou, ukáž. Jsou tam nějaký.
Třeba do poličky můžu nahazovat pak ty predikce, jestli chceš.
Co mi to zase poslal, ty? Budu to už otvírat. Máš to nějaký rozmazaný, nepřijde mi?
Mají no, trošku.
Mám to jako nejde to líp udělat.
Jsem právě neviděl, jestli to tím Discordem nebo jestli.
Dobrá zónečka první.
If you have a situation like that, rotations aren't necessarily always going to be the same. You may run into a team in a spot that you normally use to scout, kind of you're static, and all of a sudden you're in a fight that you're not expecting, and that can be very stressful, especially when you're kicking off the first game, Toby.
Yep, exactly. Well, we see here East is where we're headed. Plenty of space to maneuver for teams that are, again, I mean, with a pretty fair playing path. Scattered pretty nice, spread out nicely across the
Tak jsem zvědavý.
transition rounds over the north of the map. You could even go down over military should you really want to try and play it safe.
Hele, tady vidíme nováčka. Pao, Linchu, Tovo, chybí tam Longskr. To je první změna. Vidíme, jestli dám všechny změny z hlavy. Od PGS 4. Já už jsem nekoukal jsem na žádný qualifiery, tak ještě trochu zmenším webku.
Jakože na tom Twitchi je to hezčí, no, než na Discordu.
A nebo dám webku sem.
No, možná kdyby Divine většího kvalitu jako byl nás.
Já nemůžu dát větší kvalitu na Discordu.
And they have options for their rotations, right? They can go north. Generally, you would look at a circle like
this. Discordu to vypadá, když to hraju já, to není moc pěkný.
Discord máš na úrovni 2, takže by ti měli normálně jít. Jako by to hodit na lepší kvalitu.
They could potentially come in late, but as you said, the problem with that is Tiamba is very much a central team.
Když tak to můžu pustit já.
Tak to pust. EWC White.
We take a look at Vex on camera, James on screen, shadow punching again. It's the first game these guys are playing on stage. Got to get the clicks in, got to make sure the mouse and the keyboard is positioned exactly as you want it. Warm up.
Ty vapky jsou taky dobrý.
You're going to be needing them as this tournament goes on.
And what a stage that is. This is one of the coolest stages. The desk has the coolest desk I think I've ever seen. Those boys killed it as well. So, yeah, the setup here at EWC, no surprise, is world class.
Exactly. As we look at all these different teams looting up, you know what? Kudos to 17. They won the game. It took them like 4 years, but you know what? They claimed it. It's theirs for the keeping. We'll see how long it takes. But for now, 17 will get plenty of time to rotate on out. I'm not expecting there to be too much commotion. Having said that, Twisted Minds, especially in circles like these that go east, does actually tend to try and set up traps in and around the east side of Potato Hill. So maybe
to nemám zaplý.
Neslyšíte nám nějakou hru, ne? Doufám.
Ne.
Dobrý.
Ne, nemůžu stát místo mapy, to je na hovno. A nad tím je zase kill feed.
Jenom už to zvětš.
Jo, sorry. Zapomněl vědět.
Ale ono to nejde dát přes celou jakoby tu obrazovku, ne?
Dá, když tam ty uživatel vypneš a...
Ještě raz, prosím tě.
Když vypneš ty uživatele, co máš kdyby na Discordu.
To uděláme jak, prosím tě.
Tam máš takovou šipku dole.
Ano. Abych ti to rád poradil na...
Jo, už to vidím. Kamery, náhledka.
Support the other split from this position. So it becomes a game of very difficult decisions to play there as Flood really didn't like that door, but he will be getting on top of that prio building there.
Můžeme má to spolku HP? Jo, aha, protože Kloris po něm střílí z DMRka na 400 metrů. Jasně, no, a pak tady těm týpkům dáš ještě mazlíka, no jasně, že jo, pora. Půl minuty do first bloodu.
A tam možná mám ještě dané jako 40 FPS, tak to prohodím na...
Kerberos bez Taikona. Hajsaki, Himas a Solzy. Tady si nevybereš, kdo po tobě střílí, ale example. Ejajajajajajajaj. 5,52? Vyhlásíme si predikcičku. Zase Lelgo, co sežral. To je takovej chudák, ty vole.
Hej, teďka to bylo taky dobrý, že tam máš first kill, máš obličej toho
hráče. Tak. Dáme si na to 2 minuty, máte tam team wipe, jo? Team wipe na 2 minuty, 17 face checkuje. To tady v tom lobby jako úplně bych asi nedělal, ale...
Also have a nice little split actually. I like the way they're set up on this. Very nice, and they're gonna find both members there who rotate past.
Tanbu gets himself the double, and just like that, 17 again. The winners of PS1 struggle bus early on. Xiaobei solo player left alive. There might be a shack for him to hide.
Poprosil bych Grandise o vysvětlení tohoto playe.
Poprosím o kyblík.
Kyblík. Pro Andrej Kubelík.
Xiaobei.
Teď si tady rotuje, kdyby hráli ranket.
Když na mě tak řvát, já jsem hned vedle tebe.
No, ale oni jsou k hovnu.
Aha.
Jim jde metr. Když to změří podle mýho penisu, 30 cm. Aha, já ti to připomenu.
12 je v půl.
12, aha. Kdo to klepne, tak má permu.
Prosím, klip, děkuji. A na disku ještě k tomu.
I don't think Lou has any clue. He stands still too long. I was just gonna say.
A to je přesně ono. A to jsou Korejci s Dragonovem. Ano.
Sure enough, Lou will fall. Not quite sure though. Salute will be able to get that flush. He shouldn't try that.
Ten Dragonov je boží věc, no.
At the very least, Twisted now knows.
I mean, everyone knows where they are in the vicinity. They heard the shot, they saw the kill feed, they know who shot, they know who take him down.
Jdeme vysvětlit, co se to tady vole děje.
První hra.
Tiamba struggling, Tiamba rozhodně není struggling, vole. Struggling je tady ten týpeček, latá je. A jedou dál. Tohle je ta Tiamba, kterou chceš vidět, a tahle Tiamba je mega nebezpečná. Ale jak říkám, tady jsou nebezpeční úplně všichni. Hele, Dante, online hrdina Dante, Berry Leg. Přijdi po kole. He'll get nothing, tohle nemůžeš tady na tom turné říct, no jakoby, he'll get nothing, takzvaně.
Hajsaki,
aha. Tohle už není ranked, chlapci. Tady už ty něco umí střílet.
Jo.
Jakoby včera potkat pány z Kerberos na rankedu bylo velice příjemné, ano.
Aspoň si zkusil, jak je to zahrát proti hodně hráčům.
Nechnul jsem jim mase. A pak přišel Solzy ke mně do baráku, no. Vypadalo to, jako by tě zabil cheater. Jako legit.
At least 2 of them, so they are going for a split here, and that's not a bad decision.
Not at all.
If it does,
plus ještě ty pingy, co měli.
I mean, they came in from the west, they were spread out wide. They get.
Co jsem slyšel, tak Nixie taky docela nařáchli.
But all for the knock coming through and no one responding, they'll go.
Nevím, kdo to říkal, jestli nebyl Dedrick nebo někdo, že no pingy.
Nikdo mě.
Asi dával docela bomby.
To je taky dobrá split mapa. Díky chlapci, máte oba permu, smradi.
Děkuju, kluci.
Dejte si unban request.
Já vás odbanu, dejte mi chvíli.
Alamo is a strong position as Sonic's now starting to make their move. They're going to be all the way on the west side of this circle, just near Snake Compound.
And this is where the new Cerberus lineup could potentially get into a bit of trouble. In a 2-2 split, that's where you want your Tycon him as combo.
Oni jsou grupy 2 a každý postupuje top 8 týmů.
3 grupy. A ty hrajou mezi sebou. Dneska AB, zítra BC a třetí den AC. Já mám předplacenou ochranu. To už dávno nemáš, to už dávno vypršela. Čáfuje. Tady mi všechny ostatní smrady. Ajajaj.
A little bit of trouble. Hamas is going to find Belmoth, and that's going to be a flush.
It's Cerberus again. I mean, taking out yet another player from Daydream. You can see Daydream before trying to make their way north, but they were shut down on approach. Then they go, great, the circle swung north. They must have left by now, but nope, not to be. They find yet another. So Daydream down to just 2. They're still inside the circle, but would depend on a massive southern shift in order to stay there.
I do like the reposition, though, we were just speaking about on Tiamba. The fact that they didn't commit to that east side, they know that the north at this point should be somewhat empty. They can readjust and then find a better point of entry into that circle. They will potentially have to contend with the Gladiators.
Nejvíc jsem zvědavý na 17 Gaming, 4 AM, Bad Boom a Gaming Gladiators.
Gets the safety on the other side. The vehicle won't quite get there, but you know what? I think they're fine. 4 guys in Alamo. What more would you want?
4 angry guys.
4 angry mans in Alamo trying to sit tight and hope that more circles swing their way, because I'm not sure those tires are longing for this world.
No, and that's the problem when you commit early, right, to Alamo or positions like that. It's just that. I mean, you because especially if other players or other teams see that you're there, they're going to take out every available tire and make sure that you are stranded. And getting out of there is...
Jak se jmenuje ten tlusťoušek?
Yeah, enough on those part. Everyone has gotten into the positions they want. Tiamba still trying to figure out where they want to go, and as we mentioned the name, actually they fight towards the north. CC is going to fight Levante. He was in a bit of an off.
Tiamba tady prostě furt jezdí, ty vole.
In a 3-1 split, 3 in heaven, 1 kind of holding, scouting towards the north. But when all of Tiamba comes rocking up on you, even if you're Levante, it's a bit much to try and take out that entire Chinese team on your own.
That's what I was worried about, though, with that rotation readjustment there, that they were going to run into Gladiators, and sure enough,
tady dostaneš tak strašný punish za cokoliv, co uděláš blbě. Razar, to by znamenalo, že by tady ten týpek hrál a
again, I mean, as we said earlier, arguably one of the most stacked global lobbies we've ever had.
But you still have to give them credit. I mean,
oh yeah, for sure.
It's just being in a position.
Je tady někdo ze světové scény, kdo tady fakt chybí, kdo se nekvalifikoval?
They showed true grit when it came through to the qualifiers. So I imagine, you know, once they kind of shake off the initial game jitters.
Přemýšlím. Genji.
They're definitely a force to be reckoned with in this lobby.
To armádě, ne?
Ne, vole, jsou v další skupině.
A lot of open space in these coming circles. Where will this one take a center once more? 4AM happy with this one, as we saw earlier. They committed all 4 to that Alamo position. New happy now for the
D plus Kia se Soulem.
Scouting him from the south side. They saw the 2 from base just before you see them here. Gustav and I believe that to be correct.
Jo, Space Station Gaming, jasně. Hrají 30.2. Poslední patch před mazlíkem.
So FaZe will be safe as now Sonics, who have been just stuck on the edge for the most part, are going to be rotating in towards.
Teď je otázka, jestli jsou tam stuck na tom edge, nebo jestli tam prostě chtějí hrát, nebo jsou nuceni hrát.
Já si myslím, že to asi budou hrát jak kdyby pomalu.
Každopádně si myslím, že PEC Fall a následující PGSK 5 a 6 už budou s mazlíkem. A minimálně to pecko vychází na to, že to bude s tím mazlíkem 31-1.
Exactly, especially since Heaven is just now on the edge, and they should at least be able to see what their next play would be if they can get rid of Gladiators, but doing a good job.
Jsme zase na watch party. Zase na watch party a na watch party a na casty jsem měl tu lavičku vypnutou. Takže v klidu.
Really nice playing, but they got to keep in mind there are players towards the east. Dano is still maintaining a very wide 2-2 split, and the reason we are seeing so many teams on the edge here is because there's nothing to come for in the middle. But as I
Gaming Gladiator dostávají takzvaný reality check tady.
Yep, it's going to be a huge knock, and it opens a big window for the Gladiators.
Definitely it does. They were down to just 2, but they say thank you to Danova over towards the east. Pow low HP as well. Linshu is caught in the open. He's going to have to try and back off, and Gaming Gladiators might just stay alive because of the knock that we just saw from the, I guess, new...
Ono prostě pušne, podívej se, pau.
Absolute bone thrown to the Gladiators. This off rocks on the top of that roof. He's gonna find another knock. It's just down to Pow.
Yep. Well, I mean, if there's a player to do it. Pow has done it time and time again. And Danova, you know what?
Danova to pušuje.
They like what they saw and they want to get points off it. The thing is, they still have Bikari all the way down.
To nemůže udělat. Víme, kdo je ten deal? Kdo máme nějaký ty korejský specialisty na PUBG? Je Fix a Dizax. Vlastně jde deal. Inonix prostě hraje Berila se supresorem, já to mrdám. On prostě hraje Berila se supresorem.
Se to chtěl jít prázdný, jestli nic jiného nenašel, viď?
No. Lepší než zahrát prázdný, ne?
Když to máš, tak to ukáž.
Ale já si myslím, že pro ně to nějaký velký rozdíl nebude, takže...
I think this is the play they absolutely should pull off, and they do indeed. And meanwhile, it's going to be GG versus Tiamba just trying to salvage this fight, but this needs to happen just as fast.
Yep, indeed it does. They're out in the blue. Rocks trying to get one, will succeed in finding the knock on Linshu. Pow instantly there with the trade finds Dante. They're all down to low HP. You can see how the blue is tanking them now. Pow wants to get up on the roof, but obviously don't want to overexpose himself. As he puts up his last
Hajsaki. Hajsaki 1-4, vole. Happy New Year.
I'm not sure what happened. I'm sure we'll get that in a replay at some point as values are happening down towards shelter as well.
What the fuck?
We're sticking with this fight for a little while longer. You can see they're trying to get the angles, but a bit of balcony is helping Pow at least for now.
Mrtvej.
Props to Gladiators for getting 3 members back.
Nemá nic.
Again, this is starting to become very troublesome though.
How do you leave here though? I mean, they should
Pokud nevěděl, že nějaký healy. On měl ještě jeden first aid, tak měl ještě jeden first aid.
They know their points to be claimed here. They can't be guaranteed their points to be claimed if they leave. Pin is going to be found. Sonics again playing it slow. They've stayed on the western side of these circles for a while, and they too see the Bruce teams up north, and now they want a piece of it. Pow will fall. Rocks will go down to the blue immediately after, and I do not think that Gaming Gladiators will survive much longer in this match.
Especially because there's a UAZ
blocking
that path for them to go up, but this is shelter.
Ten shelter to je taky strašný.
Já to tak tam nerunfightím.
He could run over by the exploded vehicle.
Jako když je třeba možnost, tak tam nikdy nejdu. V jakém fightu?
Tak dáme si predikci na počet vítězního týmu killu.
Dobře to najel.
A tohle je přesně to, co Sonic umí nejlíp. On prostě normálně drive-bajuje.
Ale kdybys viděl, jak to najel. On to auto flipal na bok a tím nezabil ho.
Aha.
Jako já jsem čekal, že je okno.
Já jsem právě taky čekal, že ho to tak nokne, ale...
Nejhorší je, když se podíváš na tu mapu, jak je to totálně narvaný, ty vole. Tam jsou všude lidi.
No.
Prostě není co hrát. Doufám, že uvidíme z highlightu to, jak je zabil všechny 4. Když na to budeš krásně koukat, tak uvidíš, co ty hráči dělají a co nedělají.
Žilou modrou.
He did his best, but Circle was not favorable for the solo player. There is another shift, and now
this is going
to be an issue for multiple teams because the
nejlepší pozice teďko Kerberos. Když tak nevypadá, tak oni zaberou ten jeho východní shelter. Pojďme si neskákat do řeči, prosím.
Sorry, nechtěl jsem.
Proč je tady rod takhle? Když má tým... Ne, Kerberos jim to pušnou. Kerberos určitě pušnou do toho jeho východního shelteru.
in behind Sonics.
Exactly, and you see now, I mean, Roth is doing everything he can, feeding info across to his teams off of what he sees, off of what he hears, but he too has to get out of here at some point. He knows Na'Vi is set above him, but with the remaining teammates inside the circle, they cannot risk trying to go out and play Saving Private Roth. They need to focus on what's inside the circle and to go, Roth, you're a boy, but you're on your own, mate.
You're a boy, but you're going to have to become a man right now because he's going to have to play this one solo. I mean, there's something for him to play in that little bowl, but it's so open to Na'Vi on that south side as 4 AM now starting to come in. The north side of this circle is about to become...
Danava minus, jeden.
As this is a good hill to stop on for now. It's not quite in, though, but Loki as well, the solo player from Danawa, is going to find at least a knock and most likely a flush here.
Every single point you can garner here. You want to finish top 16. He gets the knock.
On the flush no.
The flush out. Pian is there to do damage in return. I'm not sure they're gonna get or have time to get HS up though, as now Freaks start pushing on forward.
Kamo, kolik mu tam toho lítá.
Doing very well to actually keep all 4 members alive. Of course, as I say that, Snakers will find the knock onto Salute, but they still have to make this push forward. They have to get rid of these.
Random Freaks mají taky dobrý tým.
Be able to find a foothold into the next circle.
This might just be Sonic's exit ticket. They see the fight to be a get back, and those cars make your way up north into the open fields. It's always not favorable for long, but 4 AM down and out.
Kámo, to je PUBG jako svině. To se na mě nezlobte. Ty vole, to je jenom první hra. Ty komentátoři už se 13-14 minut nezastavili.
Škoda, že tam není zase ten tep, jak to bylo v tom jednom.
Tam budou mít taky.
Kdyby tam bylo.
To bylo hodně dobrý jako.
Always have both those streams up so you can keep track of everything going on.
Still the Expendables coming out of Hall of Fame, as you said, just doing a very good job. 4 kills already.
A už se nepamatuju ve finále, kolik tam měli. Tepovku tam ten jeden.
Jak kdo?
Číňan nebo Korejec to byl, který měl jako extrémní.
It's seen better days. Let's put it that Expendables up to 5 eliminations, 5 kills already, as they try to garner themselves some more. Dark Shoes holding the ankle here. I mean, for FaZe, they... How the hell do you get out of here?
Že ještě Rod?
Rod?
No to byl ten týpek z Falconu, který byl v tom, že jo? Kamo, co to je za nejdy jebeti?
We'll find Kickstart to start the fight off here between these two.
Massive, they want to contain them, they want to keep them down below, preferably force them into Falcons. Always try and keep opponents at a distance. Now though with Soset forward, that's dangerous. The Dragon up at this range, one shot to the head and you're down.
Mi tady zavře. Jo. Rod už nežije.
At the very least, Sonics do have a little bit of time. They bought themselves some time with that knock onto Soset, and so they will be able to.
Podívej se na pozici Fairisty, jo, kde hraje Navi. Na minimapě.
Menší split.
To je huge, protože oni tam hodí celou tu druhou stranu, a prostě nesmíš dostat knock, jo. Jakoby tady, víš co, to se ti to kecá, ne? Tady nedostat knock, jakoby.
Ale je to tak?
Ne, on nehraje Lurkera. On hraje Anchor.
A oni už jedou za ním, no. Mají úplně po piči pozici.
Co tam skočil, Svarta Jump! To nemůžeš, ty vole! To jak mu nedal damage? A tohle je Fex, no. To není James, jak říkal Greja.
To zdalo divný nějaký.
Position to play maybe on the outside of that hill towards the dip, but it's just that ridge is not good enough.
I do like the play from Sonics here though. Instead of smoking themselves off, they're throwing all the smokes down the hill.
Snakers je dobrý týpek.
Block their vision, not your own. That way you can maneuver further forward. The issue is they still haven't dealt with Na'Vi, and they're looking over this hillside now as well. Taking down to low HP Shrimsy, solo player trying to make a run forward.
Kamo, mě zabili.
Flying in those smokes, trying to find Shrimsy or any of the players from the Sonics trying to flee away from Na'Vi, but it looks like
od Expendables.
Off in the distance, real
Aha.
a little bit of trouble. Flood with a double.
Solid double coming through from Flood, looking to try and see if he can at least confirm the points here before Kickstart peaks on forward again. This is the issue. Kick has to constantly be aware, concerned with Na'Vi on the other side while trying to actively take a fight forward. As he jitters a bit on the tree there, but still, I mean.
5 kilů sám.
Yeah, what a game for him to start off.
A masakr.
Sonics tam byli hodně open, no.
Example!
And what a try, but they somewhat cripple Cerberus now, as you said.
Just
Sololsi left alive. Navi now making their play.
Kámo, on je, no, konec. Ale to je prostě masakr, oni neudělají jediný krok někam, kam by neměli. Ti totálně jebe. Ten move, který Navi udělal, že šli nahoru, jim vyhrál hru. Že pustili ten fight proti Sonics a zabrali celý ten jich, ty zóny. A nebo prostě ti udělal týpeček tohle. A to nemá mazlíka. Upozorňuju, to nemá mazl.
MK4. Ty si ujebe, děsa.
No nemůže udělat. No a Kickstart tady uložil dobrý 3 body, ty vole, pro Sonics. Twistedi, Kerberos a teďko Expendables a Sonics furt žijou.
Podle mě se ještě vyfajtí a...
Oni o něm ví, ne?
Oni neví, kde je, podle mě. Ne, podle mě si myslí, že utek nahoru. Už by si ho vyčistili. Vidíš, on tam leží za ním a teďko to je vidět.
Ale Herelo se otáčí něco.
Takzvaně vzal Herenu za ně.
To neměl dělat.
To si veme si jeden kill. Tady, podle mě tady mohl začít tím pancerem. Kdyby si byli jistý tím pancerem, aby třeba potom kamení ten pancer už koukal doprava na toho druhého, tak je mohl zabít oba. Komu fandím? Já fandím určitě Twistedům. Twisted Minds, doufám, že vyhrajou letos všechno, co půjde. Ať klidně vyhrajou tohle, ať vyhrajou PGS 5, 6 a pak i PGC a... Nazdar. Pokud tam teda samozřejmě nebudou Entropic. Jakmile tam budou někde na mezinárodním turnaji Entropic, tak je to asi jako úplně jasný, komu budu fandit. A nebo Pixelí, že jo? Nebo kdokoliv z Čechů. Ty vole, Flat má pancer! No! To je škoda! 1v1. Co ti jebe, jaký pancer?
Jak to mi povede?
This nade could be everything. Oh, it's not quite though, a little short. He is pushing Fairest off that tree though.
It looks good, he's out in the open, goes for the shot, and nice! Gets him behind the tree, and Falcons, the Orc, with home field advantage, claims the win.
And what an unbelievable finish.
Ty vole.
První hra, dobrá.
Flat s pancerem prostě.
Ale jak odletěl ten úaz do té zóny, to bylo.
He's been stood behind there. He's been jumping around like a crazy person. Enjoy for his team as Falcon prevails. What a game! Kick came in with the backstab of backstabs. I thought they were done for, but Flood had a Panzerfaust up his sleeve.
Flood was the absolute MVP of that game for them, no doubt. He had 5 kills before even going into that fight. The Panzer absolutely
prostě Flood, no.
Push, which was wise. I mean, you knew there was only one member on that rock. If you're Navi, you go for that risk.
Jako když vyhraješ takovouhle hru, tak bych se taky radoval. Tady to byla hra pro Navi. Tady prostě Panzer single-handedly vyhrál celou hru. Nemám clean feed. Straight do.
I still can't get over that Panzer. It was so perfect. And then he slid into the blue, so of course.
Jako kam až mu to odletělo, ten úaz, ty vole. To je hovno. Jsem zvědavý, jestli tam bude ten highlight Kerberos. Ne, Smash se nehraje, hraje se super formát nakonec. A to se vůbec nevím o tom, co mu přesně poslal Diffix z toho točícího se úazu, jo? Just saying.
and they get a win on the bot. They're going to roll with that. This is a team that is going to take that and absolutely swing for the fences, Toffee.
You know what? My dad always told me Roth was a good investment. I think he was talking about IRAs, but in this situation, it's working for the Falcons. I don't know if it's the attitude, I don't know if it's the excitement, but we talked to him yesterday.
Rot je tam na sloupu.
Our mental is great. They've been here for a week, like you said, training with the people here at the
Rot je tam na hvězdičce na sloupu. 2 hráči na sloupu. Ty vole, kámo. Doufám, že nic takového bude.
In PUBG here, and they start off insane. Flood, what an insane game. You can see Trevor celebrating with him, and he's like, you were destroying, giving them the sense that these guys needed to continue.
21 bodů, první hra, no. Tak, kill points 11, dáme si, vyhlásíme si predikci, dáme si další na First Blood.
Other teams were looking to usurp that position. Cerberus, of course, Haisaki absolutely popping off. Na'Vi doing a lot of work. I mean, let's talk about the.
Tak, máte to tam.
That was like cinematic towards the end.
Teď uvidíme, jak dlouho budou trvat, jak dlouho budou přestávky mezi hrama. Doufám, tam budou nějaký highlighty.
It was literally like one of those movies where it's like the sniper down the scope and the other guy lines up the shot. I was hot.
Yeah, that he managed to hit that was just insane there. But also get the kill with the Panzerfaust and get him overall, but also push him that far out that there's no way he survives the blue damage at all. And then Snakers cleans up, secures the 2 kills, but also wins the 1v1 in the end there for them to get this home.
Example prostě, no.
To give love to Na'Vi though, right? When we talk about PGS, it's probably one of the most consistent teams outside of Twisted Minds, and here they are again, playing so gosh darn well.
We saw a moment there, of course, where Example as well as Lou really put us.
Teď se ukáže ta kvalita té produkce, jestli je VSPO lepší. Nevím, kdo tohle organizuje. Jo, SL Faceit Group to organizuje. Za 95 dal tomu druhému.
It was the case for both last teams, right? The expendables onto Na'Vi, Sonics onto Falcons that made them lose players on both sides and made it force into a 1-1 here in the end.
Which, if I can start every turn with a 1v1 in a skill-based field fight, I'm more than happy to do so. It was a little boring, let's be honest, at the start of the game, but the ending
was boring.
Yeah, the circle was boring.
But the game was interesting.
Well, the opening of this was a master's class in movement and strategy, and the end was just really understanding weaponry and making the most of everything.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, when you look at how these circles towards the end boil down as well, not exactly the easiest start for these teams, right? You've got areas near the prison, where kind of Falcons is hiding out for a little bit. You've got players south of shelter or...
To nevíš, že odrázu neobírá životy, já nevím, Dambíňo, oni jsou takový začátečníci tady.
Freaks, for example, trying to take a position up towards the north. There's nothing to play.
Can't really play it, no. Overall, it's just 2 places. You either play the prison or you play the shelter side. You try to be the team that comes out on top, and if you're not the team that is kind of...
Asi hrajou Trandla na topu, no, nebo nevím.
If you don't get out too early.
I think that's the hard part about that entire section of the map, though, right? Is like you have to play that top bottom. Like Na'Vi didn't have a lot of rocks, but they did what they had to do. They moved over, they cut the left side, they pushed back to the right.
Ranked hráči asi, no, by jim to ukázali.
Listen, we might not get the circle. We need to walk away.
Jo, ty, co mají dobrý herní židle, tak...
They're the teams who were finishing so well at our last event as well.
Well, let's take a look at who the MVP was. Is it Flood?
It has to be.
Hey!
Well deserved.
What a brilliant start from him,
was.
right? Almost 900 damage coming in. The 6 kills going his way as well. Toffees, Flood looking awesome.
900 damage.
It has been a big month for Australians on social media. Maybe that continues here as Flood puts up a respectable performance.
Yeah.
Really nice. 800 damage. And I think, honestly, him here with Roth on the team opens the door, I feel like, for Flood to be this more of a superstar that he has deserved to be for a long time.
For sure.
He's incredible in terms of mechanics, but his past rosters have needed him to be more of a support style of player.
Yeah.
I think we're going to see him cut loose here.
He is a mechanical, very good player, and I love that Roth can come into that kind of more of a support/hype man.
Yes.
And them getting a win like this to the start, this will be exactly what these guys need to roll into this. 800 damage though, almost 1k cloud for Flood. Nice to see. Most damage here, most kills, 6 his-mills, but Haisaki...
Falcon jsou bufnutí večeří od Siu, Falcon co sdílel Snakers, okay.
I just like the idea that you've painted Roth as the hype man. I'm thinking about him like dancing around them behind them with pom-poms.
He will though, that's the thing.
He is the most passionate guy, honestly. Yeah, he's such
Highlighty asi ještě budou.
Whilst we take a look at these numbers, I was talking to him yesterday. Man, I got him on the idea of like, you know, joining Falcons. He didn't shut up for about 15 minutes. But it's great to talk to him, right? As you say, he exudes passion, and I think he's a great addition to this roster here, especially with a win like
Oni třeba hráli split, Domedy by to shiftoval do Prisonu a potom jim tam najeli z jedné strany Na'Vi, z druhé strany Sonics, co ti prostě stane. A pak už je prostě nemohl joinovat té herině.
And I think that that's what this team needs, is they need 4 guys who are on the same sort of wavelength going into this, and he will give the freedom for the rest of them to do what they want to do.
For sure.
Any final thoughts on this game before we kind of mosey on?
I love how it's a slow start in terms of circle, but explosive for everything else towards the end.
Yeah. I think Na'Vi is blowing my mind. They blew my mind at PGS. They're going to keep on going. These guys are crazy.
I'm so happy to be back with 3. Anyway, we are done here for now. All right, we have got a break on the way here. When we return, one more Erangel on the way, and things get chaotic after that because we've got Rondo, Tego, Miramar to go. Day number 1 here at the Esports World Cup. Yes, please. We'll see you in a few.
Borec. Hey Kimmy, how you doing, mate? Nazar, Nazar. How are you too? To vypadá, že tady bude jenom pauza a žádný highlighty. Jdu si pro pití.
A pro něco dobrýho si skoč.
All right, welcome back. One more Erangel for today here at the Esports World Cup for PUBG, and already Falcons started things off strong for groups A and B. Considering that they've been here for a little while, you know, they're very comfortable about how things are going to go down. Wait, what, did that just say 77% for Falcons to win the first game?
I mean, if they ask the audience out there.
Oh, yeah, okay, so audience voting in, they're tuning in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, also, if you ask them after who's dominating in that first game, like you watched the Falcons, you're like, okay, I got to give them a good percentage chance of taking this thing at this point.
But let's talk about it, right? The fact that we had our first Erangel, right? The circle was over very far to the east. Toffees, obviously, these teams on the western side had a bit of a hard time to rotate. I was surprised that it was 17 gaming to go take so many casualties on a rotate from Pachinki to try and find themselves a spot.
You know, I think that's one of the issues that I have with 17 lately. It just feels like they're not, it's almost like they've settled into this Pachinki and push situation where they're not adjusting, right? Whereas the Sonics, they got deep in that game. And the thing I love about them, you look at their drop spot, They've gotten good because they've become a flexible team. They used to not be, they are now. They saw that, they drop wherever they need to, and they're willing to move around those hot spots to find better ways in. And I think that's what I'm enjoying. I don't think 17 has had that flexibility and that willingness to adjust really for a long time.
A little bit of pressure on them as well now that they're coming here. You know, it's a big event. What we saw from them at PGS 3 and 4 was not exactly impressive, right? And now they're back with what we would call the main roster compared to having Show there.
The correct roster.
The correct roster. And they should be performing at a level that we know that they're able to perform. These guys are a top 8 team. Yeah. So that's where we want to see them. And also they have super high priority and some of the best locations on all maps. So.
Well, it's not just a case of they're a top 8 team. A lot of people would argue, I mean, they were second place at World Championships. They've won a PGS. They should always be in the conversation as the champion, you would think, Toffees.
You'd think so, but this is one of those brands that I think is kind of standing on their past. It reminds me a lot of FaZe. This is like FaZe is a team too that we talk about in this sense of love and worship and FaZe Sundays, and 17 will always stand up, but their rosters haven't done it for the last year or two, or longer in some situations. And I think they're kind of cashing checks.
Jaká byla prvá hra, nějaká silná dominace, a teda jsem došel. Jo, Falconi vyhráli. Tak on tady druhou polovinu dokladový koblihy, nikdo ji nechtěl, tak si dám z ledničky, viď. Ty mapy? Bude určitě.
That's the hype man. Let's go.
Right? I mean,
he's just in there.
That's great emotion to see from these guys, though, right? They understand that every single game is going to matter here on a stage like this when you're competing for $2 million. And Falcons, obviously, admittedly, they probably had a lot of expectations considering everybody else did so well on their team.
It is a kind of top 3 prio in terms of the circle. They should be in there, they should have it. But you also, even if it's a home turf circle, you have to show up and you have to turn it into a win, and they're able to do that. So it's good to see.
That is a very good point. When we talk about the teams that made it deep in that one, when you talk about the prio position, we're looking at Cerberus, we're looking at Na'Vi, we're looking at Falcons.
Agreed.
They all had really good start positions. And so we'll see. If it shifts over to their side, maybe that switches up. But for me, if I'm the other teams, I'm worried because in that game, the top 7 teams were all the teams that I expect to advance out of this group stage, and they're starting strong. That's worrisome if you're somebody else who's trying to catch up here.
For sure. It is tough. It is tough. I'm just checking all the other positions here, and yep, some of these teams might have a bit of a hard time adapting from just one game to a second game here at the very start of this. But thank you very much, gentlemen. It is now time to head into Erangel once again. You guys at home can go and vote on stcplay.gg as the Falcons already flying high to start things off. Let's see if they can continue that in game number 2.
Breakdown there on the desk, boys, and what a start to kick things off here. The Panzerfaust out of the pocket to get themselves the win as we now set ourselves up here for match number 2. As you can see, the players are getting ready as Toby, and Godspeed will get you through yet another Erangel match.
An absolute banger, and I'm actually very happy that we're starting on Erangel, right? Set the pace, and then we'll introduce the chaos of Rondo, and then we'll introduce, Tego and Miramar. And Rondo is a whole conversation we're going to have when we get there. But at the very least, these guys are getting the opportunity to set the tone for themselves, and then we'll head into the new.
Exactly. It's going to be absolutely phenomenal. And honestly, I mean, Martin mentioned it as well, the pacing of this first game. We're talking about easy playing path. Everyone got to loot where they want.
Každý má tu klávesnici jinak. Nefunguje ta mapa, já vím. Jsem to tady měl otevřený teréčku.
Shake it off if you haven't already, if you're a team that struggled 17, for example, early on, and get yourself ready for this next match.
Yeah, and I'd even like to touch on Steve's point about the Sonics, right? They have been more malleable. They are willing to kind of take these drops off again because they don't want to contest with 17, because 17, even if they lose, may not leave, right? And so they've had new rotations, they have new set points where they go to scout, and they stayed on the edge of that circle for quite a long time before finding at least a position to come in and getting some kills.
One thing that I took away from that game, which kind of leads off of what you just said here, is that we saw a very not casual, but very calculated approach from many teams. So normally in these circles you'll see teams.
Tak jsem zvědavý na 17 Gaming. První hra jim nevyšla. Moc času tady na adjust není, jakoby. Na každý fucking hře záleží, jako. Top 16 musí za těch 12 her nahrát takových 55-60 bodů. Komu se fandí, komu chceš? Vykřičník tabulka a vyber si Dextře. Sosnovka?
Hot drop's probably not going to happen again, but you know, we saw some early game fights for cars at the very least.
Yes, if anything here, that's going to be exactly what we're going to see, because there are teams, while the playing pad is straightforward, it's very just south to north. For the teams that want to go hard east, for the teams that want to go hard west, they have to stretch over the top of teams that are landing in the positions they're kind of reaching with their parachutes. They want to get cars and keep driving, but those cars, quote unquote, belong to the teams that are looting in the area where these guys are landing. So it's going to be hard for some of the very east and western edge teams to get cars without having to contest that for sure.
Yeah, and even for a team like Twisted, right, who generally always get their cars at apartments, right, they had a good rotation in initially. They took that dip with Lou, even though he got knocked. They found themselves losing 2 members.
Tak jestli tohle není sosnovka?
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely tricky when you have
to
these circles that swing east the way they do, and I think
to teď bylo.
game comes down to honestly massive round.
Stalber zóničku bych si nabídnul. Severny, kam půjde zóna, chat? Pište, teď. Hned. Rambora, Sosnovka, Farma, Gatka, jasné, a Stalber, Severny, shooting range. Na George jít nemůže.
They weren't just sitting there. They were able to get kills. They kept 4 alive for quite a long time before. So I think that was also something to very much look at with how the Expendables have started.
To jde do jasné, kamaráde.
It's going to go all the way to Stalber Yasnaya, and it's going to be a nice one for Danoa.
Proč se kontestí na Stalberu? Čum jako vysadí.
Danoa Day Trade were kind of looking for this position for a while, and honestly, I think if you're Day Trade right now, you're going circles.
A jediný, kdo na té loot spot mapě byl na Stalberu, byli Navi.
At least for the time being, Day Trade is okay.
Day Trade, if you're gonna go for the high ground, we'll take your vehicles and dip, and that's exactly what happens. Yeah, Guman or as you say, on a bike. Good thing for him is that Tianba was also rotating early, and they have yet to find any guns. You can see Pow Pow really hoping to get a gun early on, but not speed. But also at the same time, look forward. Is he going over the bridge? Is he going North George? Or is he going South George? Because I would imagine that Tianba is going to opt to flex further west and get the loot game going.
And you can see even Human there was like,
tady úplně vidíš, jak už jsou ty týmy připravený na to. Kdo co bude kde dělat.
And this is the early game positioning again. I mean, Lou not always up in this, we call it the garden compound, but this time around, I mean, flex out early, try and take some extra control, try and force Salute to think better of it for games to come, but I think with the UMP, he might want to swap over to the Mini. Don't think he even has a sight on that.
Já myslím, že to by můžeš klidně poradit Louvi, no, on je takovej průměrný hráč těch rankedů, ty vole.
Again, watch him leave. Feed the info and be aware. That something like this could happen in the next wrangle.
To se mi líbí u těch komentátorů. Jo, když tak Lou si vem míčko.
They wanted to, right? They could hold that bridge. They could also hold the bridge towards Razak if they see the other members of Freaks leave. So definitely a strong position for them to cut off some rotation.
Já dobře.
The choice that they want to make, and even looking at Falcons here, our team just again who won the last game. Casually looting, very comfortable.
Jsem zvědavý, jestli na to dokážou Falconi navázat.
As you see, Flood has already taken a position right there in the center of the circle.
It's actually kind of brave when you think about it, the way that Quantum.
Už jsme našli to na jakých kompech hrajou.
That's a very wide split.
I mean, Salute was in Rossok, but left with barely anything, meaning that the IGL and team has said, you know what, we need you up here, we need you positioned from where we have a circle, circle spot locked down. This circle, should it swing west to where you're currently seeing Quantum Freaks, it's going to play out a lot like the game we just saw. A few
Panado mrtvej, pokud pojede dál. Ach, ty seš totálně mrtvej, jakoby. Ještě ho má za zrcátkem. To nedávej pryč, tam bude fight! Kámo, Inonix.
That's also another positive as far as praise goes for the Freaks, because if you notice, they got there before Gladiators, and Gladiators were much closer, and they were all very much condensed in Severny. And so I like that from Freaks. They realized they were split, they realized exactly what their plan was, and they executed well. They got out of danger, and sure enough, they have a position now that's quite desirable, but again, the shift could change that. So
jak se ty lidi naučili využívat tyto emergence, aby prostě nebyly vidět. Víš, že prostě dáváš shiftovačku až k zemi. Jak se ty lidi naučili střílet do těch padáků. Když jsem viděl, jak chci Evropani do těch padáků, tak jsem zvědavý, jak budou ty Aziati do těch padáků. To bude totální humus, jako.
Jako do třetí zóny bych asi nechtěl padat na padáku.
Možná nedále turnaj Fantasy, protože tohle je turnaj a pořádaný přímo Saudskou Arábií, co jsem tak pochopil. Takže nejsou nějak spojený s Kraftonem a s PUBG. Čau. A prostě si to dělají jak chtějí, takže se s Fantasy nedomluvili, no. Jak se máme, jak se máme?
Less desirable ones, teams above you are just going to pick you up.
Čau.
Teams in a much better position to do so, and that's exactly what has
happened. Zase si koupil kuřátko.
Kind of failed to adapt as far as I would say macro and rotation wise to what's been happening in the last couple of events with the meta. So that's something that they need to work on, or I hope at the very.
Takže jíš papáš kuřátko? Ne, objednal jsem si barbecue kuřátko.
Ne, jak se tomu nadává, vole. To nejsou stripsy, to je to druhé, kurva.
On the northeastern side of the
field.
Wings. Hot wings. Barbecue wings. Tak, choose outcome 6+, bohužel, nikdo netrpnul správně. I to se občas stane. Dáme tam predikci na první team vibe. Máte na to asi 2 minuty na predikci, jo?
Takže barbecue fries cheddar fries, vole, a kuřecí křídla.
A ty kuřice z toho by nás bosíme.
Utilizing the amount of firepower that they have available. They like to play these slow edges. You can see how they're kind of trailing Sonics here. They like to just play control out on the edge to then potentially go aggressive later. But while they have some of the best firepower in the world, I don't necessarily think the decision making is always up to par. Because normally in that mid-phase 4, phase 5, where they would take fights, they have already lost the player early on. So hopefully this tournament is where they're going to untie them.
To your point, I mean,
vždycky se objedná taky.
Co tady dělají? Ten je mrtvej, no, jakoby. To je totálně mrtvej.
No, tohle proti Digu já si nedělám, no.
Wow, that was
one take another
3 to go and you're out of ammo, my friend. Let's just send it in the water, or does he not? They can
Kámo, ten nepojebal. Tak ten je totálně ujebal.
Is the one with the favorable position.
But all of a sudden, on trying to provide some cover as much as he can for Longsker here. The nade will come out.
Kámo, to jim neudělal.
Yeah, now you see Kick as well. Other members of Sonic are in a posture to help this fight, and they absolutely need to. Shrimsy goes down though.
Ono zajebe nejdem podvodním, ty vole. Underwater nade. Hezky zahraný od Tiggletona tady to je jakoby.
Jako tohle co udělal ty kokot.
Ten je totálně ujebal.
What a shot!
Incredible shot to kick things off, or kick things off, really to finish things off here.
Kickstart things off?
Kickstop? Yeah, I don't know. As now again, broken vehicle.
Kickstart nebo kickstop?
Do they do this to assert dominance and say, you know what, if you're gonna try and take out one of our...
To nepřeběhneš, blázníš!
And there it is done. Sonics annihilating New Heavy.
Well, it was at the cost of Shrimsy, but...
Jo, ale zkusil to.
Sonics will take that all day for 4 kills.
In a situation like this, where Tick gets pulled up on out of nowhere, they're far from the circle, rotating on in, getting 4 points, 1 eliminated player.
Tak, další predikce.
Again, yeah, you take those.
I miss Shrimsy already.
Čau Danko, jsme na Discordu, kdyby si chtěl dorazit. Stejně jako kdokoliv, kdo má nějaký normální mikrofon, jsme u mě na Discordu v Runce Watch Party.
Clusters of teams, but fortunately this early teams don't want to commit that early, and I like 17's position. They've actually opted to go on the northwest side, on the outside, just in case they don't have to make a hard commit to the city off the shift. And again, with Yas Lake being in, especially with some water as well, this really could go any direction.
Oh yeah, it sure could. It sure could. Valentine, of course, heard all the commotion just in front of them before, and are now worried that perhaps this all happened. Because I mean, yes, they see the action of the kill feed, but they weren't quite.
New Happy jeden bod za 2 hry.
Is it a Sonics kind of split to fend them off? They have to play extra careful, so very understandable that Valentine is taking their time on this rotation.
Teneček se zase přežral.
No ne, bylo to náročnější, než jsem si myslel. Sežral jsem ty hranolky s čerarem. A už asi nedám ty křídla, ty vole.
On tady fakt na Stalber, ty krávo. Že jsem asi neviděl ending jako fakt nahoře na Stalberu. Od té doby, co byl nový Stalber.
Mám to asi na stejno.
To je jedna z nejtěžších zón, co je na Erangelu. Jako na zahrání.
Dropísek, jedu.
Co?
Počkej, tam jsou dva.
Co se ale hledá spíš kompam než dropísek, víš?
Ale ty prostě nemůžeš projet kolem dropu a nevzít ho.
No jasně, tomu řekni.
Já to klíčo jedu naučit.
Aha, až je z toho kompam nebude koukat Himas. On ti to velice rychle vysvětlí za ten drop.
Ne.
Já tak 1, 2, 3 a už
Himas hovno nějaký slabý.
To je piča, jak jsme to fightili, kdo to byl, vole.
Jo, face. Jimse. Jimbo, vole, nějaká nula. Kdo je Jimbo? Já jsem si si až prdela, ty kdo je Jimbo. Jako neježíš na Danavu, hádám. Ty jsi blázen.
Kokon ještě za jízdy tam vyskočí z toho auta.
Tady máte takhle, jo, chlapci?
A počkej, tady se někdo přidává.
They absolutely love going for those third parties, as you know, and so that will be a flush on Hikari as well, as they continue to try to take over this position here. In fact, they do. They now have forced Dynamo off to the sides, off the edge of the cliff.
I mean, timing could not have been. No, tak jako víš to, kdyby jsi řekl James, tak jako samozřejmě jsem věděl, kdo to je. Ale ty prostě řekneš, a pičo, tam je Jimbo, vole. Glorious is going to be the man to take him out, so Face out in 15th, but it's such a hard rotation to have to make up from the southern side. You can't really approach it any other way than what.
U Fejzu mají pojebaný webky, no.
Mám strategii, jak sežeru to kuře. Zapálím si, slehne mi a jdu na to.
Gratuluju.
There comes Face. Dynamo weren't able to get out of their kind of positions in time to deal with 17. But when Face was there, Dana was more. Teď ať už je víkend, já se chci ožrát.
Nech toho.
Já chci.
Si nech pro sebe, ale.
They may have to make a decision somewhat quickly here whether they want to take this fight or just wrap around taking this fight, especially with the way that 17 is not the wisest decision. And I'm still with the expendables and the decisions they're making, consolidating in those splits, going back out when they realize that there's not many teams around them. I really like the way they're playing this.
Also, I mean, for the
Tenečkou problémy s alkoholem nepřejdou asi jen tak.
Real estate. I mean, yes, okay, this corner compound or corner building is a good spot to scout from. You have the angles here, but this is not where they were fully located just before. They had two players further up the hillside, kind of in the open, but hidden behind trees, waiting for the perfect time to pounce and then executing. It's very, very nice to see.
Yeah, it's unorthodox the way that they play some of those splits and positions, but that's exactly.
Ale replay už ho má nastavený. To, že měli minulou mapu.
Beautiful spray down just instantly melts two members of FaZe.
A player that we are hopefully going to see a whole
prostě Inonix, no.
as this tournament goes along. A player who I think has arguably the most pressure of anyone in this tournament. You're going in and effectively replacing Soul on a World Championship team as a guy with no LAN experience. I mean, that's that's a lot of pressure on this young man to go out and perform. Well, to kick things off here, he did exactly what he had to do.
777 Duck Juice. Jeli jsme i ve fantasy, myslím, že i dokonce ty jsi měl ve fantasy. Jak se jmenoval ten, co ho tam měl Danko? Ten byl asi za 15 000. Nebyl to znamená Duck Juice?
Já jsem s fantasy s váma nedělal. The Navi is starting to make their way up here as well. Power is kind of solo duty to try and fend them off. It works for now as the circle keeps shifting towards the north. I love the fact that we're actually getting a full spotlight of this position. You see Gunnar there, the coach from Sonics, looking behind his players. Of course, again, can't communicate with them while this game is going on. Looking at their POVs, Alrain, the coach from Navi, doing the exact same thing.
No, 328 damage z jednoho spreje, no, jakoby, chlape.
This morning they got the news that this was an option. They were all smiles. So happy that we're finally getting this. They've been asking, wanting for this to be the case, that they can be there on the stage with their players, and here they are.
To je dost, že tam ty koučové můžou být s ním. Nebyli tam nikdy. Vždycky to měli zakázaný. Jo. To vypadá to, že jim Alrain dělá i kill feed.
It's phenomenal, but
this is a peculiar situation for
Co to jako bylo toto?
Prostě Na'Vi projíždějí kolem, no.
Já nevím, jako on prostě projíždí a sedním se, já tě vidím.
Nečum. To je nějaká kvalifikace, no, to je grand finále, teda tohle to je ještě group stage do grand finále eSport World Cupu o $2 miliony. Čau, Tomi.
It's never a surprise sandwich you want, I guess, but here we go, 4 AM, we'll come
Co to je za místnost tady, ty vole? Já to v životě neviděl.
Ale kámo, oni tam prostě nabíhali ve třech a koukali po lootu.
Meanwhile, Cerberus now have to make their push here on the south side, and again, this is what I was talking about earlier. Danawa, very wise decision.
Pak, že to jde na Stalber, tak pojďme.
Now they're going to have to contest with 17.
What was a 3-man party in the north before might just have a 4th team joining us.
No jo.
Shooting behind him. He is well aware that Na'Vi has just rocked up on the eastern side. They do not want to be a ham and supposed to mid.
Vole, to je do prdele.
Tyk je takové prase. Piča.
Body shoty.
Is very important as well. Now they know that it's Twisted Minds that's just off to their west, and so they will clean up that kill. Very nice. Another point. Sonic's already accumulating 5 here.
Gotta keep in mind, of course, they did lose Strimsy in that early fight against NH Esports, so a little wounded early on, which is even more so the reason why they teams at a distance as this new circle takes us towards the west.
Wow, that's an interesting shift to say the least, and that's going to cut out everybody that we just spoke about in the north.
And for those of you guys who don't know, they'll land up here because it was updated, well, not fully recently, maybe recently enough for those of you guys who have played the game recently, isn't there? A lot of recently, in any case, circle middle here is a valley. It's
Ty vole, kamo, nech toho! Vypni ten aimbot už do prdele.
Dobré šoty, ty kokot.
We can't play this circle as it stands right now.
Well, it goes back to what you were trying to last game when you said Gaming Gladiators needed to just get points. I mean, they're not going to necessarily get a better position off the circle, especially being so late, especially being held out by multiple
H-win.
so you just have to take
Yo, Heaven.
That's very much the case here. It looks
Heaven,
like
Heaven.
it's going to go down to
H-win. Kápu.
Twisted Minds have had a rough start so far.
Ten do mojí fantazie nikdy nepůjde, to ti jako říkám. Sypiš, hovno. Stejně jako X-Left, hovno druhý.
Počkej, já si se ti to předchozíme. Tak ten je mínus.
Ten není mínus, no jakoby.
No teď už je piči.
Jako
má zónu trošku, nevím.
To asi nebylo nejchytřejší rozhodnutí.
A to by stejně nedoběhl, či?
Gaming Gladiator zastávají opět reality check. Víš, jak to pro ty týpky musí být těžký, když celý svůj PUBG život hrajou proti týpkům z MA a teď poprvé hrajou proti těm Čínům, Vietnamcům a Korejcům, který prostě tě totálně mažou a přijdeš si jak totálně slabý hovno. Vidíš to?
Ten pocit musí být úplně na piči.
Jakože to je jako když se poprvé v LoLku dostaneš na nějaký mezinárodní turnaj. Úplně stejný to bude. Prostě dostáváš od všech smazáno.
A tak tam je to ještě v klidu, tam můžeš potkat Evropany nebo Ameriku v LoLku.
No tady taky. A nebo potkáš Kerberos.
Takové to RNG, no. 24.
To, co dělá? To je blázen! Kámo, ty jsi se totálně posral, ty.
Proč tohle udělá? Ochu, ten má dobrou diskotéku.
Tohle by ti na Evropě vyšlo? Tohle by ti na Evropě vyšlo, ano? Ten týpek by tě nevysprejoval, no? Tohle je solózy, bohužel.
Kerbersové se rozpadají na zónu, pojďme.
Kerbersové už nebyli tady v té době dávno mrtví, akorát Gaming Gladiators to prostě nezvládli.
By mě zajímalo, co tam dělá Lu?
Lu, ten tam chilluje, ten přežije, ten chilluje.
Kámo, však měl 2 aidy, ty vole, jak to přežil.
Po Lutě z mrtvolek. Ty jsi nějaký tým jako... Ten tam vraždí, no. Akorát Diffix tam dal 2 noky vypem, no víš, to je tak dobrá, no. Jakoby Diffix je totálně najetý to lobby, to sorry. Ten nám zase proskočí autem, čuník.
But now it's also up to the Falcons to move on to this position on the east side against Danawa and Daytrade, who are waiting in the
Hey Mahmoud, how you doing, mate? Hello to Turkey.
All the way out of Stalpa now as well as you said, Flood. Alongside the rest of the Falcons team has to get out of here, but Flash is well aware of where Snake is positioned, and there he goes.
Probably one of the easiest knocks there of Flash's career, but he takes those and you take those all day.
Kolik tam je lidí z toho Stalberu, jebe?
Astonishing game. Game 1, able to help drag the Falcons across the finish line, but I'm not sure he's going to have the same success this game, especially with the way that the team of Daytrade and Danawa is set up.
I love the way that Danawa is not taking anything for grabs. They're fully committing. Like, yes, there might be points to find further west in the circle, but they are fully focused on the right side right now.
Lokiáš, dobrý večer. Jedinej dvojnásobný světový šampion. Lil Ghost se nasadal první hru, už má 500 damage. Tak, kolik hráčů ze 17 bude hrát sedmičky?
Ten má 5ky.
3. Auka Dragunov takzvaně. Dobrý den.
A to je Expendable.
Já vím.
Dva tam podle mě hrajou 5ky.
Danava začala hrát a nedělá ostudu. Vůz tepe sklapni hubu, kámo. Ty jsi špekoun.
Pretty much made all the right decisions for the most part.
Žajvu, stahuju, Lil Ghost, dal jsem nok, žajvu, pushuju, flash a dash, flash a dash.
They don't like what they see, they're forced to back off, then as soon as the nade comes through instantly, 180.
Wait a second, we can go back.
What? To je přes 100 metrů ten nade, je Betí Honza Železný, ty vole, s jabkem v ruce.
To je takzvaně pushu. A sakra, jsem v prdeli.
So again, the Expendables just starting to close the vice here on the members of the southern side of the circle, and they get a shift for their efforts. That's actually so good for the Expendables.
Zajímá, co tam předvede ten Luty, vole, těm Sonicům dozad. Ale podle mě o něm ví, či?
Kámo, to bude závěr. To bude závěr jako svině. Se mi potějí ručičky. Hodil Fireball, spíš takový pyroblast mu tam naladil. Bobo. To bylo legit 100 metrů ten nade. To musel hodit ani neodjíždit. Aha. Aha. Dva hráči z jednoho z nejlepších týmů na světě, 17 Gaming, nezajímá. Já jsem solózy. Himas, Tycoon měl svoji dobu, Himas měl svoji dobu. Teď přichází doba solózyho. Lou dozad. Co si říkáš, že udělá ten Lou dozad?
Zabije mi Soniky, kurva.
Melts Lou.
Solid shots coming through from Navi as they continue to maneuver further forward. Fear it, no, Vest doesn't matter. He's going to push forward regardless. Bots kicks the
Kámo, to jde do prdele. To jde legit do prdele. Takhle to vypadá, no. Kámo.
Continuing to try and suppress on the other side. And at this point, I think he just conceded. You know what? I'm going to go for these kills regardless. Either I get you or I go.
Aha. Aha.
Aha. To snadné, ne?
Down to 1 health. He will
Dobře.
fall, but Now it's going to open the window for 4EM to come in.
Yeah, finally they peek on out. They've been playing for a while, only 1 kill so far, but they are still 3 players up, and there you go, 1 more point added, and the entire South secured. And with this new circle being where it is, they can now start and flex out the same way that we saw 17 do so earlier.
Yeah, unfortunately for Daytrade and Danawa, they haven't really...
Jsem zvědavý, jak bude vypadat ten Nations Cup, když hrajou v takovéhle sestavě ještě s Tyconem. Žádný respekt, že jsou to 17 Gaming, tak Kerber, což dávno nebude před nikým žádný respekt. Hikari slabej, by tam byl radši Soul, to by se bylo na co koukat.
Valentine has been creeping on forward for a while, but now they're starting to pounce. Kiss able to get himself the double. Ferris, Diffix both down. Hekatori solo player left alive, trying to stay put, but he finds himself in a...
Ten má docela dobrý výraz na ten komp, ten UNQ, viděli jste to?
Valentine though not seemingly too eager to push on forward.
No, and the Expendables actually are getting kind of picked apart here as finally Na'Vi will fall. And that's going to go in the hands of...
Co se tam děje v tom midu? Expendables a Daytrade?
Just kind of holding on and trying to take some shots over here towards this fight between Daytrade and Expendables, but because of that dip, they're not able to do so. And now the Freaks and Danawa will have to meet and have to move.
Yes, they have to take this fight. Danawa, there's no way they get to get off that hillside and run all the way around without Freaks shooting them in the back. And look at this again. I mean, Daytrade, they're just prone down in the valley below. They tried to join them, and that's their APAC counterpart in the Expendables, but they were
Chudák Nurinc, ty vole, ano, tam nechá bejt.
To je prostě jak Divine na rámce.
Je to tak,
to je prostě zvedej, on tam kouká, vole, já nevím, do Narnie.
Jsem safe, zvedej. Ale
Indonesia, měl si říct, vole.
Držu mu. Hele, Loki. Hele, Loki 1v4.
The coop don't fit him in, unfortunate. In the meantime, on the other side, 4AM now again, as I said before, opting to start and flex out, try and clear their edges. They would have heard the vehicle from Danawa down below, and that's why they're aggressively going up here to try and make sure no one's going to push in from their side.
Kámo, to je zóna jak svině.
Because Danawa either had to deal with a team above or they had to get the time, which they did, and then sit right under 4AM.
To rozhodně není nuda tohle. Čau tácku, nazdar. Inonixo. Už jsme zjistili, kdo je ten DL. Já furt nevím, kdo to je.
Yeah, but the problem is the circle is now starting to close in on Loki, so he's gonna have to move and
gotta commit to a hill, which I would
say
to that
ne, nemusí běžet na hill.
Aren't even in, Toby.
Yeah, exactly. Do they go over and pick him up? Is that what Deal's contemplating here? Go and get him in the car? Or do they just make a run for it? I'm not sure. Frick's peeking on over, but of course this comes with the danger of having everyone else look.
Jsem to psal, Babsank je to. Aha, tak to víme, kdo je Babsank. Jo, no jo, vlastně jo, vidíš, oni tam mají ty webky. Aha. Kámo, co tam s nima dělaj? Aha.
What a start of the day here for Danawa, 12 and counting. They are not done just yet. They should find themselves, if not a top 3 guarantee, then something close to it. They have done
byl tam jednoznačně nejlepší.
On the eastern side. The fight
a ve Fantasy stál 16 000.
If they want to, they can run up this hill for free and take the fight. They can backstep it. They can claim this win right here.
Tohle je ta Danawa, která je, ty vole. Tohle, když se rozběhne, tak to je vajzlu. To ví, jestli vajzlu. Normálně můžeš pustit klávesnici. Oni mají 14 kilů. Ale fazulka. Fazulka.
Bean, what can you do? Belmoth, what can you do to take down the current 14-kill Danawa roster?
Well, at the very least, Bean has done enough. He got that double. He eliminated the team, getting more points as a solo. Anything he gets at this point is going to be a bonus. But again, as you said, Danawa has just been playing this so flawless.
I mean, honestly, kudos to Daytrade for being in a tricky situation early. They knew they were surrounded. They had to back off. And now, just off of placement points alone, that's 5 in the bank for them. Smart by Belmoth not to over-aggress earlier, to kind of realize the situation that he was in and just salvage points as everyone else fought forward.
But even now, Danawa
dobrá zóna, ty vole, dobrá zóna.
They know there's only 2 members left. from other teams, and yet they still maintain their position. And there's no reason to overextend here. They've already gotten 14, 15 kills. They have 3 members, they have some flashbangs, they have utility available, and so this is just so intelligent. This whole game was a masterclass by Danois as far as micro and macro.
Yes, they set up on stall, but don't
kamery, jak mají
no
na
point,
ksích,
as
tohle
you
to
say,
vypadá, jak kdyby sledovala vole babka z druhého panelu.
Kind of bit on the trap, bit on the bait that other teams tried to set up for them. Deal, again, new guy on the roster here, a lot of pressure on this man, but in this
doesn't look like he's feeling it.
Oh, not at all, not at all. He is cool as can be, no big deal whatsoever. He's going to push further forward. The spearhead in this operation, at least for now, is Deal. Currently sat on the other side.
This still very well can all fall apart, though. If there is a misstep in Danois' game, the 2 solos could strike, and that could potentially put us in another 1v1 situation for an endgame like last game.
Timing is crucial. The thing is, Danois came in from the east. They swooped the team on the northern side. They know their backs are clear. They know for a fact.
Danois jim prostě nedává žádnou šanci, aby to prosrali. To je strašně moc bodů, který bys tady mohl projebat. Stát se to může, ale...
They're forcing these 2 opponents closer to one another. And so I think for now they're gonna, you know, like, we don't need the last 2 kills. We'll just take the win.
The one thing I will say, though, is Belmuff has center. He's actually at the center of the current circle. So, I mean, if, again, they make a miss that Danois overcommits, or they just don't expect him to be prone right there, that could be a free knock.
I feel like Belmont, in that case, Belmont has to be... It's one way or the other. Belmont is the bait, Bean peeks up and gets the shots in, or Bean is the bait,
because it looks like Bean, exactly.
And Belmont peeks out of the car and goes peekaboo, takes down 2, but...
Someone is that worm on the hook. It's just we can't figure out who yet.
You just can't fool Danois.
Tam Danois prostě nenaběhne. Podívej se na to, když oni to prostě hrajou normálně na info, jdou tam vždycky ve dvou.
They made mistakes. They got eager. They got aggressive. They were like, "Yep, it's already home. We won this game. Let's just wait, there was the guy. Oh wait, there was the guy."
Oh look,
all of a sudden, what was a 4v1v1 is now a 1v2, and then they go out. So very wise on them to play calculated in this fight.
I love that smoke distraction by Bean. He throws it and he continues to wrap around this hill. But Loki is in such a good position to receive this. Bean peaks.
3 minuty čekání na 2 vteřiny.
They're just trying to close this as consistently as possible by not giving anything away, but Loki very low.
That is one revealed. Smoke deployed further up the hillside. We have not seen Belmont shoot yet.
He doesn't need to.
And well, I mean, it doesn't. Bean is doing everything he can to go, Belmont, bro, I need you. Where's I'm doing everything I can, and he's doing enough of it. Bean, able to find Loki.
Unbelievable, and so they will at least find Belmont, but Bean will get the first. Another point will go his way. 3 kills and a 1v2.
One flash, 2 mollies. On the side of Danois, nothing. There's a smoke.
Neklačneš proti Inonuxovi, se posral, ne?
No way.
Able to find the first.
No way.
Neklač na to, ani hovno ne. Je nakolovaný teďko, nemůže flashovat. Vidíš to? To prostě... Podívej se, jak si věří, jak tam Inonix prostě naběhne, jenom aby zjistil info o něm a dal mu nějaký hity. Jak si věří mezi sebou. To je insane.
Honestly, there's so many takeaways from this fight.
Kámo, ta úroveň je neskutečná, ale viděl jsi, jak oni prostě mu musí dát respekt, protože kdyby to začali zbíhat ve 3, tak on je prostě všechny zabije.
There's a reason the global champions picked me up. I know how to deliver when need be. Solid plays coming through in a very
to je jako hodně pěkný. Tak, já dávám novou predikci, jdu si rychle odskočit a na 3. hru jsem zpátky. Bad Boy tam byl jako divák, no. Bean to tady zahrál parádně.
Deserves all the flowers, even though Danois was the star.
And I feel like the smiles on this team in particular are so well wanted because, again, these guys still wear the belt of the champions. They are the reigning winners. But everyone is worried about what they can do. Now let's go back to the desk and let them break back a phenomenal Erangel game.
All right, well, Danois comes out swinging. They dex the rest of the competition. They give them a cheeky bruise left and a right coming in here from the Danois boys, but a lot of kills going their way. Joining me, Toffees, as well as Avenger, to talk about this one. Is Danois back? Whoa.
I mean, you said that they stacked the deck, that it was a heck of a deal for them as they came out with that play. I think you were really impressed with Deal and what he was doing out there.
Yeah, first of all, it's good to have them back here on the international stage, right? We missed them at PS3 and 4. And of course, with a roster change from their PGC last year winning roster to this is what we need to see from them. They are a roster that should be up here, should be a premier roster at all our LAN events. But this is the first time seeing them. Of course, impressive to see them being able to get 16 kills, but they did change their drop from Yasnaya into actually where we ended. So they have a huge advantage already being there, looting, being able to kind of move around and having that high ground priority.
Smart, right? The Kameshki split that they went for alongside some of these compounds as well. If you're dropping alongside 4AM and Yasnaya, yes, usually from Yaz you can disengage, but it does come with some risks involved.
Yeah, I think that's the idea that we're going to start to see is a lot of these teams, we talked about in the last segment too, have become more flexible and are willing to sort of work outside of this rigid box that we're used to seeing inside of PUBG. And to see Donowa out here performing is a big deal. They are the PGC defending champions. To not have them at the last 2 PGSs was a travesty.
It was.
A disaster. And so to see them putting up and having a team synergy that seems to be working is what I love.
There's a state of rebuilding going on for the team very clearly, even though they've got a star-studded roster already from off the back of that. But anyway, let's take a look at the MVP. Which Donowa member is going to take it? Because we had 3 members getting big numbers off the back of this game here, Avenger. And suffice to say, it could have been any one of them, but it's going to be Inonix, the lad himself, being able to take number 1.
It's good to see him back here on a stage like this, getting these MVPs. We know him. He's been such a legendary player throughout this time here. Now he's of course back here. 6 kills, 600 damage, very linear in terms of that, but still the impact that he had and of course the survival time is going to be putting him into that MVP spot.
You say legendary, one of the all-time greats.
Yes.
And then alongside the rest of Donowa here, as we were saying, because it was a huge team effort with this.
And I think that this is where they're really going to shine. I think Inonix and Loki as a team, as a duo who's been together for so long, finally have the freedom. I'm not going to speak to the politics of their team in the past, but they have the freedom to play the way that they want. I think that they've always been turning into legends, phenomenal players that have lived in a shadow. And now this is their team to do with what they will, and it feels cleaner, better, happier.
Well, Avenger, let's take a bit more of a look into this game and see how things actually broke down. So what have you got to talk to me about?
Yeah, so first of all, it's a little bit of a rough circle, right? Stalba is so far away from all our usual and kind of standard loot spots. So we have, I want to have a little bit of a look into where these kind of teams they changed. We have 2 teams that started in Stalba, Daytrade and of course Donowa. And that have a huge impact and a huge advantage to how it is. But also Freaks, they managed to come in from kind of further away and put themselves into a better spot. So let's take a look here at the very start. Of course, we see these guys, they are starting up by Stalpa. They are in there already. But Freaks, they did manage to come kind of far away and, further away from some of these guys that already had kind of high priority. You see 4AM was there. We know that Falcon's kind of close as well. But when you start in a location like this, it is just such a huge advantage. And then being able to kind of turn it around, this is what we're looking for. We're looking for, Freaks to have an impact like this. And we're looking to see how, teams that are looting and starting where the circle starts and ends. If they have this advantage, can they turn that into a win? Donowa managed to do so, but getting 16 kills on the way to do that is just like a standard, we caught the last circle, let's just farm and get you the win. But here, they managed to defend it and do it super well.
I think something that was relatively impactful as well is like short-range emergency pickups. If you think about where 4AM starts off.
I have an idea. If you
guys have a clip of that as well, actually.
4AM made that beautiful jump. If you want to run the clip, but they knew that it was used not for like bad teams making long rotations. It was made for strategic, quick movements.
Yeah, so a little bit deeper into the game here. Of course, we see the teams, they split out a little bit. Donowa took the lower ground of where Stalba is. 4AM is still kind of inside Yasnaya. I don't have the exact clip where 4AM is, but 4AM, they end going for Yasnaya, and they come in here, and they end up taking a situation where they take a emergency pickup, and they go up, and they go all the way from that spot into kind of, oh, that's a terrible arrow, but yeah, they
behind where the arm of the arrow goes, basically.
Exactly.
Yeah. So, I mean, that really afforded them a great amount of survivability in this game. Because honestly, I think coming in from that south side, it's hard to scale on foot this hill.
There was no chance. I mean, between GG, Donowa, the rest of the teams there was no option. And in the old days, that was a death sentence, right? There's no way you play deeper. And the fact that they had that on hand, ready as a backup, and then made that short jump, let them get a few extra points, possibly a few extra kills, and that's sort of, I think, the difference, especially in group stages, of passing into the grand finals, those smart decisions.
It does my heart good to see South Korea having some strong success already here, Avenger, because I was concerned, especially after, you know, the breakup of a lot of their talent. It seems like maybe this is the building blocks to getting back to international strength.
It's a little bit of a recycle still. Vikari coming in, you know, and also Babsanghan changed his name to Deal.
Yeah.
But still, I still feel like the best talent in Korea is spread a little bit too thin.
Yes.
Of course, this looks very good. I gotta say, Dynamo is looking very
promising,
strong, but still, where were they at PGS 3 and 4? Not there, right? So it could still be better. But yeah, after losing and breaking up a PGC champion, kind of breaks your heart a little bit, right? You want to see the best talent on the best roster, especially coming out of country like that.
Well, of course, that is it for this moment. That's it for Erangel for today. We're going to go to a short break. When we return, we are going to have Rondo on the other side. I'm actually so excited to see Rondo on this stage. So join us right after this for more PUBG action.
A big update to the clan system, some new and updated weapon attachments, and a new ranked season. All this and more as we dive into the update 31.1 patch report. First up, clans are getting a big update as we head into a full month of clan-related fun. Your clan will now have weekly clan challenges to work towards, and individual clan member missions to complete for various rewards. As your clan finishes clan challenges together, you'll start to rank up your new clan supply airplanes class. As your supply airplane improves, you'll get better rewards from the new clan loot caches you receive for completing clan member missions. Your clan airplanes class will degrade a bit each week, so make sure you keep at those missions to ensure the best possible rewards. In addition, clans will earn new clan tokens each time their clan reaches an XP milestone. These tokens can be used in the new clan token store, which lets you purchase things like new clan tag plates, sandbox mode tickets for clan members, Hunter's chest tickets, and more. Finally, we've got a brand new weapon attachment coming your way. The new muzzle brake can be attached to ARs, DMRs, or shotguns, and will significantly reduce camera shake while firing, while also helping slightly with horizontal and vertical recoil. Some existing attachments have also gotten an update, so check out the patch notes to see what's new. There are also some performance improvements, improvements to Rondo's terrain, a new ranked season, and more. So make sure you check out the patch notes for full details. Update 31.1 is here, so assemble the team, upgrade your supply airplane, and trick out your gunplay with the new and updated attachments. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
All right, welcome back. We've just got a few minutes before we get into Rondo here on international soil, and we have got a lot to talk about to start things off here. Toffees, of course, now with Cammy joining us to talk about things.
Let's get right into it. So you got the map back here. This is going to be chaotic. It's our first time with Rondo. Look at the middle. Double plane paths mean middle is powerful in terms of what you want. And so now teams are battling it out, whether it's Stadium, Neox Factory, Yulin, and we're going to find out who the true Dancing King is here at the end of today. But I expect this to be a big time because in group stages, that's where you take these risks.
Yeah, this is wild to see this many teams all contesting these spots. Not just Test Track, not just Nox Factory, but also Stadium as well. The fact that they haven't figured this out, even with their own, like, politics in the side is wild, and we only get one today, which means that you can take these risks. You're not hamstringing your entire best of 12 group stage, but this should be hopefully an exciting first match.
If I had to bet, I'm under the impression that Twisted Minds, Na'Vi, and 17 drop. The others depart and go elsewhere because teams like Twisted Minds and 17 Na'Vi are arguably know that they're going to PGC if they're, as long as they performed up to their ability.
And the good news for these teams, like the Expendables, is there's other places to go. Will they go up to the north? I don't know. He may choose to go up there or not, but the point is, if this doesn't work out in the first game, there's plenty of options.
Cammy?
Yeah. There are also a lot of compounds in the middle. They might not be named areas, but there is a lot of loot there. The question is, though, do other teams know where those like lines of scrimmage are? Like, oh, this compound belongs to this drop. This compound belongs to this drop. So if you are scattered around there as a team, scavenge looting in that way, you need to be aware to be listening for vehicles at all times. And this has the quietest vehicle in the entire game of Battlegrounds.
It's a terrifying vehicle.
Yes.
It's so strong.
You hear nothing, and then it's right there.
It's like a bicycle.
Scary stuff. All right, well, thank you very much, guys. Of course, those potential of double plane paths are hugely impactful. You guys at home can predict as to who you think is going to take this next game. It's our proper first Rondo on international soil. Let's head over to the commentators for all of the action here at the Esports World Cup.
First ever global Rondo is before us, and we
are potentially looking for a beast in the test track area. This is going to be a showdown. Definitely that is going to be a new experience for us, for the players, for the viewers. This is going to be amazing.
And this map is just, it's
just absolute
craziness from the additions, obviously the new vehicles, the Pico bus that they were talking about, which is the silent killer, if you will. You have the Blanc, which is another SUV vehicle as well. And you have the JS9, you have the emergency cover. On top of the fact the map itself is so different from anything that we've had in any of the other matches in competitive PUBG.
Jo, dobře, dneska jsem dostal šup, že si zítra v 7 ráno jedem, kámo.
Teď je středa, vole.
Já vím, ale mě volala účetní, ne, já říkám, no, od pátku tady nejsem, protože jsem jedu do Kolína, že jo, brzo ráno, takže nemůžu jako pracovat. A pak mi volá asi za hodinu a... Takže, ty ale můžeš zítra vyzvednout toho člověka, ne, když do Kolína půjdeš až odpoledne zítra, já říkám, co? Říkám, zítra nejedu nikam, ty vole. Ty vole.
Tak, Daigo.
Divine, udělej sázky, kdo přežije kontest na Neoxu, prosím.
Já už mám predikci na tom. Už mám predikci na First Blood.
Jo, super, tak to je hodně worth it predikci, když je 5 týmů na kontestu na Neoxu, viď? To je hodně smart, či?
Co by si mi políbil prdel?
To až pojedeme spolu v autě.
Tak jo. Řídím.
Co jakoby neřídíš, no.
Ty vole, musím aspoň kousek řídit.
To jako nemůžeš, no.
No jasně. Tak neřídím.
Nemůžeš, jo?
Kapu, neřídím. Budeme dělat každý 2 hodiny pauzy, dáme si řízek.
Ty budeš dělat řízky na cestu?
Nemůžu jít jako správný Čech na nějakou cestu autem, vole, abych neměl řízky v autě. No to teda budu dělat řízky, vole.
To je
Na tebe to jako Jiříku překvapuje, ty vole. Je to typicky Čehů.
Já jsem zase udělal svůj kurz rychlosraní a hrozně mě pálí prdel. Čau Kiko, nazdar Domino, čávez, čávez. Zdravím lidi.
Ta investice 5 kg není worth, chápu.
Jaká investice 5 kg?
Že dáš kurz rychlosraní?
Jo, dám.
No, a pak mě bude pálit prdel.
Teď jsem jel autobusem do Norimberku a týpek za mnou otevřel řízek po 5 minutách jízdy. Tam hraje i Tiggleton? Ne, Tiggleton je sračka. Možná proto máme tady v chatu free odkaz, teda free emote, který můžete použít úplně všichni i bez subu, jako Sonic Steam logo. Ale ten klub docela oblíbený.
By the way, chtěl bych jenom říct Divine, že nemám u tebe suba, jo? Respektive nemám ho nikde. Nemůžu dávat suby, nevím proč. Nemusím dostat nějaký ban. Počkej, to byla taká, to zkusím z mobilu. A mě normálně na Twitchi jakoby nejde dát sub, že jo, na kompu.
Tak pošle 1000 donate. Tak pohodě.
Jo, to víš jo. Kolik je to vůbec kilometrů ten Kolín? Jak moc bude muset tankovat, víš?
Jednou.
Jakoby po cestě tam, nebo jakoby jednou tam a jednou zpátky, já nevím.
Myslím, že jednou za celou cestu. V Německu je dražší nafta, takže nebereme někde před hranicemi na nějakém ONU nebo na něčem, co má kvalitní pohonné hmoty a myslím si, že to nám bude stačit tam a zpátky.
Tak to je 635, jako reálně to dám, jakoby v pohodě, na jednu nádrž. Tak máme dost litr, no. Takže podle mě můžeme... Jo, prej to bereme v pátek přes Teplice, jo.
Proč?
Protože Pepa chce něco přivést ode mě.
Tak jo.
10 minut zajížďka, tak aspoň vidíš Pepu.
Tak jo, jsem že viděl na mistraci České republiky.
Ale počkej, to je docela risk, když vezeme Andy, že?
To je v pohodě, tak tam chvilku počkáme v autě, jdeme si na kafe.
Tak jo.
On bude mít od Andy klid celý víkend.
Já? Jako podle mě, až Andy řekne, že se jako stavíme za Pepu po cestě, tak bude hrozně nadšený.
Musíme vyfotit spolu, nebo je něco takového, dáme na storku. Zavři tu hubu, jsi na kameře. Razore, ta tvoje holka má fousy. Čau Mášo, nazdar Silente.
Jak tam ty hráči ještě některý hrajou ty bosečka, ne? Aha.
Teď už mají všichni simgody.
Je to tak. Takhle, ono podle mě už bosečka sehnat nejdou, víš, tak ono už nebylo co jiného.
A ty vše máš taky ty simgody? Jsem ještě nevyzkoušel.
Mám, no. Jsi to zvukovkou. Co tam má Kickstart? Já jsem ještě neviděl tabulku, kámo, jsem viděl jenom první růže vyhráli Falcons, co se pojel na tabulku.
Křišní tabulka. Danava is back without soul.
Proč je faceplant jako... Proč má faceplant 3 body, halo?
Hraju hovno.
Proč má 200 jako 7 bodů a 106 minut první?
A teď budou kontestit na Neox Factory. Jestli bude kontest 5 týmů na Neox Factory, tak se zapleju.
On je Erangel, Rondo a pak Taigo?
Ano.
Doesn't matter if you want to play Face Sunday if you don't get to play on Sunday.
Ukoši, vypni to video tam.
Kuky to streamuje, nebo co, si to zapne na Twitchi, ne?
Can we start calling it Rondeezy?
Zkoušel si testovat?
Kamo, kolik tam jde lidí, jebeti!
Bych jenom chtěl říct, že první potvrzený kill můžeš vyhlásit. No tak tohle bude úlek. A ne, ono tam ne to.
Nikdo tam nejde.
Ne, to dodžli
všichni. to dodžli.
Navi to nedodžnou. A Twisted možná taky ne.
A Forem a Twisted tam dělají co?
Ty tam šli pro auto, Twistedi to budou chtít dodžnout, kámo, Twistedi nebudou trolit. Oni pojedou třeba do Meiranu autem nebo něco podle mě. Oni nepůjdou kontestit, Twistedi jsou chytrý, ne?
I will say I hope the circle. This is
co tam dělat ty farem, že tam dovedu.
Linču proti UNQ.
It's just a lot of different
elevations. Jak koukám na to? Koukám na mapu nebo co?
Especially if you're being shot at, especially if you have teams of
this
gameplay.
And for how many buildings the place have, it does not have a lot of loot.
No, and you can't even really go in half of them. So, not my favorite area in the map, but you know, we'll see. Obviously, this one isn't going there, so we're actually going to focus on the center. But point out as well, they were the team that so far GG in the first couple games. So I'm not surprised that they still committed to test track.
I love the fact that whenever the boys got on the roster, Alrain, of course, staying with the team after the former World Championship team of 2022 got dropped. They picked up this roster, and Alrain said, I get now a chance. Because with the former Na'Vi roster, they were already shaped. They came in with years and years of experience. You had your example. You had your Uber for a while there as well. These guys were world champions and they knew it. Now, you have guys with limited to no experience. I talked to him and he said, I can mold these guys into, not my image, but you know what I mean? Like I can put all the info that I have of all the years of esports that I've coached into these guys and just see them grow.
Mám tu nějakýho experta na World of Tanks?
Ježišmarja.
Takovou sračku. To potřebuji naučit. Na co? Jsem začal hrát.
Napiš Martimu, vole.
Začni hrát něco jiného a to tě klidně naučím. A je to něco podobného, ale to stokrát lepší. Koukej, úplně nevím, nejsem super jistý, že chci, abys ty mě něco učili.
Another thing with Na'Vi, I mean, we see it and they're like kind of the expression,
toxický.
especially in the previous arrangements.
Já srandu, koukej. Myslíš War Thunder?
Like weave. They don't if they have a game plan, they execute it. You're forced to try and force them to not play the way they want to. Exactly, and I love it. When you're a new roster, when you're a team that is I mean, only getting together, only learning how to play together, you gotta have set things that are guaranteed.
Proč mě lidi u tebe v chatu chtějí zase mutovat?
Nevím. Moc mluvíte.
Jsem něco udělal, sorry.
Míň mluvit, víc hrát.
Co mám hrát?
Nebo víc koukat.
Musím chtěl něco říct, a to nebylo stream friendly. Dělej.
Ne.
Too willing to back off, then you really won't actually be able to mold a play style that actually fits your team or your skills or your mechanics.
Now, as we're seeing on the map feed, and you guys will see it in just a second as well, we have seen some big EMPs popping off on two different locations on map Bailey towards the northwest, Danjing down towards the south. And you know what, Mr. Former Pro...
Co jsi říkal, Ledrixi, že mám tu predikci na ten First Blood rovnou vyhlásit? Tak ještě jsem mi nevyhlásil.
Please explain to me how the EMPs
work. So the
EMPs essentially will, you know, if you're using a red dot scope or if you're using a hollow or any type of scope, any electrical equipment, it will actually cut out the red dot. So you'll essentially have a blank scope and you won't be able to see anything in there. And it's, you know, unless you've practiced how to spray without any optics, it can be somewhat challenging.
Nevím, jestli jiné mapa.
Thank you so much for the in-depth.
You didn't need
the title to that. Else we, again, I mean, big map, easy rotation paths. I say that, but that's because... I mean,
na EWC Gold.
If you don't know where you're going, then the opponents won't either. Rotations are being found, and what better way to do so than going up high in the sky than at all? Flying on forward. I don't think the coach from Twisted Minds can see him for where he's currently positioned. But
I hope not. I certainly hope not, Toby.
But he will take the aviation route to the circle.
Jako docela vtipný, že tam má 7,5 diváků.
Here between Cerberus, as Duckmai is
sitting,
and then the compound just to the north. Yulin is actually a pretty fun area to drop in. Gives you a lot of options as far as the elevations of the buildings as well to fight, but this split specifically that I'm talking about, I like this because if there is any threat, it is very possible for either side of that split to come and help.
Let's move.
Not only do you always have an exit plan, like in case we get pulled up on and we can't handle it, how do we get out? But also, are we in a spot from where our teammates can assist? Couldn't have said it any better myself. Tianbas CC here. I want to hang on him for a second, unless, of course, if something starts popping off. CC, I think, is one of the most undervalued players out of China. He was part of what made the former New Happy roster succeed to the extent that they did. He was never going to be your mega fragger. Don't get me wrong, he's a phenomenal player mechanically too, but he is so smart. His support role when he was on the roster with Xiaopian and the boys back in the old new happy days, he always was the corner guy, the guy holding off angles, making sure no one could sweep around and contest them. A big part of what allowed for the main fraggers of the roster to go out and do what they did, because they played with no fear. We can focus on this because we know Steve
jak je živo v tom chatu, no. Škoda, že to nedodržím moc, no. Máte smlouvu.
Ty jsi takový zvuk.
Život není fér.
Xiaopian, HSMM have left. We need Ming Ming to start delivering, but we need him with a teammate long, so he comes in. CZ has to bail.
Připomínám, že za 100 donate se tady mutuje kdokoliv na Discordu i já na 10 minut.
No, to bylo slyší stejnak.
Mě neuslyší.
Discussion point that we don't do enough. One thing is fraggers. We focus on the fraggers, the top damage dealers, the kill leaders, but these guys are only able to do what they do because they're enablers on the team. Their support players do their jobs.
Yeah, someone has to hold the off angle. Someone has to make sure that...
Teď koupím lavičku, platí to i na DCN.
Jiřík, jak si žebral subíček, vole.
Počkej, já jsem to zkusit koupit z mobilu.
Kup si sub a dej si ban. Bady to zabil. Čím je dobré ta autododávka, je to nejlepší auto na rondu.
Z mobilu to jde?
Krása, 31 měsíců díky za 31, Jirko.
Počkej, si musím vybrat koho mutnuté na Discordu.
Aha.
Počkej, a funguje to i na chat?
Jo.
Taky, Mínko.
Minimal to no risk whatsoever in how they executed this play. Petulance was sat down below, waiting for a reaction, and there you see Rimsy peak. Now the compound is open.
To bych boudy mu nemohl udělat, protože by si mě pak boudy našel.
You expect as well from a team of this caliber, and doing so in the new, well, not new vehicle, but for us it's new.
Esports new vehicle.
The Blanc, it's essentially a better UAZ. It has a little more pickup. It goes a little quicker. It accelerates a little faster, and so it's a great vehicle to have as we see.
Pičovus jednoznačně nejlepší vozidlo na rondu.
Jenom asi jedna na pičově věc, že tam nemáš ten, to možná za věci.
Říká se tomu kufr normálně v auta.
No, tak kufr, nedokázal vzpomenout.
A vím, jsi mladý kluk, přijde věkem.
But we haven't gotten a single casualty in 9 minutes. Everyone is like, guys, I don't know where we're going. What's going on?
Můžeš to odebrat, Divine.
Cože?
Můžeš to Kimínkovi odebrat.
Můžu?
Odeber mu to.
This is exciting for me.
Let me remind you, chaotic fan viewers. At some point, at least 60 players has to be eliminated for this game to end. So if it doesn't happen slowly over the course of, like, we spread it out evenly, you will get even more chaos compiled into a big explosion halfway through the game. It could become next circle, because already now we're seeing teams start to rotate close to one another.
Well, the other thing I also talk about in this round is something that Martin actually mentioned on the desk, and that's the fact that, you know, we're so used to land ratio and where circles are going to go on Miramar, you know, on Taito, on Durango, obviously. And it's much different here, especially when some.
Mutni toho kolegu na tom DC. Dík, lásku všem.
Mutni toho kolegu na tom DC. Dík, lásku všem.
Kterýho? Kterýho mám mutnout?
Direction of a game for one of the teams who maybe isn't really thinking about that in the current moment.
You saw the west side of the new circle there.
Nemůžu dát víc na hlas stream, protože bychom se neslyšeli.
Gaming Gladiators
díky, Drixi.
Alongside Cerberus and their split, trying to maneuver their way further forward to the next circle here from the western side.
Jo, pohoda, já jsem si dělal srandu z něj. Já jsem mu nemohl pak dát suba, že jo.
Nevím, koho mám mutnout.
No, anonymní týpek, to je další kolečko, že jo.
Anonymní týpek poslal kilečko a děkuju moc. Dal bych toho, který nechtěl mlčet. Za další kilečko musíš napsat, koho myslíš. To už bude za 20 minut, no.
where they're not expecting it. That's kind of the issue with Test Track Stadium, these large areas with multiple points of entry.
We talked about how big the map was. I just want to give you a brief stat. We just saw Flood being the #1 damage dealer in this game so far with 73 damage done. We are 11 minutes into the game. Everyone is playing so incredibly carefully right now.
Yeah, just getting used to these rotations in general, and again, not being familiar with how this exact lobby is going to play. I mean, there's
Já vyhlásím tu predikci, která podle Dedrixe byla jasná.
As there should be. I mean, it completely makes sense.
A dám tam team vibe. Dám tam team vibe. Kdy tam mám dát team vibe? 15.
Já bejtím, že já mám Andy Tlair.
Jo, ty určitě. A táto minutu. Mutni toho kolegu na tom DC, dík, lásku všem. Kdo takhle píše? Anonymní týpek. Nemám telefon. Tam bude jméno. Ty vole, nevím, kdo to je. Díky, Jirko, za kilo. Už vím, kdo to byl. Jasně. Nebudu to spoilovat, když je to anonymní týpek.
Hilly open terrain is pretty, I mean, perfectly
10 minut, 12:30, takže 22:32 bude unmute. Pokud nezmizí.
Most other really this situation in particular, because as you said, a lot of open fields.
Yeah, I do agree 100% with your point. I think mortars on this map specifically are
actually going to come into play much more than any of the maps that we've seen before. And they're sparingly here or there, but
vole, game timeu, ty makore. Dej si obříkat mlčení. Se zamutoval sám. Místo, aby se mutnul mikrofon sám, tak si ho prostě zamutoval, že ho má zablokovaný. To je vůl.
Far western side, incredibly wide split, 2.5 miles between them. Look at where James is in the bottom left. Look at where Gustav and Corexia on the north. Circle swings north. James is going to get in a vehicle. Vex is going to join.
Kámo, 14 minut, 64 lidí, to je totálně insane.
Jako to ta zóna končina toho
kisa. They're super far in that, but as you said, this rotation is very wise. If they can just
Kámo, tam jsou všude lidi, what the fuck.
Have a little bit of a foothold, but then they're going to have to worry about other teams potentially taking.
Díky moc anonymní týpku, díky.
Absolutely true, and the thing is too, Correction, I mean, Gustav, yes, they're there early, Face can lock down.
Samozřejmě ten timeout platí i na mě.
Probably with Vex and teams joining, that is going to be at least another 30-40 seconds, so they have to stand their ground, and standing their ground they do. No, as I say that, Vex finds one, but Dante takes him down in return. That should be a flush coming through. There should be no way for teams. As I say, does he stay on this? Or does he leave? He knows there's more to play for. He has teammates in the circle.
Well, he definitely has, he stays. As far as FaZe goes, yeah, James is coming around for Vex, and so...
Ty vole.
I guess Anonix now going to be taking shots at the Expendables, who have had a pretty decent start to this tournament, but they're going to get immediately...
Jak dlouho trvá ten World Cup do neděle? Jenom. Gaming Gladiator zde 14:37. Celý World Cup trvá od začátku July, 3. July do 25. augusta. Čau Frosty. Tak, máte 5 minut na další predikci.
Is this a prank? Is this a prank, bro?
Like bro, come back. No, I mean, no. I'm safe. That's like 500-meter perimeter with no one here.
I also will say, I believe that, especially in certain areas of this map, car forts will...
Mladý feature, komu dáváš lavičku?
Especially with how open some areas can be.
Jinak upozorňuji, že jakmile ta lavička vymkne, tak to zase zablokuju.
Definitely. We saw Mortars come in. One of the Danoa players getting knocked. The car is going to get picked up. Hopefully rest somewhere else, so he doesn't get taken down. Example, still plenty of ammo left to play with. Might as well see if he can blow up a vehicle at a distance. Deny some cover as the remaining Cerberus players up to go for an E-pickup. Try and get themselves inside the circle. Now Glorious, of course, with that car gone. Easy pickings for Perfectix.
I have to wonder exactly what Batu's thinking in this circle, especially with Test Track just to their east. And
Ty vole, to je nejdík, to je nejdík.
Can be under it, but more importantly, especially for the detriment of Twisted Minds, you can be on top of that test track, which has very clear line of sight into the west side of the circle, which is essentially the center.
Up towards the north, Correxy finds one, will go down and return. Importantly so, though, that he's able to hold off at least for
Hej, krvavá budoucnosti, komu si dá timeout?
Happened off screen, but they're able to stay alive at least now as 3. They maintain control of Bamboo as we stay here down towards the depths.
Pohoda, zatím pohoda. Nepřeji si ten folded.
But again, having heard Mortars earlier, there are so many threats looming right now for them.
Yeah, the main one definitely being Danawa right now is that, what a shift, and that's gonna completely, that is completely cutting out everybody in the circle.
You know what, we said that new happy Tianba and FaZe had a rough time, let's give him a circle.
Jak se FaZe dostal tam nahoru? Je možný, že se zhoršuje kvalita obrazu? Je no, ale ne se mnou. To byl misclick, tak ti vrátíme pointy. V pořádku, co se může stát? A ti může ty pointy vrátit.
They will eliminate the expendables. What a play, but that actually gave the window.
Twisted hrajou mega dobře.
Twisted, they'll slip right by.
Where does Twisted go here? Twisted is not a team who just randomly full speed send it center unless they know there's something available. They saw this shack at a distance. A phase 4 commit to a shack on an open hill. That's when you know you don't have a whole lot to choose from.
Yeah, the problem, especially with that shack, is it's pretty much the top of that hill, and all around it there really isn't any cover, not even trees. It's very barren, and so they're gonna have to use those vehicles to create a fort. But at the very least, it is center. 2 of them will stay, and I imagine the other 2 will probably try to venture off and find another dip, and it looks like they have.
It's effectively a lighthouse on the island of
that's
no one is going to pull up on it, because if you start shooting around the building outside, you're going to get peppered by all the teams that are sat elsewhere in the circle. So while it's dangerous to get to, if you get there and just prone down, and, of course, taking for granted circles keep going your way, you're guaranteed a pretty good placement.
Na'Vi now will have to make their rotation in, as 3 members will be in that new Blanc vehicle. They should be able to actually get away safe, but again, where do they go? I think there's a dip for them to play just beyond this, maybe they'll just go for the shack. I mean, something, anything at this point just to be safe.
Get a replay here of the fight just before. Again, Correxy trying to defend, found the first one, but Sololsi, nice off angle.
Goodness, Army Ranger Sololsi just coming in with a parachute, okay.
Full speed forward, didn't know Ezio Auditore came with guns. Apparently he does, as this fight continues, and FaZe once again gets the kills onto Cerberus, players taking them out in 14.
So far, Bamboo is working out very well for FaZe, actually, is now Roth coming in for a rotation. He's going to get clipped by Norins. And now the rest of Day Trade knows that Falcons is coming in off of this. Can he do enough damage? Seems like he can, but Falcons as well fighting back. Flood again steps up with a knock.
Nice double coming through.
Co se to tady děje, ty vole?
But a lot of damage done in their side as well. Belma, Thanadol trying to fend off a Snake as flush out the remaining 2. Nate comes over and Day Trade clears up. The issue is they still don't know what to deal with. Can they reset in time now to make their way further forward?
Thanadol very dangerous. Has that P90. They're going to drive right into Danawa, and they don't have a chance.
Kolem Danavy se nejezdí, kamarádi.
Of course, at that, knowing that they have teams on the other side, looking now up in the sky to try and make sure that no one's gunning for them. Look for mortar fire if anyone's up to go that direction, and try and make your way back down to the dip you came from.
They will have a little bit of a reprieve here yet. They have a nice ridge ahead of them, but that circle does them no favors. Twisted, dead center in the circle, but really not much cover. But there's really not that
to není zrovna stream friendly, to zase napsal Klubere.
Not much cover, but look at your screens right here, right now. 4 AM using the Rondo exclusive deployable cover to full effect.
We didn't even talk about that. That's actually
in play. It's an 80 underhand throw on the ground. Boom, cover granted. You have to watch out though, because
kdybyste někdo chtěl dorazit za náma na Discord, tak lidi doražte. Děláme watch party na Discordu u mě. Si chcete pokecat, stačí, byste měli normální mikrofony. Nebo byste mu se mluvili. Nebo tak. Myslel barvu drezu? Myslel týmy se žlutým labelem? Tak jo. Když jsem rasista, mám rád Vietnamky. Aha. Máš rád jejich barvu kůže?
Running into the teams who were just fighting as Valentine now try to fend off against Sonics.
And this little sports center here is getting lit ablaze. Sonics coming in for Valentine, and now Kiss has actually been quite great for Valentine so far, and Shrimzy is trying to be recovered.
Kolik tam toho lítá?
Grenade will land just outside this building, and so Sonics still need to press this issue very quickly.
Dynamo realizing this fight is going on, they're going to use that time to try and run away, but Quantum Freak says no. They're going to shut down the winners of the previous match early. As Na'Vi now on the southern side of this new circle try to make a landfall for their own, but again, up towards this position, up towards this shack, it's not an easy run to make.
No, and not that Na'Vi had a choice, but coming here this early is really not ideal, especially with the team still in the west trying to take shots. But more importantly, because Twisted can take their time in the shack, they don't need to push the pace. Meanwhile, 17 getting involved in the fight with Valley Tai and Sonics, but here comes the push.
One molly locked on forward, doesn't go through the window, can't quite find him. Ferris though, finds the first. Will he be able to take out Lewis? Well, no, he runs out of ammo.
Oh, but fortunately he backs up into the molly.
Oh,
what a name!
Kámo, they are all dead. Všichni jsou mrtví, Dave.
We saw them split out earlier. Not to put all your eggs in one shack, but leave two players on the northern side in the dip to assist from a distance.
17 doing what they do best. They third party this fight at the perfect time. Little Ghost will find Kid.
Podívej se, kdo je naživu, jo?
And that is the end of Sonics. 17
9. až 16. místo naživu. Just saying, jo?
As long as they scout forward and maybe move forward, they actually have a nice ridge to play as well, so definitely the beneficiaries of that.
It's going to be a run on foot, and look at the sparse cover. I mean, you can count on one hand really, unless you're counting trees. It's not a whole lot that they have to play around. They know that 4 AM is towards the north, but now with a little bit of help from Face coming in, maybe that's going to sway them to look north. They do have cars, 2 of that make it. They should be able to wrap north as this circle is right on what we're seeing here, 4 AM and Face.
I mean, Fex had to have known that there's players here, right? He just drove in alone, so he'll be the tip of the spear for them as shots will ring out and HSMM will go down.
What a timing. Face makes the attention, allowing for Gustav and teams to wrap around the side. But here comes
Dunk Williams 30, ahoj.
They can do a lot of damage from here, and Xiao Wu is able to take out Xiao Pian.
17 byla jak hrál ten majitel, ano, ten už nehraje. Little Ghost je zpátky, baby. Little Ghost už se vyrovnal se svými psychickými problémy, jak bylo uvedeno oficiálním vyjádření 17 Gaming.
Little couple taps there, and he's going to put Little Ghost down.
Yep. To take him out, but there's still the threat of New Happy. They're 4-man strong. They're applying a lot of pressure. They too have to move in just a moment. Tianba, New Happy, both outside the next circle. And right now, I mean, my eyes are drawn towards Perfectix, towards Example. They're inside the circle, but now let's stay with the northern fight for a moment.
Come on!
Shots coming through from Xiaobei.
Gustav!
Finds the double in return.
Gustav je tam prostě vyklikal.
On je prostě vyklikal, no. Sice je na webce Kurexy a to nemá.
Heal at the very least. Suju now coming through. Out in the open, Gustav being that anchor
To je skála smrti, uši. Skála smrti.
But now he's stuck.
Absolutely phenomenal response. Unfortunately, a bit too late. His two teams
Je to tak, no.
go down. As now Gustav creeping ever so much further forward. Twisted Minds opting to rock up on this position to offer what just happened there, and he will. It's going to be CC, as a matter of fact, taking out Sushu. 17, nice attempt to cross further forward, but not to be. Gustav, if he somehow takes out them both here, he could win it, but I think, yeah.
Díky, dám si.
Flushes hadn't come through, and that's then going to be them down.
And this whole game, Toby, has been a battle for this
rock.
But the one thing to note as well is Tiamba.
Just been
kind of avoiding all of the chaos and now putting themselves in a position at the very least to find something in the south and maybe
mají utility bar nahoře, to je super. To je tam nejsou blue zóny, no.
Very much entrenched on the north side of that rock.
Look at the util split among these teams. New Happy is coming in as fresh as can be. 13 smokes, 7 nades still to play with Tianba. They have not had the same set of util. The only reason I would say for that is they opted to aggress compound-wise very early on. They stuck there for a while. Now they're forced to...
Jako Gustav to tam už vyklikal kleboučkem, no. Neříkám nic.
Never picked up in the early phases of the game. Face, Twisted
Pau, bez toho znamená čuník.
Nemá se už Dedrick odmutnout?
Jsem odmutnul.
Take out or maybe help one of the teams win in Tianba and New Happy.
As far as Tianba goes as well, I mean, they're very healthy. Their armor and helmets really haven't been shot at too much. The fact that they have 6 kills, they have a lot of utility left. Tianba is in a good position. As far as the
Tianba is in a good position. Into shift, into oh shit.
A lot of people like pancakes. I hope you're into them because that's where we're headed. Open fields of rain with a blueberry on 2 on top in the shape of rocks to create you just some cover, but all cover you're going to get here's the cover you're going to bring yourself. Longska looking, trying to see if he can maybe find the Tianba player.
Je tam dip nebo ne?
Rushes on forward.
Můžu tady hrát?
There's a crate, there's a rock, now there's a car as well. He's tight inside the circle.
That crate is actually going to help them quite a bit with cover as well, let alone the gear inside. So that's going to be a nice little addition to their car fort that they're going to try to make now. Taking shots from the shack that Twisted currently, or not currently, had been.
Gustav is still lingering on the northeast side, and Twisted has to respect that. Gustav, we've seen him time and time again go out and pull off solo plays here. So 1v2 against Twisted Minds is not at all out of the realms of possibility. Nan falls down, Tianba, New Heavy. The Chinese war continues as these guys now 3 in a car poach forward.
One thing about this area that it's nice for these teams that there are enough hills to create for them to hide behind. Little ridges, not huge, but just enough to provide a little bit of cover. But that's going to be a nice nade coming from Lin Shu.
Krásně to zahrál Tianba. Ej vole, to je velká paráda.
Plenty of util to work around, plenty of smokes for them to utilize. You saw they had 13 just before, now they're down to just 2, doing everything, using all their util to try and get inside this next circle. But so far, Tianba has them unlocked.
Kámo, zabije oba. Gustav prostě si hraje svoje. Spíš ne.
Gustav doing everything he can. He's not going to make it in, and that actually now gives Twisted a lot of room to work with.
Definitely does. These two teams have, if not fully committed.
On dostal vyjebáno ten týpek u toho kamec tam přijel. Jak New Happy měli plný kapsy u tebe, tak najednou nemají nic.
To Twisted Minds, they weren't a threat before, so they didn't care to be revealed to that direction. But now, trying to get back to cover, doesn't come too easy. Pow Pow finds December 12th. 1 more falls.
Ty vole, to jde do prdele. Legit. Kámo, co prostě dávají, ale to jako není jeden, vole, 2. To jsou prostě všichni. Minulou hru Tigl ten... Jo, aha, a kde ho vidíš? Já ho nevidím. Vy ho vidíte? Já ho nevidím.
Já vidím odraz slunce.
Já vidím odraz slunce a bude tam prostě ča ta 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 da, a ta ta da, pa 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 da. Já jim dám, Tianba, New Happy. Já jim dám.
Couple of seconds. They have 1 smoke to make that run. Let me just put it this way: that run is never gonna happen. Damage now, and Example is doing just that.
Look at this elevation that he has. So much damage going out from Example point after point, and they're still clawing. You can never count out Twisted, no matter how many members.
This is again the situation of where we say, oh, but this area is no cover. Look at what the players are doing. They're playing with minimal cover and making plays happen. Who would have thought Example could get up on this rock and get a perfect overview towards the western side?
Example did.
Well, I mean, clearly he knew stuff that we did. All I'm saying is that while it's open, players always find a way to make it happen.
And that's what you have to do at this level. I mean, any little...
Teď to byl profesionální zához od New Happy, teď je to profesionální zához od Tianby. Ale ty to ještě nezahodili. Zvedli se?
Here that Tianba is still yet to lose a player, despite having, I think, 9 players.
To je prostě pao, no.
Is incredibly impressive now. 7-7 is down, but Resible, as Perfectus is finally dealt with the circle, is going to close on in. An Example, solo player now left alive, but Twisted Minds has to try and see if he can make something happen on his own.
Tianba have to be careful though here. They cannot give too much away. They already have 1 knocked, and if they lose another one, all of a sudden, the advantage that they have is not an advantage at all, but fortunately Example will find and finally...
Kámo, ten borec je najetej, ty vole.
New heavy win. But bro, we're fighting the 4-man team. You're supposed to help us, but no help is coming his way. CC takes the shot through his head. In the hands of Lin Shu as he's trying to crawl.
Kámo, ten má takový koule, to ti totálně jebe, vole.
Ghillie suit as well with the flowers, so a little bit hidden in there. The stun gun is, I mean, if you make a shot, it's basically a free kill.
Yeah.
And the range is decent.
Definitely is. Longska trying to stay alive. Solo player left alive for New Happy again. For New Happy and Tianba, both really struggling off of the first 2 wrangles. Does Longska go for the near impossible 1v3? There's a guy capable, it would be him, but no, he's going to deny. No reason to skip points on over. What a game. Solid finish there for Tianba to lock up that win.
And the story of... Rondo's Battle for the Rock for our first ever international event.
We have opened the, I want to say prologue.
A Tianba prostě. Víš, jak se radovali Falcons? A jak se radoval teďko Tianba? Dobrý. GG, go next. Jirka přestal mluvit, nevím, jestli šel pro jídlo.
Yeah, and we'll see the adjustments made by Tiamba, right? The first couple games they tried those kind of they did go for readjustments, which we did like.
Já jsem tě už dávno odmutnul.
This game they kind of did the same thing, but they were a little more cautious.
Já tady hraju tanky u toho.
Teď skončila třetí hra, ještě 3 budou. Co jim najebal?
Čau.
Ahoj to. Tak co ty na to tím říkáš?
Neviděl jsem druhou hru, takže nevím.
Kámo, taky jsem myslel druhou, no.
Stala brzonka, do příjemna. Kde to můžu koukat? Tady u mě na streamu? Kde bys to chtěl jinde koukat? 8 kilísků měli. Máš mrtvý mikrofon, kámo. Tak máte tam další predikci na First Blood?
Jo. My to slyšíme.
Mapu tady někde Greně postoval.
Ale o minutu později mapa jakoby, takže.
To je úplně jedno.
I mean, I want to say like those last few seconds of the game were definitely insane, like especially with that.
Máte to tam, křičník map.
Being used in the last second, seeing that card just slide all the way into the blue zone, absolutely insane. And talk to me about you joining Falcons. You guys were also bootcamping for a week.
Týmy vidíš tady vykřičník tabulka. A máš všechny týmy, když si proklikáš ty skupiny nebo když dáš overall.
Just be around each other. I think it's super important for these guys and for me. We've
been in
environments, team-wise and personal.
Proč nemá rád zub? Jaký info?
Make a family. And I think that's the most important thing for us, and we're grateful for Falcons.
I like that. I want to say like it relieves a little bit of that pressure coming into the stage and competing together now. I want to say when it comes to the third game, Rondo. A couple of problems here and there, but how does it feel to be playing Rondo? I want to say for the first time on international stage and preparations-wise for that map specifically. What were you guys working on?
Finding ways to manage the chaos, I think would be the best way to put it. That map is, there's not a lot of playable options once it's...
Do výměny manželek, ty seš magor, vole. Já si jdu pro jídlo.
I mean, it's an insanely stacked lobby, every group. So you could see, I mean, we were in a good position, and then it shifts off, and we're like, well, what do we do? And we've put in thousands of hours of work on that map, and we hope it gets polished a little bit, and we're excited to continue to see how it plays out.
We're excited to see you guys as well, because you guys, once again, you know, you have the home crowd advantage. You can still hear them chanting for you and cheering for you in the crowd. I want to say that definitely helps you guys out a little bit. Thank you very much, Roth, for joining us. And now we're going to head on over back to the studio.
Great thoughts coming out from Roth here from Falcons, but it was a tantalizing taste from Tiamba as they get themselves Rondo in the bag. And we ended in a brutal location, really exemplifying some of the scary parts of Rondo for our first ever one here on international soil.
When you use the word brutalism, it usually means not a lot to work with, right? And that's what we see in the wide open area here, is there wasn't options. We even saw the use of this new item that you get here on Rondo, these emergency covers, but it's just not enough cover to make up for how big that space is.
Yeah, we saw that it was, what, 4 teams in the late game for what felt like 20 minutes. Yeah. It was closer to maybe like 5, right? But they were just looking for the angles, but with such little space to work with, the vehicles were already quite damaged. They lost some tires at that point.
Yeah.
It's just these small angles that made the big difference and really about landing the shots. And this is PUBG. You need to be able to land the shots. That's how you win the game. But here, more than anything else, in moments like this, is where that is absolutely crucial.
I mean, you can understand why everybody was crashing on the rock that eventually Twisted Minds was able to take away from FaZe, right? Aside from that, there's a few rocks here and there. Tiamba obviously working with quite a few rocks as well as their vehicles. Again, it shows the fact that obviously on every other battleground we know that vehicles are very important to hold into the late game, especially so here for this.
I mean, there's not even bushes that you can try to lay down
right.
and hope to go deep. Literally, all you have is the car you bring with you and the hope that maybe you've got some emergency cover in your backpack. but the teams that were there played it very well. Ultimately, we see Tiamba come away with that win. And this is big for me because Tiamba, they did pretty well at PGC. I think it was 7th place. They made a roster change when they bring CC in, and then they totally miss out on PGS. And this is a chance to come back and say, listen, this roster works for us.
Yeah. Now let's kind of talk about the kind of progression that we're seeing here from Rondo, right? Obviously, one of the big focus points we wanted to talk about was like what's going to happen at Tetrick and Neon Factory. There was actually so many differences to what we were expecting, Cammy, coming into that.
We had what, 5, looked like 6, 7, 8 teams that said they wanted to drop in that spot. It turns out only, do you want to say 1.5-ish team actually dropped there? Navi was the only team that sent the full squad. 4AM did this weird 2-2 split there, felt uncommittal. Twisted Minds also playing around that area.
Yeah, obviously, as we take a look at the numbers coming in here, Tiamba with the 18 points going their way, Twisted Minds with 13, who did send Batulins up towards kind of a scouting position to kind of feel things out over there. So, as always, the big brain looking for some information.
Right? That's a reason it's their logo. I mean, and Batulin is that. I expected them to be learning and cautious when it comes to the first contact with this mat at an international level. Will they pick it up a little bit in the later rounds? Maybe, now that they know where everyone's going.
And of course, 17 Gaming was one team that we thought was going to go there, but it will be Pow Pow here from the MVP spot. So let's take a look at that as a look at the numbers. Not that many kills going his way, but definitely very impactful with the damage.
Yeah, I mean, and Tiamba is a team that play generally very close pack style anyway, so it makes sense that as a squad, the kills get fairly distributed amongst them. They tend to like early game or like mid game central sends. Rondo's not the greatest for that, especially that open field that we saw, but still able to be let's say it together, 4 up into the late game. Come on, James. Anyway, yeah, so they were able to take the win with that. They had the big advantage. They even forced the new happy denial because of how many members they had still up.
Is this something the Americans do?
No, I just tried to I didn't know what he was going to say. I just jumped in and made sound. I think I can do the last sound of each word. So the kill count was low, but here's why. Tiamba didn't have to get involved with the fight around the rock, right? Because they were last in. Everybody else had the chaos there, and they wiped each other out. Well, other thing I want to talk about, 17, right? I will say that in the last segment, I said these guys are living on their legacy. They're not evolving. They evolved. James, they went somewhere else. They didn't take the hot drop. This is big grown-up thought process by 17.
You're like true. You're like a proud father.
Yes, I am. When a team says, I don't benefit from hot dropping, it's like you've grown up. He all grows up.
I mean, you could argue that they just don't have the reps on knowing exactly how to win the hot drop every single time, what buildings are important, what angles to hold. Because, again, this new map, maybe they might recommit to this area next time we see, like, next tournament, not next time at EWC, but next tournament that we feature Rondo in. But for now, yeah, pulling away was big shock. I expected at least another team outside of Na'Vi to be joining like 100% there.
I think seeing teams like 17 not make the finals at PGS because they made bad choices has forced a lot of our top teams to go, maybe groups aren't as easy as we've sort of treated them in the past. Let's respect it more.
Well, example, the Cyborg himself is able to get a ton of damage out as well here for number 1, technically in terms of the damage, but obviously not taking the MVP spot. I mean, again, it really does show the value of the spot in this circle, all things considered, when Fex pushes up and they're able to get a lot of finishes on that location to then be wrestled away eventually by Twisted.
Představ si, že ti je 19 let, mají věkový průměr Na'Vi, jo? 19 let, po teďko 20. A vyženeš tým, který nikdy od nikud nevyhrál. Ty tě nejdou odropnout. Nedokázali to ani Sonics, nedokázal to vůbec nikdo. Vyhnat ze 17 z Počinek a z Pekáda. A pak přijdou nějaký 19letý kloučci z Na'Vi. Tak pojďte. A to si píše, že 17 koukala na ty vods proti Twisteru. A prostě když si 17 řekne, hele chlapi, pojďme jinam.
They got a lot of circles. They got a lot of circles at PGS, and they owned that. And they said, and they needed to make comebacks. And I think you're right. The fact they're starting here and they're benefiting from playing their game. They did catch the first game. Let's be honest, but I think that they show more maturity with the way they're playing. I don't think they need to depend on it like.
But I think with that scoreline though, it was 20-something points. They got almost all of that from one game. So we're still early on. So much can still change here. It's all about hitting top 16. There's no losers bracket. There's no second chance here. But for teams like Falcons or even Tiamba, who just got a win, or a number of teams at the top, can you get points when you don't get that one win? Right. Can you find points elsewhere?
And that's the scary thing. You've got to be adaptive at all times when we have 4 battlegrounds to go to. And in fact, we are going to go to a break, and when we return, we reset things once again. We're heading to Tego and then Miramar after that. So we'll see you in a few.
Počkej, to ještě je pauza. Highlighty. Aha. Tak jsme jim rozuměli, co říkali, ne kluci, co říkali? Kdo mluví čínsky?
Vím já.
Čeřval něco jako slabý hovna. Nezajímá.
Vej, taky si myslím.
Že jsem na nic na World Cupu nekoukal. Ni na jednu hru.
Jinak už jsem se...
It's the EWC and you want to play like a pro. Well, we've got a lesson for you. Axe on. You're fresh, ready to fight and grind those long hours. It's how it should be. Axe off. You're slow, unfocused, and lagging. Do you get it? Let's go again. To unleash your best game, you must freshen up first. Get your axe on. Spray, play, repeat. Axe and Esports World Cup.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات. وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نو ترى نو.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
لا يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده. الله عليك على يد صوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
Brazil Diamond, Tajlente. Nechoď nikam dál než Brazil Diamond. Tam není po kyselosti vůbec ani znát. A to kafe je prostě výborný. A nezapomeň dát Divine 20 na konci.
Alright, welcome back ladies and gents. We got Tego on the way and we have got ourselves another map shift for everything to go down here between groups A and B. Some of these are actually maybe not exactly correct, but I mean overall we can kind of talk about how...
Ty kluci to fakt dělají mega poctivě, z mým smyslu. Proto jsem se vybral, Sove se mi jako jediný. Teď tady máme spoustu milovníků kafe. A ty, co ještě nemají rádi kafe, tak ještě neví, co je dobrý.
But I think for me, you said this a little bit. It does seem like Twisted Mind's phase looking to have to be in a contest no matter what.
Mi připomíná, že bych si mohl dát ještě jedno espresíčko. Dal jsem nám teďko Etiopii. Ule. Ensa Dámo.
Yes, exactly. So, yeah, like Rondo, Tego has a lot of spots that are scattered.
Hodně jako solidní.
And I think that's one of the key components to Tego when we talk about it and why the map looks this way. It's one of those maps where if you are sort of a Nomi, he's in a
Paddleboardy jsou nuda.
Divine, doufám, že mi dáš kafa na cestu.
No vlastně, dvojitý. Má Divine delay? Ne. Divine je included co mix streamu.
Jakoby Divine má delay v hlavě.
Je mi 34, nech mě bejt, ani jsi mi nepopsal k narozeninám, ty hajzle. Co říkáš, kamarád?
Prosím. Tak já ti něco pingnu v DMs, jo? Koukej. To zpráva napsal.
Čau Janku, čau Woody, čau.
11:18 ráno jsem ti psal, jo? 11:18.
Aha, všechno nejlepší dětku, tak se omlouvám.
Normálně to je halus. Neodepsal, ani nepoděkoval, pak jsem mu napsal, že jsem ho, mám zapnout PC nebo ne, a napsal mi nemusíš, kámo, chápeš to? On mě prostě akorát poslal do píče na narozeniny, ani nepoděkoval, že jsem mu popřál.
Tak nic, jsem se totálně, kurva. Teď jsem si totálně vykopal hrob, jakoby.
Jo, tak to budeme vysadím po cestě někde v půlce, víš to.
Ach jo. Dojdi si to, jo, blbečku.
Jo, tak to nic.
Zarečujem na YouTube, OK.
Ale prostě jak jsi úplně ten hrob vykopal, víš, že jsi mi nepsal a ještě si tam prostě ten den, kámo, odepsal, že nezapínej komp, kámo, ser na to.
It's about surviving, like it's cover waiting for someone to finally breach over.
Kafe Chroust. Z Hradce Králové zkoušel případně názor. Chroust. Neskoušel jsem, slyšel jsem, že je decent. Nicméně Hradce nám nejvíc chutnalo Pepe Coffee. David. Pepe Coffee taky dělá dobrý kafe, ale porovnání s Beansmithem. Beansmith je prostě lepší. Ale Pepe Coffee taky dělá poctivě.
Gangbuster fights. They can get a little bit in your face, and it does have enough cover. You brought up these dips. They're big enough to hide cars in on this map a lot of times that they can go out, they can take fights, and they can get away quickly if they need to. I think Cerberus will be fun to watch on this one.
How about yourself, Cammy?
I'm looking at Na'Vi. I know a lot of us have been talking about them a lot, but there were a number of instances that on this map specifically, other teams called out their introduction of the glider being very impactful.
Mně se u Beansmithu líbí, jak to dělají poctivě. Ale jakoby, když to tady neděláš poctivě, tak prostě neprosadíš se.
Macro everyone through on exactly where they need to drive.
Well, let's head over to the stage now to get things going before we roll into Tago and get these teams ready to go for the battlegrounds. Let's see you in a bit.
Chroust je hodně na začátku, ale mají to dobře udělaný. Když potom už jsi zkušený, tak koukáš na to, odkud to mají, nejenom jestli je to jako stát Kenia, nebo Etiopie, Brazílie, Honduras a tak dále, ale hledáš za prvý ty tóny, který to kafe má, a potom taky z jaký je to plantáže. Aby to nebyl nějaký mix, který není dobrý. Jak uděláš partnerství s instantním kafem a oříškama v medu, tak jsem tvůj. Divine kafe, kdy bude, až s nima pojedu někdy do nějaký země. Příští rok?
Dej vědět, jel bych s tebou hned.
To tam strašně dlouhý pauzy.
This is going to be very interesting because as we were talking about just a second ago, we had a build-in coming in off of this last round where a couple of the teams that were really needing to kind of start climbing the leaderboard found that game. It was felt like I would say like a lot of the teams in the bottom 8 really had an opportunity.
On už nekomentuje Toby.
That's what Rondo will do for you, right? Yeah. It's what Tago does for your teams. There's a lot of the times that teams are on the kind of lower side.
Já vím, že to myslíš jako moje kafe, že já musím nejdřív jít na ty plantáže to kafe ochutnat. A pak ho tady upražíme s Beansmithem. A nazvem to Divandy kafe.
Tego is got
Zase hořící letadlo.
team to it. You heard the analyst desk talking about this at the very beginning of it. The difference between the two maps. There's a lot more open pathing opportunities that you can look at whenever you're looking at Rondo. Tego has that built-in bottleneck that happens with the water going right through the, I guess, the top quarter or top quarter-ish of it. So that means that there's a lot more like designated paths that you have to go if you have to commit either north or south.
Well, they got a little bit quicker this time around. As the plane is crashing rapidly. But we are going from north to south, so it is going to leave pretty much the entire map open. We'll see how they play out around those bottlenecks, as you were mentioning. I think one of the big reasons that we saw Rondo.
Ten mega šampionát, kolik se tam hrál, $2 miliony.
Is just the fact that we had
Jsem dneska na to koukal s bratránkem, ne na první hru v autě jsme koukali. A bratránek, když tě vidím já takhle na vrtce mezi všema, říkám, no. Říkám, věř tomu, že jako kdybych tady byl na té webce, tak se ani nevidím, protože bych seděl doma na tom. Kontestí někdo?
Ani New Happy s Danavou se nekontestíš na Jungchonu.
Podle mě tady jako nechceš kontestit, vzhledem k tomu, že tady není lower bracket.
Není tady nic. Prostě 12 her a buď seš top 16 na světě, anebo nejseš. Hele, Kerberos jdou českou křižovatku, easy win.
Kámo, za na twisted.
Push your chips in the center of the circle for something and hope that maybe you get a little payoff in the form of a circle going up.
Gaming Gladiator zatím těžký reality check dostávají týpečci.
To get down to the south. There are a lot of teams up on that northern island right now. And don't forget, E-Pickup's a big player here.
Co? To řekni.
What I was actually about to talk about as well is with this, there's the opportunity to use the emergency pickup, but a lot of the players talk about that they hate using it
říct, že Gaming Gladiator jsou ty typci, co na GLku vyhrávali každý měsíc.
I think that's what we saw back whenever we were here last year. We saw a squad
that
instantly used one, moved down to the south, and then the circle did a hard shift up to the north, and then suddenly they were just called out.
Yeah, it's a tough call to make, and that's
zase další týpeček, co tady obviní někoho z cheatingu, jako obviňovali Hakatoryho.
Been liking the way that Tiamba has been playing so far today. It seems like they're opting for that more aggressive. Let's go fight everybody. Let's try to get kills. It didn't work out in the first two games. They slowed it down a little bit on the third game. And
já ti taky napíšu, chceš?
You got a guy on your squad named Pow Pow. You best be bringing some Pow Pows on the map, and that's kind of what we've been looking at. A couple of salvage positions coming out, getting some points off of kills, and then really capitalizing off of that. I mean, Falcons had themselves a very good game one, but been a bit more quiet. Donovan, though, I really was impressed with the way that they were navigating that game too.
Yeah, they look fantastic. And actually, I mean, game one, even despite the fact that it didn't really pay off too well, they only got, I think, 1 point off of it. But you could see that they were perfectly positioned, third partying. They were being aggressive.
No, dávaj, ono už se konečně hraje, jo.
So far so good for a lot of our Korean squads, which apparently I was told that the Korean squads were washed.
Oh, we go in
by
there.
Some very brilliant minds this morning. But apparently that is not yet the case. The reports of the death of Korean PUBG have been greatly exaggerated, at least so far.
Well, I think a lot of that is people coming back and putting attention on Twisted Minds, right? They finally had their glow up. They finally got their victory.
Yeah.
And we saw them in a very, I guess, desperate position whenever we were looking at that last game. Managing to fight their way over for the rock, as we saw Dustin was talking about. And this is a squad that we know navigates all information. When backs against the wall, they can really just start punching people down.
Kámo, ty demente, tak v tom jsem byl lepší jak v PUBG, vole.
Ty vlastáni to Graně budou hrát spolu.
Tak to nehrozí už.
To jsem druhý.
Už jakoby nemám účet, no, jako ale.
Co střelal?
Určitě ne.
Able to put up points. This is a squad that just knows that they're going to be making it into the grand finals, right? Group stages.
And that was a fucking lie.
Or anything else. So whenever they get a couple of bad games, it's
nekorektní tady doskáři, to já poznám, hele, prosím tě.
Is a squad that knows that they have the capabilities coming straight off of that win we were just
jako já jsem ještě neviděl nikoho, kdo by neprodal nějaký World of Tanks účet, kámo.
Have such a good firing range inside that last game. I mean, it just feels like they're coming more and more alive.
Žádný neměl.
Yeah, I mean, before PGS3, I think the story with Twisted Minds was the fact that they were just kind of slow starters, right? It took them a little bit of time to get ramped up.
Tak ty jsi tam koukal nějaký, vole, mrtvý vovka bez tak.
Well, after GS 3 and 4, it seemed like that went away. Like they were able to really kind of come out with guns blazing. And
já jsem nikdy neprodal žádný svůj účet.
That was always the thing about Twisted, right? Is they were the perpetual bridesmaid. They couldn't get that first place position, but now that the monkey's off of their back, I really want to see what the squad's capable of now. There's no more mythos back behind them. They finally got that victory. How are they going to choose to play around it? I don't think that there's going to be a big mix-up in their play styles off of it, but at least now they can play a lot more comfortably without having that thing in the back of your head that's always just kind of easy. Every player says that they can play around it, and it doesn't exist.
Unlucky.
We all know. You get that stress. You always feel like you can't quite get there. Now they finally have. I want to see them start
Unlucky. Unlucky, protože z vás co dávali dvojku do predikce.
Navi was going to get across that river over from that northern island. It looked like Valley Thai had designs on doing a little bit of bridge camping, but they pay the price as they will lose one right off the bat. Now, Anonix is still up there with them as we check in with Team Falcons. Mr. Roth knocked a little bit towards the center. They look pretty good about right now. Donawai, as you saw, said all three on the southern side, but they still have Anonix on that north.
Come on, dostal před celý moc vysazeno z auta. To jako mě poser.
I think he was maybe just keeping an eye on Navi, seeing where they're going to go, feeding that information over.
Yeah, Navi's passing over that eastern bridge away from Yongzheng. And so now Valley Thai also has some positioning around them that's going to be, I guess, a bit more problematic, but Anonix should be able to regroup quite easily. But you can see Shrimzy is already down for Sonics, and this high ground advantage for the Freaks going to be big. Tiggs having himself some big plays today. Can he continue? He is absolutely popping heads right now.
He was so short on that, and H went in the perfect spot there. We'll find two.
To ti totálně zajebalo, ne?
On to kickstart, so two down for Sonics. H-Wing going to go down now as well, and it's all down to Tiggleton, but as you said, that boy has been on fire today.
Human with that reposition down to the bottom. Such a big play. Tiggs just trying to run for the hills right now. I mean, this was kind of back and forth there for a second, but that drop down with Human, getting into the position really allows him to open this back up, come up, get his players back up, and now Heaven still trying to keep it on. Looks like he might be thinking about...
On jim hodil Blue Zone místo smoku!
He got left to lose, and well-placed Blue Zone grenade will get... Oh, no! What happened? And now Tiggleton will find Human. He'll make him pay.
Vengeance coming now as Tiggleton has spotted him out. Nade's going to be coming up. He's still throwing on the opposing side. What's going to be going on with Tig just quite yet? I can see that Tig also looks like he knows where the approach is going to be coming from. Playing up on that hill. Back over into the left side. He's still got eyes on the vehicle. Tig's playing the opposing side of the rock. Keep in mind, we also do have a couple of Sonics members down that could be feeding information over. Jumps in the vehicle. Spray's coming out. Tig is trying to creep away from it. Can Heaven at least get the res on it? And no, Tig's going to jump back out.
Oh, Tiggleton wants all of this. He's trying to reposition so that he can get some utility on the other side of that rock, and he does so, but he takes a lot in return as Heaven will go for the res onto Human, try to turn this into a 2v1.
Res should come off any second, and he should know that. Smokes on one side of this one.
Jako Tig je zrovna jeden z mála, který to klačnout může, no.
Nades are going to be lining pretty close. Get some damage in. Does he know is the follow-up? That looks really, really good. Goes too far, though. And now Tiggleton's going to have to deal with the push coming out. Two different angles. He's trying to peek around him. And he gets the other one. Blue Zone on top of him now. Heaven got all of the life creeping up. Peek's about to come out any second. Goes for it. And it is going to be the Freaks that walk away heavily damaged, though.
Wow, that is such a great performance there by Heaven, but man, the price you pay for trying to execute a bridge camp here in this incredibly stacked international lobby we have. Dead to rights at the beginning. It was essentially a 2v1 against Tig, but Tig on fire right now. Unfortunately for Sonics, they will go out early. We'll see what Freaks.
To mi připomíná Kobru, když háže teammateům smoke.
Teams are getting kind of close to 17 gaming. Danawa kind of creeping up along the line. You can see the Day Trade also trying to maneuver down this hillside. They're going to have GG off to the east of them while they have FaZe up to the north. But this is what drew my eye just a moment ago. As you can see, Danawa was trying to move to the south. They've got Tiamba over on playing the western point on the hillside, so not clean. It's really just going to be about 17 gaming playing the
Jakoby přelezit predikci o hlavou mu nemůžeš, no. Teda predikci. Klávesnici.
Teoreticky můžeš, já už je dohrál.
So far it's been pretty safe. You see a few shots being sent around.
Ty vole.
Shots right now. New Happy shooting over towards Navi is Ferris doing a little bit of sightseeing from the glider, but it's actually a little bit safer than you would think because of how they try to pilot the thing, right?
Yeah, that was one of the things a lot of players have been talking about, is that they often thought that the gliders were super weak because they were so fragile, but the sight lines, you get so used to spraying across a car and knowing the pathing for it, the up-down movements of the glider really throw off a lot of the spray patterns coming out from the players, and so therefore it gives you a bit more survivability than you would expect at this stage.
And Navi using all of it as well, as they have so much spread on the eastern side of that map. They'll be able to figure out where they want to go as we check in with now 4 a.m. as they're going to cut right in between a rotating Falcons, and I think that's the western edge of a 2-2 split from Twisted.
Falcons trying to figure out what they're going to do. Vehicles right back behind them. Looks like they might go for a stopover, and 4 a.m. going to continue on their pathing. Everybody moving down into these low dips that you've got kind of around the rice paddy area. Falcons just going to continue to harass, try to keep 4 a.m. away from them. Looks like 4 a.m. should be able to regroup, but TE is going to have some vision on this last bit of the rotation to at least get some harassment in. But, yeah, there you go.
Expendables deep in the compound. They've
jsme se pobavili.
Playing just off to the east on the hillside, feeding intel over, but for now it seems like Falcons 4 a.m. playing in those ditches, in those rice paddies, should be fairly safe, although they are taking shots from the north, from 17. See 4 a.m. on the other side there. Nobody really making any attempts to push over and get into utility range just yet.
The reason why so many of these squads are moving a bit awkwardly is that this is pretty centered. 4 a.m. I would say is probably the closest centered squad at the time, and so there's been a lot of jockeying for position around this area. 17 is also going to be playing to the north of 4 a.m.'s positioning, but pretty quiet circle, as it's just a couple of our extraneous teams that are just going to have to shift in a bit, and there is still some space for them. This is a pretty open circle, even though, yes, we do have Books and Saw in it. It's really just got a lot of these rice paddies taking up the middle and the southeast, so the hillsides are going to be where some problems come in. And what?
Human, to si to musím zažít znova.
I did not see that positioning that he was shooting from. That is crazy.
Oh, he almost got him too. Great stuff from Heaven. That is a scary, scary 1v1 situation right there when you know everything is falling on your shoulders. And Heaven managing to pull it off there. And so far for the Expendables, looking really nice.
Chill, yeah.
Compound. Yeah, and, they're actually going to get rejoined by Delwyn as New Happy kind of made their way over to their hill just off to the east. So
Dobrý kompaundík.
Turtle up and play tower defense for the next foreseeable future.
So sad.
Díky na krku, no. Nechce to nechat Širimzimu celý tahat zase.
All right, Tiamba trying to creep back in together while Day Trade's making their
rotation. Aspoň to bude vyrovnanější.
Further south due to Cerberus playing the hillside, posing point on it. So Tiamba with this 2-2 split could be biting off a bit more. They do have the ridge lines to play from, but it's a bit scary over here.
Yeah, but they want it. And this is the way that Tiamba's been playing so far this tournament, is that if they feel like they have an advantageous position and they have somebody pressed up against the wall here, they will definitely be the aggressors. And Day Trade not revealing themselves just yet. They have some hard cover to play around, so it's not going to be the easiest fight for Tiamba if they take it, but Flash might be rolling into the bad spot here.
Nejhorší na tom je, jak se to celý zlepšuje, jak se to celý prostě posouvá dopředu, a když ti ujede vlak, tak jsi prostě hrozně daleko za nima.
Very separated away from his teammates, wants to see if maybe he can force something. Danadol is also going to try to exploit. Look at this shift in, right? They moved Flash up to the north, draw attention, and now they're shifting more into the east. With this setup, though, there's only 2 members of Tiamba, so they can't control.
Jsi mrtvej?
Oh, and Linshu actually just going to, as soon as he hears the engine, he'll go and secure that point, but can he get back to the rest of the team? He can get spotted out by Belmoth, but they've got to be concerned about where they're going to go next, as he saw the circle popping way off to the east here.
We're just going to continue to go into that point we were looking at just a moment ago with 4 angles.
I would expect.
So if you're playing on the edge, it's just going to get a bit more dangerous. We've got the hillsides that are going to be where you can see Day Trade kind of creeping into.
Jsem dlouho neviděl Danava na prvním místě.
On that one, as we do already have Cerberus along that line, as well as FaZe that should be getting vision any moment.
Si tak od listopadu minulého roku.
Right now is that Cerberus isn't really set up for anything. They try to make the push, but FaZe has spotted them out. Donowa spotted them out, so they're still on the move. They're still repositioning, so that might open up a little bit of a window here for Day Trade to get in. But you can see FaZe very split as well, just to the west of Bucks and Saw. So they see kind of everything that's going on to their north and to their west. But I don't think that they have enough position, enough eyeballs, enough guns pointed over in that direction to really do any damage.
This is a great game for glider play, by the way, because it is so flat, and you can see down inside those divots. That's usually one of the problems in this rotation, is you don't know if somebody's kind of playing down in that low section with the barriers in front of them. Now you can kind of fly over, spot on enemy vehicles, as Downaway is going to try to get something out, and yes, they are going to get the knock onto CC.
Big shots there from Loki, and that's a big knock on a player that's been having a pretty good tournament so far in CC 108. Now Tiamba Pau has been sent way far south. He's made it through first, and now the rest of Tiamba now in a bad spot as they're getting spotted by Cerberus and the Expendables. They're going through the APAC gauntlet, but fortunately they started shooting at each other and stopped shooting at Lin Shu, so it looks like he'll survive.
54 alive, probably not going to be that way for too much longer. It is just too compressed, specifically with the hillside that's in the middle, those flatlands we were talking about just a second ago with rice paddies. So that means that it's just going to be a cluster running into it. Tiamba going to continue.
Když to nekomentuješ, vůbec to není tak záživný. Nemůžu s tím nic dělat. Taky bych to radši komentoval.
They don't know anywhere that they can go. They're coming into this one blind, and they are just getting picked apart.
Just no intel, and really unfortunate for them. But I mean, this is their best option, really, is Pau going to try to survive a little bit longer. Falcons, meanwhile, can't.
Já mám prostě pocit, že FaceCon si při tom nástupu špatně seduje ke kompu. Mají o 3 lidi prohozený webky.
Že jo, kámo?
Bude tam nějaká miskomunikace. Oni si přece sedají ke svým setupům, že jo? Přece by si nespletli podložky a myši, na kterých hrajou, to je spíš chyba od EWC.
Možná proto je Gustav tak dobrý, vole.
Dedrixi, prosím tě, ne všichni si zapomenou podendat bakely ze skateu.
Nevím, o čem mluvíš.
Taky ne.
Helmet coming in, saving lives there is Pau.
Better to be lucky than good.
That's going to be a frustrating one when they
look back on this.
17's going to be like, why didn't that nade hit? Well, that's probably, yeah, sometimes PUBG be like that.
Sometimes it do. Well, the circle does shift off to the east, so that's going to be good news for a number of our teams that are already set up their Falcons 4 a.m.
Very safe.
Go for the hillside here, but they are spotted out by New Happy. And New Happy will get an initial knock, but fortunately for Na'Vi, they won't be able to get the flush on the Hakatori. But Sosid going to get spotted.
This is the fight for all of the high ground right now. Cerberus creeping in, getting more and more out of it, but Himas is going to go down. Duckmai also looking on the opposing angle for it. 2 members up for Cerberus right now, looking into a very weakened Na'Vi, but Na'Vi keeps standing on the line. Diffx just
come on.
Go ahead and take him down, and now Na'Vi has the high ground.
Ferris.
Minus.
A beautiful grenade and saving the squad, saving the boys there. As now they'll get that res, they'll get back up to full speed.
Reálná jsem si, že by si už zítra mohl castit. Musím mě posunout na tom SL Faceit Group Discordu, kde se řeší vysílání EWC, do té správné skupiny, kde je ten link na ten green feed.
Entirely flanked around them, only the south, the only option that they had to move through, so they are slowly fighting their way through it, but there is some cover to be had at least. This pumps the brakes on Donowa though. They have no clean options on how to move into the circle at the time.
Sure don't, and they've got to make the decision pretty quickly. Now there is some space off to the north, but it's a question of if they can get everybody over there, but Kari will get spotted out by Suju.
Kdyby se 17 probrala z hibernace?
They're coming down that hillside just means that everybody that's already in the low ground has so much vision on approach.
Yay!
Thin this one up. A lot of damage on that one. Gustav going to have to step away. Same time, Loki's also going to take down Fex. More pressure coming in the angle, but that's going to be.
Ještě že na webce Corexi, to je v pohodě.
A jako neviděl jsme jeho POV, aspoň jsme viděli jeho webku, když už nic.
No oni to i komentují, jo, podle těch webek.
Having thoughts about maybe coming down here as they saw that knock in the kill feed, but they're just
going to look.
Freaks down to 2, just Heaven and Human playing from that southwest. They have some room to work with. Just depends on how observant.
A co vy tady budete dělat, chlapci?
Actually, gaming gladiators down there as well.
Areas that we're looking at. Center is going to be 4 Angry Men at the time. But then to the north, 17 Gaming has really bit off a huge chunk of the north that they're playing around with control on. Tag teaming that on the other side to the east is going to be Twisted Minds. They've got Valley Tide's going to be in between them, and you can see that they're really asserting a lot of authority onto this. Down to the south, though, we have New Happy that's got pretty much the only compound that's in this entire thing. There's a shack here or there, but they've got the only firm compound, while GG is going to be kind of moving into that hillside that we just saw a second ago that Na'Vi took the fight to, and they're going to be rewarded for it. Man, that money in this circle.
absolutely is, but New Happy's
Ale GG jaká zóna.
And the Expendables, their compound still has a little bit of a corner.
Tak jsem zvědavej na chlapáky.
Go ahead and leave that, try to rejoin with Delwyn, but I don't know if they realize that they've got KDF down there, they've got Gaming Gladiators. Delwyn now kind of stuck on an island as Levante and the
Ten Suju s tím vypem dává dobrý.
him out, try to take a few shots, and it looks like KDF's going to get spotted now as well.
Anything right now, it's the problem, right? When you get the high ground, you get the advantage. We talk about it a lot, but that also means that you're the profile. Everybody is looking up on the hillside. They know that that's going to be the control point. So really, GG has any struggles if they go for a peek. It's just going to be shots coming right back at them. The north, though, is what concerns me, as we're going to have a lot of big shifts. FaZe going to have to move. 17 going to have to move. Valley Tie, Twisted, even yes, they can kind of condense in. There's a little small area that they might play for, but that's only if they're playing for safety. All the other squads really going to have to make some type of desperation move, and nothing is clean in this.
Yeah, I feel for Twisted right now. They've got a lot of strength right now, as they have just been kind of playing that eastern edge. They've got a crate drop as well, so they're pretty strong right now, but they just can't spot anybody. So we'll see what happens. Gustav will make it to Fex.
Deliver
Fex
right
just
there.
Finds it's like, hey, not guy, just run.
V pohodě.
Just driving up. It's like, rest me, bro. Wait, you're not down. Oh, wait, you are down. Okay, 17 Gaming going to make it a harassment problem for FaZe, but 17 Gaming. The problem with this is the longer they stay here, it's kind of denying them out. This is that mutually assured destruction that can sometimes happen. Just go for kill points because you assume that you might lose the entirety of your squad on any rotation.
Well, they need some points right now. Yeah. Honestly, this is about as free as they can hope for, and try to get the flushes if they can.
Teď ukaž, co bude dělat 17. To jsem zvědav.
Where are you going to go is 4 a.m. as you saw spread out a little bit better now as Epion kind of playing point on that northern side. They're going to go right for the crate, right for the ridge line here as Valley Tie. They are in trouble as well. Twisted Minds was just waiting for this.
Two squads moving at the exact same time. Valley Tie getting a lot of the attention thrown in their direction. That kind of opened up the opportunity for 17 Gaming. Valley Tie, though, not going to stop. They want to get to this hillside. They realize the strength of position.
Už se vám vezou body.
And due to the fact that GG having to play the opposing point on the hill for safety, they're going to get it. Well, some of them.
Yeah, some of them. Most of them. It's 2 out of 3. Ain't bad. As we see Twisted did manage to lose Batu in that kerfuffle a little bit earlier. Here's 4 a.m. now. Zepion will go down. HSM and Bobo, the last two remaining. They're going to fight their way through the smoke cloud. 17 still have utility in hand and utility to spare as they're going to continue throwing grenades where they think that Bobo might be running around. Unfortunately, none of them are going to hit him, and he's got the happy feet, and they are keeping him alive.
Well, he's going to need a lot of happy feet as Falcons hears this. They're going to be walking up right back behind 4 Angry Men. HSS in some trouble. Bobo's at least got some smoke to play from. Yep, Falcons going to continue to rein it in. HS already down, and this is a big problem for 4 Angry Men. 17 on one side of it, Falcons on the other, picking them apart.
This is going to be real interesting. There's that little... That spot where 4 a.m. is, and everybody on that northern side would like to play that and not have to make their way across the road just yet. Although the south, they're going to try to clean out that hillside. So we'll see. That might open up some space to get people across the road, but Twisted Minds has 2 looking in that direction right now, so they'll have to have some smoke clouds ready and waiting.
All right, so you can see 4 Angry Men just trying to chain res. That's all they can really do. Finally puts them out of their misery. Falcons now going to have to figure out how they're going to contend with 17 Gaming. There is some space to play, but remember this road is just going to be a thorn in both these squad sides. Falcons say, you know, best solution for this one, keep the press going, keep the push forward. There's been a lot of shots exchanged on this one. It's not a bad idea. 17 Gaming is wanting to make a move here in just one moment. They're going to have to deal with the Expendables, also moving.
Tak ukaž Falcons proti 17 Gaming.
Expendables need to make a decision here. They keep trying to.
Proti 4 měli nějaký respekt, proti Falconům I don't think so.
And now they've got everybody back towards the compound, and now they are in full line of sight of Gaming Gladiators and 17. So a little bit of paralysis through analysis here from Expendables.
Well, Ghost is going to take down Roth in that firefight, creeping forward, but Rello's going to be the bigger problem right up next to him. Nate doesn't go far enough, does get some damage, but just enough to be scary. Rest of the squad's kind of slowed down. You can see they're trying to figure out how they want to deal with Roth going down on this one. Pacing, not a big problem right now. They've got some time to work with. It's just the pressure coming up from 17 Gaming. They were taking those shots down on Expendables, so now Expendables are focused back into 17 Gaming, so they can't really peak the way that 17 wants to. A couple of nades going to come out. That's going to be about it for right now, but notice the other duo, 4 Falcons, playing very far away, making sure that they cover that hillside so nobody can creep up for 17.
There's going to be another thorn thrown in the side of that as Twisted Minds has made their way to the south side of the road.
Dobrý bodík.
Will get eliminated there by Delwyn. The Expendables now fully engaged with Gaming Gladiators. They're getting a little bit of third party from Valley Tie and
Vypni ten X-ray, prosím, ať to vidíme normálně. Levante získává body.
Two four-way fights going on, one on the north side, one on the south side.
I mean, 17 Gaming loves that.
Že Ghost už je za problémama.
I mean, GG is doing so much work for 17 Gaming right now as they can firmly line up directly against the Falcons. Falcons are trying to figure out if they want to regroup entirely. They are going to be sending Snakers over to kind of make a play around this angle. Peek's now starting to come out for 17 Gaming. Angles play from Little Ghost. Again, Falcons coming apart at the seams right now. That push not working for Murillo. Trying to make something. Picks up a couple though.
Lakers double nade.
The bullet hose, and that's all you need. Suju, the last one alive, inside the smoke. He's going to try to go for the res here as the Blue Zone grenades are going to find him.
Come on.
Wow. That is as close as you could possibly get to that Blue Zone nade, man.
Oni to pozvedá do 4.
Is a little bit of a butterfly flapping its wings. They were so fortunate right now because Twisted Minds took a knock.
The nade,
and you can see that Twisted Minds is in a perfect position to take advantage of Falcons here, but they just can't make the push. Although they're back on their feet and they're sending it over here. Good grenade from Flood will take out 17.
Circle does move south of the road now. Well, it's got a bit of the road in it, but really no more of the Rice Patty is going to be in play. Hillside's still going to have a section of it. The Valley Tie is going to be trying to hold on to. New Happy's up on the top of it. They're about to have to deal with Gladiators in just one moment. Twisted Minds, the only squad that's pretty comfortable right now, but really this firing line building up down to the south. 3 squads. It's about to come alive with the sound of bullets.
Okay, this could be huge here. It's New Happy and GG. New Happy going to go for the res on their knock player, try to get back up to full strength, and Valley Tie at any moment could get involved in this as well. As you see, they are inside circle, they're inside zone. Strike at the perfect moment when both of these teams are at their weakest.
2 squads really needing some points, and New Happy and the Gladiators. See that they're kind of juking around this position. Valley Tie keeping some eyes on them, not wanting to pounce just quite yet. They really want to exploit an opportunity, but so much smoke already coming down, creating a barrier, allowing New Happy to kind of creep a bit more, and that's kind of created the new focal point becoming Valley Tie. The guys that were wanting to third party everything now find themselves
Když tady Falcons vyhrajou, tak v podstatě za 4 hry mají jasný postup.
Pinnacle of a funnel.
Well, Valley Tie, they have not taken a shot, they have not taken a step in about 3 circles right now. They're just trying to survive right now as Falcons trying to see if they can find a way to get across the road. Now, Twisted Minds have sent Lou down to the south, and it looks like he's been spotted out by Rello and Snakers, but they've left Perfectix an example to hold the line.
This is such a good read coming out from Twisted. They heard the firefights. They're going to shift in, get right up against the wall itself, looking over on the street. No cover on the street, so if we see anybody come out, it's going to be a big problem. I like this. Falcons go, okay, can't make the push here. Maybe some vehicles can get something out of it. Valley Tie is going to get eliminated. New Happy is going to get control of the north. Falcons just going to send it down south. Roughly the same time. Trying to take some shots into New Happy. It's going to be right back behind. Shifts coming up from Falcons. They're going to make a stopover. Shots still coming out from Twisted.
A example, prostě myslím, že bude healovat, ani hovno ne.
GG, here's it. They're going to shift in. Beautiful angles to work from, but Falcons somehow, some way staying alive.
It's a great decision making and great timing from Falcons to make it up the hill, but unfortunately for them, GG was just right in the middle of making that rotation. So there you go. Levante will get spotted by Roth. They're going to go down, but New Happy back on their feet. Twisted Minds has angles on Falcons as they're trying to go for
vidím mu prdelku. A Perfectix z druhé strany. To jsou takový zmrdí.
They've got Lou so far to the south, like we were talking about a moment ago. Example to the north.
Example.
I don't think that they got a chance to really get anything off of any of the firefights, the corpses that we saw just a moment ago from 17 Gaming. So they're probably coming in pretty tattered. A lot of knocks coming out while they were fighting around the rice patties. This is just going to be...
Dej tam Ming-Minga, ať máme content.
Most notably, onto
Rejžo, dej tam Ming-Minga.
They can at least get him down. They can find something to work with while Lou is distracted with what's going on with New Happy.
Lou and Perfectix now focusing solely on the New Happy, while Example's job is just taking shots over towards Falcons. He'll
find
Example, no? Some damage, won't be able to get another knock, so Falcons might be able to get back up to 3 strong. Looks like they will. New Happy now down to 1 as Twisted Minds are just dominating right now.
Man mode just stepping into this like, no, this is all mine.
No.
Can have nothing. That is massive. Ming still trying to find something here. He can't quite find an angle onto it. Perfectix down. Lou, the last one up, trying to navigate this. Wants to see if he can get some more. The weakened Falcons now starting to flank down in the south. They're spotting out what's going on. They're going to take him down. And now it is all just down to
Jak tady mohli přijít ve třech, ty vole, to mi řekni. To je halus.
See, I think Falcons reading that situation, but they don't
read
on exactly where Perfectix is. That knock came through from New Happy, so we'll get him back on his feet. So now we'll pick to a 3v2. Falcons doing their best to spread out wide, still maintain that cover. Rello going to play around that portable cover here. Spots Lou's head, so at least he knows where one is, but Perfectix has pulled back a little bit.
Tak pojď. Tak pojď. To budu vidět, jak se předal to MKčko a porovnám si prsty a jdeme na to.
Hoši, jako máte stejný pink, jo? Teď už to není moc.
Circle is going to be just to the north, I guess, west of where we see Twisted Minds Perfectix playing from. So Falcons are going to have to move a bit further forward, but it's going to be Flood, the first player that's going to have to move.
Yeah, Flood's a big component into this. If Twisted doesn't spot out Flood early enough, that might be the thing that wins it for him. But it looks like Lou is going to see him. Flood takes the shots over in that toward that direction. Not going to find any damage though. So now Twisted Minds is aware of where both sides of this split are. But good shot from Flood. Good eyes will spot out Perfectix.
Now back down to just Lou. He's got himself the rock. Multiple members of Falcons, multiple angles he has to defend from. He was the guy that was closer to the blue zone as well. He's got to fight his way through it. Snakers still just playing along this tree line, knows exactly where he is. And you can see both angles just firmly entrenched. Twisted Minds in third place right now, wants to make it more. Falcons wanting to really cement in a good position on that first place. Lou does manage to take down. Snakers has gotten right up on top of him. Lou's still looking out in the distance. What is Snakers going to do? Is he going to go for the peek around the rock? Is he just going to try to wait it out? That is going to be a flush. Going on to Flood, at least one more point secured for Twisted Minds. Here comes the push. Snakers walks up. Quick exchange. They pick the win.
And Falcons not wanting to take the risk of another player going down to blue. They don't want to lose that point. They know how important every single point is in this competition. And once again, they'll find their second win of the day.
Falcons jsou doma, no.
Dude, Falcons are feeling it right now. They were talking about how comfortable they were.
Musí mít nějaké určitě oblečení na takovéto turné, tak každý tam chce mít to své týmový jersey, že jo? Jako tady, kdyby si nebyl v dresu, tak jsi za totálního ty vole senochrupa. Kam bys si nám chtěl vzít dres svojí organizace? Myslel jsem jako ve hře, jo, ve hře musí mít, no. Ve hře mají na výběr z kolika, ze 2 outfitů? Drexy, Greňo? Jenom jeden?
Na EWC jenom jeden.
Okay.
To just being on the other side of the world really is paying off huge dividends for them. And
Falconi si to vyhráli sami jako tady. Hodně dobře zahraný.
They just end up in a 3v2 situation towards the end here.
Jako bude watch party, ne? Divine na Gamescomu.
Jo, dáme. Kupíme si nějaký německý pivo a...
Já bych dal, že v neděli dáme watch party a pak bych večer jel finále poslední hry.
Co, to můžeme dát watch party už u mě, ne? Teď máme checkout ve 12.
Jako můžem, no.
Co když vyjedem třeba v 11, tak to stihneme? Nebo v 10?
Jako je to možnost.
All I heard was let's go, but he is right. They deserve to be. 3 games, 2 wins. Incredible.
To domluvíme, jak to uděláme.
Also, Twisted Minds, 3 games, 2 second places. These guys are also putting in big numbers.
Twisted Minds, they just love second place.
They do love.
I can't make that joke.
Holy shit. Tak ty seš hovado.
You know what? They're not happy with
No nic, já už musím jít. Já budu zapálit poštovní schránku, kde bydlí.
Goes to the break and says, "Oh, we're good with our second places." I expect them to come out big in Miramar.
No. Well, the fact that obviously tournament format wise, we used to have lower brackets, and actually there were times where Twisted Minds did fall down to that, right? Anyway, this is by the by. Let's focus on Falcons. Okay. Obviously, they have played an amazing game here. Yes. Obviously, I think it really comes off the back of fighting along those fields that we were talking about. The dynamics are very different to other fields on like Erangel and things like that, for example.
Yeah. I mean, because Falcons generally, they really like to control center. Yeah. But again, with the weird intricacies of Tago's terrain, they ended up on edge. And no matter which position of the circles you prefer, you gotta deal with what you have in front of you. And this fight here against 17 Gaming was absolutely crucial. Throwing all of that utility over that ridge, nailing it the way that they did was huge.
And I think this is what I like about the Falcons as they've grown over the years, right? We were kind of talking during the break about the little passivity back, call it the rat era if you want. But they are playing a lot more aggressively now, but smart. The fact that they're using the utility appropriately, they're coming in at the right times. I do think the last couple of years of development have helped them, as well as they've said, the training and the mental tenacity we've gained here in the last week or so, working with coaches and the Falcons staff, is showing right now in the game. Yeah, very impressive stuff. P90 in hand as well. We're on P90 watch, as that is a deadly, deadly weapon. This flood spot, very important here. It was a 3v2, so Twisted Minds was going to have a little bit of a harder time. It was a bold move for Perfectix to try and go for the crawl forwards, but Cammy, but I can understand why he's trying to go for a more risky play, all things considered.
Yeah, they were pretty much locked in the corner of that crossfire that Falcons had spread out. Not also the P90 being such the most powerful weapon in the game, shall we say it. Yeah. Going for some sort of surprise move, high risk, high reward, ended up not working out.
Here's the points. 24 go the way of Falcons here, whilst 12 for Twisted Minds. They're the only two teams that managed to get themselves double digits on the board here. But hey, there's New Happy. Finally getting some good points on the board. Hey.
Yay. New Happy.
Okay, don't be too excited.
When I see bigger things, I will be more excited.
That's fair.
But there is a consistency. The Falcons and Twisted Minds are starting to run away. The good news, it's group stages. All you have to do is make the cut, right? But these guys look out of their mind. Also, the most kills. Rello, Flood, Roth, 444. I love seeing a new player on the team and this performance right out of the gate.
Yeah, absolutely. I do want to say, though, Flood being up there, he's not just tied with kills with Rello and Roth, but he had some of the more impactful kills during the game. And Flood is still, in my mind, the more supporting player of the roster. So if he's popping off, they are on fire.
Right.
Well, he's making a case for MVP of the day, right? It's Flood, considering the first game performance he actually had. Let's take a look at the MVP for this game and see who it's going to be. It will be Relo making number 1 with those 4 kills. Of course, it's all tied across the board here, but I guess it's more damage coming out from him for this one.
And again, this is the guy who leads the team. When I see the MVP, the damage, the kills coming out from someone who's also your IGL and making the lion's share of the calls, that's a big deal. They did toy with Roth taking over IGL when he joined the team, but Rello, they said, you know, the style fits. Roth said, I actually fit your system very well, and so they kept that sort of mantle of leadership on him, and I love it because I remember this guy's been with us for a long time. We started so young. To see him grow into the leader that he has become on this roster is exciting, but also the future for this team looks really, really bright.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that he is so good of a player as IGL, even if he could potentially be a better player, not having to worry about the calling duties, you leave him in that position because he continues to bring so much impact there. And what a lead. It's been 4 games. Things can change, but it's already, what is that, a 15-point lead.
Yeah, that's big after 4 games here. I mean, if you really think about it, all you need is just kind of middling games from here on out as Falcons, and you're qualified for the grand final. That's a huge result for them, considering PGS's a little up and down, I want to say.
It was like, what, a 60-something% win rate, right? I mean, it's obscene how winning 2 in the first 3. And yes, they are famous for being up and down. To see consistency out of the gate's huge.
Now, again, they have no place in points outside of their 2 wins. So going into the grand finals, maybe I'd like to see a little bit more placements within the other rounds, but it's only been 4 games, and you don't want to take too much away from that. I still have my eyes on a bit more than just like all or nothing.
I mean, they're the kind of team that won't too shy away from the idea of like impacting other teams around them if they feel like they have a comfortable cushion. I mean, I'm not saying that is going to be an absolute guarantee, but they're the kind of team that will be cerebral, will think about the knock-on effects into a grand final.
I think they're willing to accept that caution is a better part of valor. Sometimes it's okay not to get involved, and to hold a spot and not feel like I'm not being active enough, and it's worked well for them. But again, that's a system that they've been building over time, and I think that's why you sort of have Rello stay in the position that he's staying in, because he has those instincts.
Well, gentlemen, we can go to a break, and then, of course, on the other side of this, we have 2 Miramars. The Dusty Dunes are on the way, so we'll go to that break here at the Esports World Cup and return with more PUBG in just a moment.
Headshot.
I headshot him.
Nice!
Let's go!
Welcome to PUBG at the Esports World Cup. I am joined by Tiggleton from Sonics, and we've got a little game of Who's Who to play. You ready, buddy?
Yes, sir.
Always ready. I like it. So, who's most likely to clutch a 1v4?
Who's most likely to clutch a 1v4? I think it's Kickstart.
By the way, you can say yourself.
No, Kickstart's ice cold.
Let's go. Right, who's most likely to rage quit?
Rage quit? That's me.
When you rage quit, how does it happen? Is this like slamming the fist? Is this breaking stuff? Or is this just getting out of it?
No, it's just silent. I die and it's just Alt F4. And then that's it. Sometimes.
Who's most likely to fall off the map?
I've done it. Gunner's looking at me saying it's not me. It's me. I've Alt F4'd out of scrims plenty of times.
Who's most likely to fall off the map?
Who's most likely to fall off the map? Probably H-Win.
Okay.
He's a bit boomed out, you know. I mean, bro's pushing it.
He's saying that because H-Win's in the room. Who's most likely to rally the troops?
Rally the troops? It'd have to be our coach Gunner.
Of course.
You know, every day he comes to us with quotes like, you know, it's not about the days in your life, it's about the life in your days, boys. Go out and get it. And we're like, all right, like.
Dwayne Johnson, eat your heart out. Right.
Yeah.
Who's most likely to smack talk?
Smack talk? I think that would probably. Oh, that's a tough one. We're all smack talkers on this team.
Don't lie, it's you. Come on.
I thought of me at first, and then I was like, I don't know. Like, it depends. You know, there's like open smack talk, and then there's like.
Depends on the circumstance.
Yeah, you know, you're in the next room and you're like that guy.
I mean, at least you do it as a team. That's cool. Who's most likely to flip a car?
Flip a car? Look, it used to be me, right? And we started this tally system on the team to stop flipping cars. And I've been good recently. Recently, it's been Kickstart.
Ooh.
As of PGS, that guy's been flipping cars left and right.
Kickstart, man, sorted it out. Who's most likely to attempt a frying pan kill?
H-Win, without a doubt. That's not even a question.
Not even a question.
We used to do that all the time for the fans. They loved it.
And last but not least, who's most likely to get a team kill or have a grenade go wrong?
That's me.
Ah, see. And that right there is who's who. All right, we are rocketing through today already. Tego down, Rondo down, Erangel done. And now it's time to round things out with 2 games of Miramar here. So far, so good for Falcons. This man's already wearing the Falcons colors. Kind of.
So good.
It's working out. It looks kind of more green on there, but let's talk about Miramar coming up here, of course, as Cammy keeps doing his thing. We've got Martin back to talk about what we're going to get on Miramar. What are you thinking?
For sure, Miramar, of course, more of a steady map. We're going to have 2 of it, as we usually do. It's the map that a lot of these teams are more comfortable in, and the more you kind of talk to players and teams, this is becoming more of a favorite map for them over some of the other maps where we don't have as much water. We, of course, have some more changes to it, and overall, the biggest change on the newer Miramar here is there's a lot of this land ratio and high ground changes that we don't see the same amount of shifts away from these high ground areas.
Tak, nakrál jsem si na Buddyho nějaký uzený.
We're looking for some of these teams that have to be prepared for these changes.
Yeah, one thing's for sure on that, Cameron, is that we have had some crazy circles in, let's say, past 6 months?
Tak, Miramarek.
3 or 4 months.
Let's get
So it really kind of keeps these teams.
Čau, ne, čau, boci.
Thankfully, unlike some of the other maps.
Jinak jsme u mě na Discordu, kdybyste chtěli někdo dojít pokecat.
There isn't that much impactful here, but that doesn't mean that there aren't some weird transitions. If it goes southwest, there's the valley road.
Tak, nenahodil jsem tam novou predikci.
There were some open areas.
Ji tam nahodím.
Really being able to be
Máte minutu, jo?
But again, as you say, Martin, these teams are so familiar with this map, they should know virtually every single square inch of this play zone. It's about how opponents are going to react around it, and they're familiar with each other somewhat. They've just played 4 maps, but you never know what someone's going to have in their back pocket entering a new play zone.
Martin? For sure, and also on top of that, as we look at the drop map too, it is very barren in the kind of north side. We have a lot of these southern side. A lot of the teams are preferring to loot this. Of course, there's also some backup drops and stuff like this.
Yeah.
But still, the closer you are to the center, the more of the advantage you have, or the more amount of games you're going to be playing, because Circle usually goes everywhere. I really like still how the terrain fits out on the southern side. That's also why more teams have shifted from
Predikce na minutu, jo?
drops to more central
20 vteřin.
drops. Yeah. Because it is hard to get. So you want to have the priority getting in there as one of the three first teams.
Sure, as steady as you go for teams that we kind of expected to do well. I mean, technically it's great for Falcons. I didn't know if I expected them to be quite this far ahead, but I expected them to do better than the previous.
Actually, on that, one of the only teams to come in here a week early to boot camp at the Falcons HQ, and I think that's huge.
Well.
That's what we're really seeing here. Most of the other teams, they arrive Saturday or Sunday, and they started doing media Monday, Tuesday, and then they got to get ready here for this. So acclimatizing early is so important, and you can really see how much of an advantage it is that Falcons have their homestead here.
Does that carry forwards? We're here in Riyadh in the desert. Can you get it done on the desert?
It's
a stretch.
You think there's some connection between the environment, the weather of the IRL place, and yeah, 100%, absolutely. They're going to be dominating on this map. They're going to get 2 more wins here, Falcons. These boys right there. These boys right. No, I mean, I don't know.
No, I'm glad you agreed with my deep analysis on this one. I appreciate it. But aside from that, obviously, Twisted Minds, Na'Vi, Danawa also doing well here to get things rolling, Avenger. So, but it is still very close. That's the thing. We're only 4
and also early days. 2 more games to go, and yeah, it's close.
All right, well, thank you very much, guys. It is time to head on over into the game. The Dusty Dooms is on the way. Miramar is on the cards.
I love the fact that they talked about the differences and the changes happening with the unplayables and how really the water and how it all navigated is really going to mix this one up. That was the way a lot of teams played around this was, you know, like certain areas you just go, okay, we get information from here, but we don't do anything else other than that because you just don't want to hang out there. Now it's been mixed up a bit more, and I cannot wait to see how we see this play out on Miramar.
I just love the fact that we finally got new circles, right? Yeah. Everybody, they're so dang smart, man. They know how to read the heat maps. They know exactly how to predict where the circles are going to go. Well, now that's kind of wrench has been thrown into all that whole work. So it's going to be a little bit more difficult. They're going to have to be a little bit more on their toes when it comes to these circle shifts. So
Kdybyste nerozuměli tomu, co řekl Kami. Kami řekl, že ty lidi jsou spokojení s tím, že jsou vždycky druhý.
No, buddy.
It's okay, but hey, maybe
we got the truck stop now, though.
We do. I really actually enjoy
head over to
right.
Love's.
Yeah, that's a way too southern joke for anybody that's going to be watching at this time. Okay.
Get some kolaches.
So with the southern plane path looking through, you can see that Los Leones is going to be a core component in it, but we already know where most of these guys are going to drop at. I love the desk breaking down, showing us where everybody's going to
be. Tak, Granic zase vyleze z té DMK, nebo kde je?
Yeah. Well, you know, you hope that you hope
Začíná noc.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, again, with the amount of time that these guys have had to prep, they got to, and this happens every tournament, right? It's just kind of a question of how much scrim time you get, and everybody just kind of gets in their little private scrim discords, and they say, okay, I'm going to drop here, I'm going to drop here, and if there's any crossover, then they settle it either through scrims or they settle it through talking and just coming to an agreement.
You were talking about scrim timings and everything else like that. We've been talking about Falcons and how they came down a bit early. I also want to give a shout out to Godspeed. In a world where we've been talking a lot about like Twisted Minds and stuff like that, he came in and he was like, Falcons are going to win this, bro.
Za 15 měsíců, díky moc. Všecko nejlepší, kamaráde.
Hey man, I've had faith in a lot of teams and they've let me down. I'm glad it's working out for at least one of us right now, especially Mr. Dustin. As, you know, the one thing I will say, and if you want to,
dávám tomu minutu a Baton už bude sedět na skále.
Falcons obviously fantastic performance in 2 games. The other 2, they were nowhere to be found.
Hey,
so
at least in one of those other 2, they got points.
That's true. That's true. I mean, they got a 0-point game and they got a 2-point game, but then they got the 2 wins. So it's kind of been a little bit feast or famine. But again, none of that matters. Right now, the only thing that matters is making that top 16, getting to that grand final.
This is also a very interesting drop whenever we're looking at Brickyard. We don't get a chance to really kind of look at this, but given the fact that the circle does actually play in this area, this is the southernmost part of the circle, so they've got a lot of rotation options ahead of them. Monte Nuevo going to be the largest problem potentially around that. I don't think that we're going to see too many teams necessarily trying to play in front of them, but southern wraps coming from all of these teams since this plane path was so far to the south. We're going to see squads like Day Trade, FaZe, Sonics, maybe even New Happy, all doing a southern rotation. So I'm very curious to see on how Falcons time this one out and when they decide to leave.
Other thing about this, just given how everybody's dropped and given where that circle is, the north part of this circle completely wide open.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's going to be a long wrap for any of these teams if they decide to make that rotation up there. But if you're 4 a.m., I think you got to kind of be looking over in that direction. Maybe even Freaks. And then if you even Sonics, really, I mean, Sonics at this point, they're all the way down in Puerto. They got all day, right? Like they could take as much time as they want and try to make that wrap along to the north side. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if that's exactly what they do.
This is really interesting. We were talking about with Martin bringing up everything with the unplayables and some of the shifts that's happened with the water and whatnot. This is a peculiar circle to kind of kick this one off because this is kind of an area that's been pretty notorious for that.
Yeah, and I mean, the other good thing about this is, you know, we talk about some of the crazy circles that they mentioned on the desk, some of the crazy circles that we have been seeing on this map. Well, at least this time it is cutting over to the west, but it's basically, what would we say, 90% playable, 95% playable? I mean, there's only a little bit of room in there that's cut off. So it opens up a lot of pathing to get in there. Now, there are unplayable mountains in there in the middle of and all that, but as far as early game wraps, early game rotations, anything you're trying to get to, it's kind of a little bit clear for that.
I'll be honest, I'm not entirely the most versed on the new heat maps around this location, so I'm going to be very curious to see how the circles interact and behave at this stage. You can see Cerberus is moving forward. Tiama's taking some shots. This is going to be just north of Monte, but keep in mind we also do have the Sandstorm that's going to be coming in right up on top of this that I believe that Falcons are trying to use as cover. Haisaki has stayed back for Cerberus, kind of providing some cover for the rest of the squad, so he might find himself in a pretty odd position in a moment.
We'll have to keep an eye on that as we see 17 is in position right around Power Grid as Twisted Minds are kind of leaving now. Example, it looks like he spotted them out, so it doesn't look like 17 is going to catch them off guard. But the other half of the 2-2 split from Twisted is dealing with Gaming Gladiators right now. So if 17 really catches a wild hair and wants to push in to try to take off Twisted Minds out of this game, they could do so pretty freely right now.
This is also a very strong point to play, but it could have some peculiar problems that develops around it. Whenever we see the circle, and it's just kind of to the, I guess it just ends, the middle point is just south of where we see Hacienda. But that means that hillside that 17's playing from is kind of a choke point in and of itself into the circle if you're wanting to move into the north from anywhere around the Bacado area. So it's a very strong point to play from for right now, but they might find themselves with a ton of targets to contend with depending on how this pathing to the south happens.
Speaking of the south, checking in with FaZe Clan on the south side of Los Leones. They do have New Happy just ahead of them, and they're making their way out of the city as we speak. But it looks like FaZe is taking their time coming through here, expecting maybe somebody to be in front of them. And New Happy not in any hurry either, so these two may run into each other if these rotations take any longer here. Sonic's finally in vehicles, finally making a move. Day Trade looks like they're all hopping in as well, so they've got a pretty clear path into this very southern side of the zone.
What are you talking about, New Happy and FaZe? These are two squads known for racing to Circle 1, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, of course it has to be the two red teams too, right?
Of course.
So it's always something, man. Well, James.
This has got to be scouted from FaZe. They've been planning around this. Look at the way that they're moving in. They're holding specific angles, expecting New Happy movements.
Hear this, and it looks like both teams really going to be hearing the vehicles making their way through, but Fex doesn't want to have any part of it. Actually, Correxy going to run right into Longsker, not expecting him to be waiting on the western side. Gustav going to get spotted as well. So all of a sudden, just like that, FaZe down to just Fex and James, and they are nowhere near each other.
Got to pump the brakes on that one. Firmly separated out. Fex is going to be in some trouble. He's going to go down, and it's just going to be James revealing his position, taking a couple of shots. New Happy has to make a decision. Do they want to go for the circle or do they want to go for James? James is jumping in a vehicle, trying to deny him at least one of those options.
Oh, you got to go for James here. You just caught 3 points off of this team, and you know exactly where he is unless, yeah, okay. He's just going to get on out of there, and New Happy not really in a position to chase just yet. So got to consider where you're going to play for the next zone, and now James all by his lonesome. You could see Fex just so just irritated by that one because it felt like FaZe had an idea of what was going on. They looked like they knew what they were getting into there, but then Longsker just caught them off guard being in that position off to the west.
They might have expected, I guess, a smidgen of a faster rotation and didn't see anything, so just started executing off of it. But also Longskir's positioning makes me wonder if maybe there was some counter snout. Maybe watching this one. Well, I was going to say kind of maybe trying to counter snipe it, but counter scout it? No, I don't know. He was just kind of playing a hillside over there, and I'd have to rewatch when we move into the next map, depending on how he drops.
Yeah, I mean, both of them were close enough to each other where they heard vehicles, right? So they knew what they were getting into. Unfortunately, they just didn't have all the information. As we check in with 4 a.m., slowly making their way in on the north side of San Martin. Now, they do have Na'Vi just off to their north. That's kind of making that same pathing. We'll see if they run into each other. They've got Gaming Gladiators just off to the west. It looks like HSM, actually, the scout for 4 a.m. has actually run into Levante, taking some shots, but not going down.
So with our plane path, most of our teams are still playing pretty far to the south. Crater Fields, Cabrera, I guess Factory Fields, Pozo itself, not anything there. I mean, we've got Valley Tide that's holding down one of those positions. GG looks like they're moving a bit close to it. Sonics has opted into, remember, they were all the way down to the southeast. They're taking a very long rotation into this one. No rush to make it into the first circle, just kind of playing it as they can. And buying some space for them to work around right now. Really, the only big casualties coming out have been FaZe and then one member Falcons.
Yeah, not real shocking to see nobody in El Pozo. Just yet nobody wants to commit to the city unless it's at least bare minimum Circle 3, I would think.
They did. That's what I found to be interesting.
Well, I mean, they've got the 2-2, right?
Yeah.
Like they've got two. You want to at least be able to see if there's anything. It is, and you want to be able to see at least what's going off to the north. If anybody does happen to come in from the west, from a long wrap, you want to be able to at least hear the vehicles coming, have that information, know that your back is clear. So they're gaining a lot of information. Even though they're not seeing anything or hearing anything right now, that's feeding them a lot of information still.
So about 3/4 of this is where all of our players are playing at. So a hard northwestern circle could make some big problems for these squads to have to contend with. Centered up right now, Valley Tide going to be feeling pretty good, what we were talking about a second ago. 4 Angry Men, you were mentioning them. You can see them kind of looking around. GG is going to be playing in that kind of quarter that nobody else is playing from, and they're going to be using the information for days up here.
Yeah, they got a great split right now, 2-1-1 with the high ground, playing around those crater fields, or just off to the east of the crater fields, rather, just taking that high ground. They're going to be able to see a lot that's going on, and if they get a little bit of luck with this circle pop, they could be in great position for the late game. Let's see if it does. Oh, that's nice.
That's going to be fun. Power Grid in play, San Martin in play, everybody to the south already inside of vehicles and booking it. Look at that. Not a single squad except for Cerberus, not yet in vehicles. And Cerberus now trying to mount up, make their rotation up. Valley Tide is going to be right on the edge, kind of in a gatekeeping position. But remember what I was talking about with 17 Gaming, playing that hillside a second ago, depending on how the movements come in. I was worried about this. A lot of squads might opt into rolling up that hillside, and while it could pick up a couple of kills, it could also make them crash.
We talked about earlier, Sonic's taking the time and making that long wrap from that southeastern side going to the north, and it pays off big as they get a spot in just north of San Martin. Cerberus, meanwhile, in a tough spot. Fortunately for them, Valley Tide not really taking any shots over in their direction. Donawa, Falcons just off to their east, also in rotation. So nobody really on this southern side of the circle in a position to do any gatekeeping solidly, at least. Fatula will be the first one to spot from Donawa, but that's going to be from range. A big spray will get some damage, but no knock.
And Donawa's going to continue on their merry way. The problem is there's a couple other Twisted Minds members that are going to continue to take a pot shot here or there. Nothing too crazy just quite yet. There was also a small dust up as we did see New Happy and I believe the Expendables bumped into each other in rotation. That cost the Expendables one of their members. Donawa, yeah, that's always going to be a, okay, I'm sorry guys, I was looking at the map. Every single time I see it.
Yeah, Tiamba doing an E-pickup on the southern side here. We see Longskir fighting FaZe. That was just unfortunate position. You can see Corexy just, it's just maddening sometimes, unfortunately. But FaZe had a good idea, just didn't pay off that time.
It's getting a bit hectic as Tiamba is looking in that power grid position. Well done. That is a prime point to play from right now. Well, it's kind of close to center.
And honestly, secondary, well done by Twisted to spot that out and actually get Example out of that spot, because that was where Example was posted up. But he was a solo, so they immediately get both of them out of there. But I don't know who saw it. They saw it coming down, but they got out of there and got all four back together. Didn't take any unnecessary fights.
Looking back into this one, small update, as the Expendables did manage to get a res on their knock member, I believe, whenever they kind of did that bump in with New Happy a moment ago, so still holding 4. San Martin's still pretty open, and it is pretty far to the eastern part of the circle, so it looks like Expendables might be eyeing that point to try to play from. It's I mean, open as can be right now. Only thing's going to be going on is going to be very far to the north. The Sonics are running a 2-2 looking into the outskirts of San Martin.
Yeah, again, a lot of teams playing just around the edges of San Martin. KDF, Freaks, the only team to really commit to the city just yet. We'll see if that works out for them or if it ends up biting them in the butt. But right now, it looks like most teams are fairly comfortable with where they are. New Happy did make the long wrap around, and they're going to find a spot to come in here on the northeastern side. Now, Navi just off to the west. They've got a big split, so they may have noticed that if it weren't for the fact that a sandstorm was coming right through at the exact same time.
Rolling right on top of them.
To bylo dlouhý mute. Jakoby 10 minut nic neříct, to je fakt těžký. Zdravím vás. Čau Jendo. Alexander 519 za díky za follow.
Navi, 1 point behind that's going to be Freaks. Tied up with that's going to be TE, 2 points back behind. You can see it's just going to be a drop down. All the way down to Sonics in 20.
Poprvé, co jsem dostal.
Že máš mute, jakoby tak to řeknu, ne?
Jsem ti psal PMku?
Kámo, já tady mám na jednom monitoru World of Times a na druhém
Dobrá zónička. Co ten Buddy říká? Vůbec nerozumím. Jsi ožrálej, Buddy.
Říkám, že když máš mute, tak přeci nemůžeš mluvit, no, tak jak mu to mají říct.
Normálně ne. Odmutuju se a řeknu mu to. Kam šel? On odešel. Blbeček.
It's kind of created a barrier for some of these
other 14 plus.
But looks like Navi is going to be shifting in position. They realize that this is going to be a strong point to try to play from. Donovan trying to defend it up, but Solis's got to get the knock on Anonix. He's been playing big today. Hackatory is also going to make landfall right up on top of him. Ferris is going to be down, but Navi looking like they really wanted this. Now the third party force starting to come in. It looks like Freaks can see it. Even the Expendables all the way over in San Martin taking some pot shots into the backside of this.
Well, Navi down to just one. And you could see it happening in slow motion almost as they crested that hill, going for that dip, and they saw the vehicles, and it was just too late to really make a change here. Diffic's now the last player up. He's got grenades in hand, trying to send it over. Tiamba has eyes, and they will spot him out. Navi going to go down in 16th place.
Man, that was a massive firing line that came after Navi right as soon as they bumped into Donowa.
Prostě Navi. A teď jste myslel v dobrým a oni totálně pak dostali bídu.
The Expendables running a wide 4-man split, trying to regroup right now, at least get a couple of their members together. So yes, 2 have to make
Apex bitva.
But numbers are going to be heavily in favor in Day Trade. 17 Gaming also moving on a similar pathing back behind this. Might hear it and could potentially third party back behind Day Trade.
And this is about to be a 4-way fight as Freaks have now made their way out of San Martin. They're coming into the north side of the Expendables. So a 2-1-1 split for the Expendables. They're getting pinched from both sides. 17 going to pinch Day Trade from both sides. Although 17 didn't send the whole squad. They only sent 2. So all of this happening amidst the smokes. Day Trade, probably the strongest team here, despite the fact that they are down 1 player. They've got the hard cover at least. Tanvu will try to spray, but will get taken down by Nurans.
I mean, Expendables are just getting hit everywhere. Finally, something coming back in their favor as they manage to take down one of the members of Day Trade, but you can see having to juke through all of this. Delvin's trying to at least provide some type of reinforcement. Duck Juice just going to step forward. Day Trade Gaming is going to go down. 17 Gaming being a big factor, and the let's not count out Duck Juice.
Nice push from Duck Juice, and it was took the last bullet, didn't it? But he got him, and that's all that matters. As 17 won't aggress any further onto this. They're not seeing anybody crawling around here. They'll just kind of hang out at their rock, see if they can pick somebody off. They know their backs are clear.
Of course he's alive. Here. He's got all of Freaks right up on top of him, and he's managed to survive that. They lost one of the positioning, but I mean, going to continue for all of these squads. Sonic's up into the north.
Nic, fuck, oni cheatujou.
Ready to hop inside their vehicles, or they're getting harassed by, looks like Gladiators, and it was 4 AM before they hopped in their vehicles and made a move.
4 AM. Free right now. Gaming Gladiator, Dante at least, still taking shots over towards Bobo. See Beyond down to half HP, but they're getting there at the exact same time as Donowa. Donowa still full strength.
To jsou jako v ripu, no, tak ne, Hikary nebudou do kaktusu, vole.
of their own from that compound, and now Falcons going to spot them out as well.
There is just nowhere to go. Everybody's trying to make a move for the trench that's just to the west of Power Grid and try to find some type of foothold to work around. 4 Angry Men, HS,
Co se to tady kurva děje?
Sending himself further down to the south. See if maybe he can get some space away and try to survive for the time. That is going to be a bully coming out from down.
Takhle nemůže říct Koví, jestli ty jste klepou na hlavu, to prostě takhle nejde říct.
And now Tiamba trying to make the push out of their compound to see if they can get in the utility range for Donawa. They're going to get at least one knock, but now enough damage has come back onto them that they got to pull back.
Well, Valley Tie is also going to be coming up right back behind Donawa. They don't get a chance to breathe in this one. You can see that they didn't manage to make it all the way over into the trench. That's going to be Valley Tie that does get the positioning onto that one. And they're just rolling right by Donawa. They're not going to let them...
Babsang vydal Panzer. Já ti dám. Hele, už není malý. Ten Panzer, kámo. Nemůže pušovat. Dej tam Babsanga.
Don't see anybody. Okay, yeah, we got one more trying to send something over, but you see cars just flipping all around them as Rello is still taking shots towards Donawa, towards Valley Tie. He does have a little bit of company in HSM.
Do toho Mortar, ty vole.
But it doesn't look like HSM is wanting to take any shots at this.
Rest of Falcons are kind of tied back. They've got James next.
Totální válka tady.
To come into this direction. HS is pretty much just kind of hunkering down while Falcons Rello is providing some cover from the bullying that's going on. Valley Tie, Donawa in a very awkward standoff right next to each other. They can't make any moves. There is so much control happening in the territory around them. Neither one of them really wants to make too big of a move. But Loki, you can see he wants it so bad. He's trying to creep closer and closer, but it is so hazardous here.
I mean, I don't know how much of a choice they have. They got to keep that smoke wall, keep recycling, and they may be out. But here you go, New Happy going to run into Kwandong Freaks on the edge. Human going to go down. Sonic's just on the
Kámo, tam to umírá.
Gladiators just behind them. So all these ridge lines, all these hills, anytime somebody
Dobrý spray, no, jakoby.
Immediately get blasted here. Is H-Wing going to go down as well?
See, Freaks just trying to get out of here. They want nothing to do with the mess that's happening.
Co se tady děje do prdele?
Trying to get some reses, make their way forward into it. Sonics did lose.
Aha, Mink si ještě totiž nevzal brejle.
Gladiators trying to creep forward, but they're not really good pathing for it, as it is going to be Tiamba as well as Sonics working together. And man, oh man, it is just continual shifts. Bean going to try to finish this one out, but no! Solid defense going to be coming back on the other side.
There you go, and as all
that Mink, no?
Did clear out Valley Tie, so they have that that little dip to themselves just to the west of Power Grid, but you just
Kde umřeli tři Falconi?
You're gonna have to hold off again. Somebody else from that is somehow Falcons lost all their other players. I'm not sure if it was James or not, but Rello now is suddenly the last player alive.
Sending it straight into that crate area just to the outskirts of Power Grid.
No, Danava.
Loki 6 kg, no, jakoby. Danava.
Meanwhile, on our outskirt teams, it's going to be
Loki takzvaně. Soul je pryč. Time to shine, bitch.
New Happy are right on top of each other, and James, good old James, still alive.
Good old Jimbo. The server is still full.
Orajem typicky na posledním místě.
Trying to make the push. Are they going to send it into where Donawa was?
Tady to je totální home turf. Tady jsou twistedi doma, vole. Hovna. Tím se dal dozad, OK. Má jeden kill, James. Si povyžírali. Každopádně New Happy jsou známí tím, že na Miramaru jsou absolutně nejlepší. By měl nějakých 83% pointů z Miramaru, když byl ještě jenom Erangel Miramar. Nebo Erangel Miramar Tiger dokonce. Jako nesmysl úplně.
Just locked into a duel against each other right now, both wanting to separate, but both realizing they're pretty vulnerable. Still 28 alive. They don't want to walk into this time zone because they're afraid of what could be happening in front of them. And yeah, Tiamba as well as Twisted Minds looking.
Mají New Happy mnohem lepší zónu. Konec tady nemají co dělat.
They're wanting to go to the south, but look, Sonic's just right on their heels. The smoke wall is going to slow it down. Nobody wants to walk in the smoke just completely blind, but Sonics definitely do not want to walk into Tiamba's sightline.
It looks like both of these teams.
Tam Tiamba vidí. Tady všude vidí.
Just try to hold the line, wait for the inevitable push here from Sonics as kickstart down to just one Molotov, but Longscar and Ming Twisted Minds continue to move around. They're avoiding Tiamba for the time being, but maybe
a jak to chceš udělat?
with this reposition, now
ještě nepřišli ani o APčko, jo? Ti dva.
Cannot move. It's going to be a directed firing line with pretty much 7, maybe even up to 9 players trying to hold Sonics out of this. Trying to creep forward. Trimsy is going to go down. Kick's already taken a ton of damage. That's going to get finished off. It's going to be Tiamba and Longskirt picking up 1 apiece. Meanwhile, it does look like Mimi's going to need to get rezzed. Twisted Minds are just playing all around the outside.
Podívej se, jak to dá Twist lidi. Totální šéfové tady. Šéfové Power Gridu.
Not the worst shift.
Tak ukaž. Teď se ukáže, kdo je šéf Power Gridu.
I imagine that Tiamba will hold their hard positioning until the last minute, but you can see Twisted just putting themselves in position to
Takhle to vypadá, jako kdybych neměl ruce na té webce.
I'm kind of excited for where we're going in our end game here because shifting into Power Grid, that would be just ridiculously fun to watch how this is going to play out. Playing on the outside walls, also really, really cool. Anything that's going to be happening to the south really has a very big lean down into it, and Jeems still staying alive. Are the 2 Z's at the end of his name like a S for Snake?
I'm going to say yeah. I mean, I'm going to commit, you know, let's take it. That's, again, a very bearded Mr. James, as we wait and see if he can make his way in, but unfortunately for him,
nechápu, jak dokážu prostě z takhle dostat sem.
Zkušenosti.
Control over this southern side, but so many snakes, so many duos still left. They're going to get a little bit more aggressive.
Holding this one out, you can see it's going to be CC trying to go for nade play, but he's going to go down. Molotov is at least going to slow down a bit of the reposition coming out from Twisted Minds. Lou's going to go down, well defended on one angle, but Tiamba, they made an emergency pickup over here. They wanted to make the play, but it's Twisted Minds getting control over the entirety of the area. Now starting to come a bit more apart. It is going to be Cerberus. Here's this firefight creeping forward. Also, Loki for Danawa has moved forward. He's got a bit of vision on what's happening in this one, and now Twisted Minds in a lot of trouble.
And yeah, Batu going to get spotted out by him ass. Almost goes down. The grenade might be enough to do it if it lands in the right spot. A little bit too long.
Look at me.
He's not. Duckmile will spot him. And now Twisted, they try to be a little bit more aggressive. They try to take the fight to Tiamba's face. And then unfortunately for them, is not paying off. His Cerberus in perfect position, but Slowzy.
I love this. He's just creeping.
A víš co, Fex je tam dlouho v nose.
He is revealed, and you can see Cerberus now has to shift away from what was going on with Tiamba to look back into this direction. They don't know exactly where he's moved into, but that also means that now it's going to be Cerberus vulnerable to the 17 reposition from Little Ghost.
James is such a problem right now, but problem that will probably get taken care of. There you go, Haizaki will be the one to spot him out, but now got other things to worry about. Linshu.
Loki build different. 9 kilů Loki, ty vole. Hodí do prdele.
To spread their wings inside the power grid. They've got Deal watching off to the west, Loki watching off to the north, 77-0-0, now the last player up, and he's going to spot out Loki. Big knock for him.
Tovo.
Wall is going to provide some type of cover, but Danawa can't really do much about it. The way that Cerberus is maneuvering around them with this 1-1-1 split that they've got going on, they can't really reinforce each other too well. So it looks like Tiamba going to creep forward. They want to pick up this last point at least. Remember, Tiamba, this was their territory. This was their home, and it has been slowly and steadily just ripped away from them.
Oh my God. And now Cerberus, they lose everybody except for Duckmai. 17 has just been kind of slowly wrapping around towards the west from the south. And they're coming over at the...
Já jsem myslel, že Ghost je poslední 17 a oni jsou ještě ve 3, what the fuck?
I believe they're the only team now that's 4 strong. But look at all the solos and the duos. I think we've got 4 solos, 2 duos, and a full strength 17.
It is a very scary territory.
Aha, tak dokonce ve 4 jsou.
7 teams still alive, 12 alive. That lets you know just how absolutely crazy this is. The circle does lean into the warehouse just to the south of Power Grid itself, and so that means where we're going to see the Expendables playing from. Tiamba is going to have to make a move down. 7-7's got to make some type of move, but he's got Duckmai, Cerberus just over to his west. New Happy, the duo, still alive after the struggles that they had with Sonics, have managed to move over into one of those eastern warehouses, and looks like they're trying to gatekeep.
I like what 17 is doing here, despite the fact that they know it's 12 alive, despite the fact that they know that they're full strength, they know that this is a tough spot to push into and not get snaked.
Prostě 17, no.
Want to be too aggressive and take the risk of losing somebody or 2 people for free. That's the worst thing that could happen. This just feels like it could
každá vteřina může znamenat bod.
As long as they play their cards right.
So many remnant, I guess, players from squads just holding down very dangerous positions for 17.
Ten byl překvapený, no, jakoby.
They were really hoping for. That is going to be the end of Jamba.
A tam běhne do dalšího solisty, přesně. Do Babsanga.
But he's got Deal just off to his south. I don't think he knows exactly where he is. So Duckmai actually going to go play on the inside of the wall, so that's probably going to keep him alive for the time being. You see Deal just by that radio tower has not.
Tam usnul, ne?
Oh. He's waiting to see him, but the wall. Oh, he didn't see him through the wall. I think he might have just barely saw the tail end of him making his way through.
This is such a nerve-wracking section for these players to have to kind of maneuver. Deal gets spot 17. It's going to be Xiao Wu that spots him out. Squad playing on the outside of this one for so long, now having to make their move.
Ukaž 17. Máš na to furt nebo nemáš? Je hrozně vyrovnaný, ty vole, podívej se na tu tabulku. Grizzly 007? To jo, Jedek, vole, mi dal time on 10 minut, Jirko. Se s tím nebavím. Čau, čau. Pivo mi nedal, maso z grilíčku, který si tam užírá, taky nedal na narozeníky. Mám fakt, že se mu nikdy nepostaví. Zlej člověk do cesty.
Corner camping right
now. Look at this though, a lot of utility.
Yeah.
So if he does manage to make it to late
Grizzly koupil si Saba a dal mi mu teda 10 minut.
Three Molotovs ready to go.
This is such a quiet circle right now, man. This you can see everybody's just like looking, kind of creeping forward, eyeing one angle or another. The Expendables, I guess, with the most breathing room, but they still have their backs against the wall in the warehouse, just waiting for somebody to walk into it. Happy still having to make a move from the north. Duckmai as well. Rello's kind of, I guess, a gatekeeper. Even though he is looking at that corner, I think he's trying to listen out for footsteps or anything else coming around near him. 17 Gaming, I mean, yeah, in any other situation, the 4-man squad would feel so good, but the location of the circle makes it so scary.
Yeah, this is tough. This is real tough to play it out. And as you said, again, patience being here for 17 is
30 minut.
Outside of the wall to work with. They know they're safe. There's no reason to really put anything at risk here and go for anything more when you could just kind of sit around and wait and play that outside wall. And you're in the driver's seat here if you're 17. So
everybody's got to come to you now, pretty much.
Yeah. Xiao Wu is still in a good spot, kind of see everything from where he's at. He will now have to move as the blue zone is going to encroach upon him.
So let's look at the lineups as they're going to potentially come into play. 17 Gaming playing that southern wall. The Expendables getting some idea on what's going to be going on. Duckmai is going to be playing to the west, right along this wall. Could potentially put him in Rello's sightline in just one moment. New Happy has seen them make their move, but
nedává, čau Sindere. Není to vůbec event podporovaný samotným PUBG nebo Craftem, takže nebudou asi žádný dropy. Až pak.
Everybody else has at least revealed themselves at some point with a shot here or there. He is just playing this one silent.
Ooh, that was almost real close there for 17. They had the smokes down, but Clory's had an angle, and I think he knows exactly where Lil Ghost is. That grenade could be perfect. Ooh. Is it cooked well? It's going to be a little bit off, but now Lil Ghost is going to return the favor. Just a little overcooked.
Burst right in front of his face is going to at least chew him away from that wall. 17 Gaming now trying to just use the numbers advantage. They're all just bundling up next to each other, but Dutch Juice looks like he's kind of eyeing a new angle. Rello also been revealed on his point that he's been playing from. He's going to go down. Duckmai still in control over into the west, but he's going to have to make a shift with 17 Gaming now trying to make a play of their own. Means the fact that he's going to get spotted out. Long skirt, moving down slowly, steadily, coming into the backside of all that's going to be going on with 17 Gaming.
Tak kdo čet? New Happy, 17 nebo Expendables?
They've managed to string together two nice performances here after a little bit of a slow start. We'll see if they can pull off some magic as 17 has managed to make their way inside the compound, but it is not by any means feeling safer as Lil Ghost is just going to hold the angles. They're just waiting. I mean, you can see the dot now.
It is
right inside that compound.
It is just right up on that wall.
They lost Xiao Wu.
Scary right now for 17 play from. They're just trying to maneuver through. And this is a full breaching situation. Expendables just trying to hold it together. Duck Juice. Not gonna have to worry about that one too much yet. Expendables the benefit of location, but it is just so much scurrying of footsteps.
Zdar.
Ty vole, já jsem se lekl, ty magore!
Sorry.
Dáme si tě na 80 a budeš dobrý.
Good counter moves coming out. Just a flash to reveal, and they say no. 17 shuts that down. Quick.
Oh, nice eyes on Lil Ghost. We'll spot out long skirt, and now Ming Ming will get taken down by the grenade for Suju, and that's very efficiently done there. Immediately after getting the res on their fallen teammate, but now they've got to dig these two out. Oh, grenade! Oh, that's awful.
That is the worst timing. Lil Ghost at least trying to get some damage back onto Duck Juice. Bounce back between him. Lil Ghost now looking through the wall, but look at Cloris. He's made a shift around the outside of this.
Kámo.
Picks it up, and it is going to be 7.
Já bych mu nabombil, ty vole, to si v životě neviděl, jako, a on se tomu ještě směje, debil. Viděl jsi ho, jak se tomu směje, a Lil Ghost. Pohodě, chlapi. Pohodě. A Suju jenom, takovej to. Pohoda, chlapi.
Wild game. I mean, from the moment we started seeing everything shift.
To je další klip, jakoby, no, tohleto, ty vole. Říkal, kalkulujte, já vás vynením, kluci, aby vyběhli a pak je Lil Ghost postřílí.
Zahraj to na psychiku. Suju, you owe somebody a Coke there. Because you almost threw that entire thing with one grenade, with one unfortunate bounce there. But the rest of the ball and up to the task here as we get a little highlights of that wild late game on Power Grid.
Dude, I also have to give respect to New Happy, man. They had to fight themselves through some absolute insane positions to get just into that late game.
No, I mean, that's absolutely huge for them. I mean, they needed something big, and they've had two.
Těším se, no, těším se, až tady ty hráči budou mít mazlíky. To bude jízda.
Good way to close off the day.
So much, and it is absolutely wild.
Ještě se flexil.
Our day because it has been an absolute blast, and I have loved every single segment.
Yeah.
Well, 17 Gaming coming out blasting here for this one. Not that many kills on the board for a win, but they approached Power Grid strong, being able to control that position and get themselves.
Jakoby nech tam Lil Ghosta, no, Lil Ghost tady jakoby zahrál 6 bodů solo.
And Cameron, looking at how 17 was able to deal with this, it did get a little bit dicey towards the end, actually, but I wasn't expecting that.
I mean, they did have an advantage coming until the end there. We all noticed it very early on. They had the biggest chance to win, but when you're still trying to approach a compound, even with scattered, weakened teams, there's always, who's behind that angle? Who's behind that angle? It was New Happy swinging in from the east. It was very chaotic. They ended up coming out on top. It was really close. It was close.
I will say this, though, like, in a Power Grid ending like this, where it ends so close to actual Power Grid, it feels like a little bit of an urban ending, right? You have so many people scattering in, trying to get out. One or two guys, you have some fights on the edges for control, and it ends up being the team that has that edge where it kind of ends up. But dropping an 8 like that,
a co jinak, dobré podívaníčko jako.
But yeah, points going their way.
Not bad at all, not bad as they get themselves 14 points on the side of New Happy as well. The Expendables and Danamar walk away with 13. I kind of have to agree with what you're saying about this finish as a whole. I think a lot of teams come in kind of scrappy to Power Grid because we had so many south hard shifts, right? So by the time you're sending it into those locations, Cameron, you're probably gonna come in wounded, one or two here and there.
Yeah, I mean, I do want to shout out, though, Loki from Danamar specifically. They had 11 kills for the team. That's how they got those 13 points. 9 of them were on Loki. That kid was absolutely far. I mean, Danamar is a team that, you could argue, barely made it here. And so to see them in 2nd place is very exciting.
Guys like Loki and Iononyx able to perform on those lands. We know them very, very well. So yeah, 45 points for them is huge. 17 Gaming, though, moving up into 3rd place with 42 points. And the Expendables actually in 4th here, taking over Twisted Minds. That's a result for them so far.
Yeah, very expensive, very
expendable.
Very expendable, very exciting. I was going to go for XXX, but yeah, obviously I love how Chloe's been able to come in here, and he's such a good player, and yeah, we're going to be seeing more great things for these guys. Good to see them in the top 4, and also Loki, you know, all-time highest winning in terms of prize pool before this event here. Yeah, it could change depending on who wins, and $700,000 is a lot of money, but yeah, he is a legendary player. I think he was the first player to break $1 million in prize pool 1. Yeah,
when you were part of the old Gen G rosters and things like that, and I think Gen G is about 2 million prize pool ahead of 2nd place, which is Sonics or something. Yeah, they've got a lot of money under the belt for sure. But let's take a look at the MVP and see who it's going to be. I think one thing's for sure whilst we take a look at this MVP, and it's going to be a little Ghost coming in. okay, I think we're all very happy to see 17 Gaming with this roster on internationals because we were so sad about their performance.
Let's fucking go, Lil Ghost, roztrhej jim prdele. Teda co? To bylo možná moc ofenzivní.
He got a shout out, didn't get the MVP, but he got a shout out still, so yeah, that's a good thing. But yeah, 17 Gaming is back to the performance that we expected them to be at before the kind of travesty we had at PGS 3 and 4. They're a team we're expecting so many things at, right? They're a team that should be a championship contender, and they just didn't show that at PGS 3 and 4. So yeah, again, let's see what they're able to do here. Hopefully they'll be able to go into the grand final with ease.
I want to stick with you, Avenger, for a moment. Do you have something for us with the Telestrator?
Yeah, let's just break down a little bit of kind of how the control and how it kind of played out. Because again, because it's so congested towards the middle and how Power Grid works out overall for how the teams are, and also they had 4 guys alive. The amount of control you can take and towards the end just lock down everything here. So we have a little bit of a backdrop view here for how it looks. They're locking down everything in and making sure they have full control of the western side and the southern side. They have multiple angles. You can see how the guys are spread out, and this is exactly how you set up. And this would be anyway in any town, any city. If you know that it's not going to end there, or if it's going to end on a specific side or edge of the city, this is exactly where you want to see the setup to be like here. They have all angles crossed, they have all angles covered. Not a lot of damage done from them, but they take the kills, they steal the kills, they make sure that everyone dies towards the end. And of course, it's a little bit scrappy towards the end in terms of the nades and the knocks, but overall, just a perfect setup to win this, to execute this late game here.
Also taking advantage of the fact that, again, we were talking about those teams setting themselves up in a scrappy way in Power Grid, Cameron. If you are doing that, and you're one of the teams that might want to peak an entry point for 17 Gaming, you're kind of exposing yourself to all these other scrappy locations, right? So it's difficult.
Yeah, I think there was a member of Cerberus who was up there. We had Deal from Danwon. You had New Happy coming in from the east. And then Rello was still there. So yeah, it made it very difficult for those 2 remaining members of Expendables, even though you could argue they had a strong position in that compound to try and push 17 away. But most kills, there it is, Loki right at the top. You
didn't need to shout him out. He shouted himself out by putting himself in first place here for most kills. Yeah, good.
Hey, my shout out counts for something, okay?
Okay.
Well done, well done. I mean, one thing's for sure for this game is that Asia's fighting back, right? I think we've seen quite a bit of a strong statement from the Western world so far. Falcon's doing well, Twisted Mind's doing well, etc. But it looks like we've got South Korea and China.
Lil Ghost se probral ze Shadow Realmu. Vede zpátky, kamaráde.
Home turf and everything, but they kind of severed themselves a little bit, not putting in their strongest. And then we saw the kind of rise of APAC really coming into effect, both with the arena doing well, and of course Cerberus doing extremely well. But overall, yeah, it feels like one of the most competitive events so far here. We have all the regions, all the teams at the very top fighting for everything.
Yeah, it's very, very close at the standings right now. Again, we're just 5 games in, but we're effectively, for groups A and B, almost at that 50% point here for the group. So, we're going to go to a break. When we're
brutální všecko, no.
Game on the way here.
To jsi ještě neviděl tu arénu, Michael.
Anywhere.
Sleduj Lil Ghosta na webce. Sleduj Lil Ghosta na webce. Ani, kámo, nic, to je prostě totál. To je ten flow, který on má, to je halus. Ten týpek tohle miluje. Ani se necuknul nic, ani se nehnul. Masakr. Ostatní mu tam do toho řvou a on prostě v pohodě, chlapi, já je zabiju.
Divine, hráno ranked.
Jo.
Okay.
Kilia, gimme. Nějaký Arabáš tam má, ty vole, Thunder Fury, to bleju.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Super, dobrá reklama. Oni hrajou na LG monitorech, a ne na Zowie. OK. Kámo, ty pauzy jsou dlouhý.
Teďka, jak jsem viděl tu reklamu, využiješ na něco 480 Hz monitor.
No jasně, už mají 540.
Jo.
Rise and shine, wake up. We got one more game to go here for day number 1 for the Esports World Cup for PUBG, and so far so good, because Group A and Group B has been extremely close so far as the competition.
Stažu 999, díky za follow, víte, Žilko, bohy.
Miramar, but Cameron, I think off the back of the previous game, really great for these teams on the fight back up towards the top. Obviously, we've had teams like Falcons already set the precedent.
Yeah, absolutely. But there was one team that I don't know about you guys, but I want to put my eyes on a little bit. New Happy. This is a team that for the past couple of events, they've been slipping. They've kind of been performing worse and worse. Their qualifiers weren't particularly great. They got here off of global power rankings alone. 8th place, so just barely snuck into this one. But they've been getting to a lot of late games here. So I'm curious to see if they're actually starting to pick it back up. Going off of the previous point about East Asia, China, South Korea specifically, maybe New Happy can be in the mix, though.
Hráváš len PUBG, jak to myslíš?
And 17 Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, it could be...
U mě v práci dnes našli leteckou pumu nevybuchnutou. Aha, čau, Helasi. Co děláš za práci, Nero, abych se od toho jako od to? S kolika kilama vyhráli 17 Gaming?
No, 16 of the teams here, they're going to be halfway through. We're looking at a 54-55 cutoff point in terms of where our top 16 is going to be. If you're in the 60s, you're going to be very good. But again, looking at how competitive it is at the moment, our cutoff could be higher, could be lower, of course. It's looking very two teams that are doing extremely well for themselves right now.
Tak, je tam rychlá predikce na minutu, jo? Predikce minuta na First Blood. Gouči, Gouči, Gouči.
Drops in power grid and leaves power grid completely.
Ale ty sám třeba být nechci, že jo?
No tak to je buď.
Já jdu do sprchy, jak jsem to.
Tu na streame hrávám PUBG, hrávám Diablo. Teďko budu hrát Black Myth Wukonga. Ale většinou PUBG, no. Hraju PUBG, komentuju PUBG.
Yes, it's a great central looting spot, but it's extremely hard to win those.
Ten Wukong, to je konzolová hra, že?
Ne, je to i na kompu, nebo doufám. Jsem to stáhnul na Steamu, takže to musí být na kompu.
That being the plan B, that being the secondary option, that being the point of survival, not control any other position that you can.
Kemice Litvinov píšou, že našli pumu, tam přesně asi dělá Nero, no. Kuky s tebou chce hrát Goose Goose Duck. Jediná hra na kachny, kterou si s Kukem zahraju, bude to, kde já budu mít tu pušku.
So many times teams like the Falcons at the bottom, they were pre the next circle, you turn back around because it just kept coming that direction.
One team that stood out as well in our previous Miramar.
A ještě mi za to ty lidi zaplatí 200.
Was actually FaZe having a hard time.
Easy.
Right? Yeah. Obviously they're going for a backup drop towards
the there over inclusive.
But obviously you couldn't stretch for a location like that in the previous game, right?
Gustav. They gave up Monte, right? Back in the day, they looted Monte, and they had so few people around them overall, and yeah.
Ten je ale hezky fouskatej.
Further away, and it suits their playstyle a little bit more with coming in a little bit later in terms of Miramar.
To bude krásný.
Tak jdi dám ráz, ty kokot.
Budu nádherný.
Second circle pops. Where is your location? Where's your spot? And when second circle pops, and also there's so much information once the third circle pops due to land ratio and how kind of everything plays out with New Miramar after our updated and changes.
Yeah, you got to be super careful about the new Miramar and how it all works out. But thank you very much, gentlemen. Time to get to our final game of the night. Let's head over to the commentators for the Dusty Dunes.
One more Miramar, and oh man.
Ty to asi baví, no?
Little Ghost kind of ghosted us for a while. Now he's back, and he is rocking.
He sure is. And, you know,
Čau Jany. Dáme už párty, jsme na Discordu, jestli seš už doma z noční, nebo jestli seš doma prostě, tak klidně doraž. Kluci šli asi hrát, poslední hra. A pak půjdu spát. Dobře, tak jinak, já vypnu stream potom.
Right, if you want to feel like you had a successful day.
Yeah, with the momentum going in, I usually just go with the factor of like 5.5 per round for the qualifiers, and then multiply that by the number of games.
Ještě furt jsme nenašli, na jakých hrajou. Monitorech a na jakých hrajou jakoby setupech. Asi mají ten 480 Hz LG monitor, jinak by na něj nebyla reklama. Jsem práci 6 až 22, no tak je už 9.23. To ještě není 10 vlastně. Ráno budeš PUBG nebo Diablo? Ráno si zahraju chvíli toho Wukonga, ale pak budu PUBG. Jakmile se složíme na ranked, tak klidně dám ranked. Pocit.
That's pretty crazy, especially just two back-to-back like you're talking about. That is kind of harsh to do with none of the teams really wanting too big of a push away. Could also lead to a couple of skirmishes around vehicles, maybe trying to steal something away, but it is also Miramar, so you should be able to stretch.
Arena je mega popiči.
So, to kind of see how it goes.
Oh yeah, yeah. Looking at Game of Gladiators, getting a little close to Twisted Mind, and looks like we might have. Doing a remake?
Around, kind of getting pathing of what's going on.
Based off of body language, I'm thinking remake.
Yeah, everybody's pulled their hands.
A remake.
Now we're going to kind of be looking forward into this last game, building a little bit more anticipation.
Yeah. I mean, obviously you got to talk about the performances of the guys.
Týpek tam vyklepe podložku pod stůl, víš co?
Again, you know, two fantastic games, kind of surrounded by three meh games.
Nejtěžší věc pro komentátory. Remake posranej. Nerválka cuky podložku.
Everything else has been kind of meh.
Čet, kdo znáte Naruto?
Honestly, as far as consistency goes, I think you got to almost go all the way down to 5th place with Twisted Minds and then New Happy right behind them to find any amount of consistency. Really, even the Expendables in 4th place. We've played what have we played? 5 games now.
Já jsem viděl Naruto i Shippuden skoro celýho. Neviděl jsem tu poslední bitvu, která je asi na 250 dílů.
The Expendables, I think, actually being a little bit of a surprise here so far today.
Yeah, and you were talking about, you know, aiming for more than 30 points, going into like finishing out the day. Well, keep in mind, right now, Tiamba is at 29 in 8th place, already pretty much what would be our half of our cutoff for our halfway point. So this is going to be a bit more precarious, and whenever we look down that lower...
Jenže ty jsi to prochlastal, Nero. Ty jsi nebyl ani na jedné atrakci, že jsi to prochlastal. U nás se svezl jednou na autodromu.
I mean, this is a very interesting group to look at because there's a lot of expectations for so many of these teams, and the circles, specifically even the plane path in that last one, have been very...
Čau, Zume? Dlouho jsem tě tady neviděl.
I mean, you look in general at the teams that are sitting... I feel like if you're looking at these teams that are sitting below 30 points right now, one thing that they all have in common is that they have just not had any amount of circle luck at all so far today, at least through 5 games. You know, we saw Sonic's last game taking that with the Puerto.
Ale sexy Ocean.
Take the long wrap all the way to the north. Now, You know, and then you kind of find yourself having to bomb positions towards the end there that without
Kouči už bolej nohy, tak si sednu.
the information that you would like to have normally.
See that coaches stealing
Halka tady s obrovským beďákem na honímtu.
I do really like this addition of allowing coaches back behind.
Aby mu neprasknul do toho, do monitoru. To by vystříklo úplně. Teda co?
Ne, on si upravil monitor.
Only listen in on the comms.
Yes.
But the benefit for it is a lot of times whenever some, let's say your squad gets
Teď mi píše Zoom, ať na tebe nekoukám a jdu hrát radši Rust. Zoom, vypadni.
Stew. And just sit there and marinate in your failure, for lack of a better term. So by the time your coach is wanting to sit down and talk to you, or your analyst is wanting to talk to you, you've already decided everything that you've done that's right or wrong, and it doesn't matter what they're saying. Now, immediately, good or bad, the coaches can just be right there with them and be like, hey, this is what happened. It's okay, you know, really.
Tohle mluví za vše.
And if anything, it should also make for a much more, I guess, role.
Že to nefunguje
A lot
navíc.
of these other hidden areas, they've just got them right next to them, right as soon as the game ends, they know what's up.
Yeah, and I think, you know, one of the things that makes us as an esport a little bit different is that most of our players, they've been around for a long time.
Yeah.
These coaches, their primary job, their primary concern is not, you know, coaching them how to fight or coaching them, you know, you get involved in rotation, but their primary position when they're here is to just keep the positive mindset going, keep them from tilting, keep the players kind of going in the right direction. So, you know, I think having that presence there, just kind of sitting behind them, knowing that that one person, that final voice is there, also kind of helps out a lot in the end. So you see a lot of smiling faces here, well, especially on those two boys. I mean, they are sitting pretty nice at the top of the leaderboard. We got some fans in the stands. Love to see that. Get that Sonics flag raised high. As you see Shrimsy really appreciating the support.
So with this, you can see, yeah, that was the same group that was back last time, really providing a lot of support in so much of what was going to be going on for the teams whenever we were back in Saudi Arabia last time. And yes, we kind of do have a bit of a tech bubble right at the directed time. I think that there's a bit of a discussion that's going on. So we'll kind of keep our ear to the ground on what's happening with that.
Yeah, if we hear anything, we'll be the first ones to let you guys know. But right now, you just get to hear the sultry sounds of our voices as we wait to see when they come. Okay, we got about 2-3 minutes, it sounds like. So what else do you want to talk about, Matt? What you been doing since we've been in Riyadh? I heard you got to take a look around the facilities here a little bit today.
Actually, got a tour around.
Zvajíčka jsem se vykubal. Na cestu k řece jsem se dal.
Kind of a multimedia, I guess. It's one of those, it's got a whole bunch of like psychedelic effects with mirrors and stuff like that as you walk through it. Really, really cool. So I'm absolutely loving that. Yeah. Outside that, it's just also getting down, sitting with a lot of the fans, interacting with what's going to be going on.
Pane spojený s challenge.
I don't know, it's been a pretty...
Jsi and cool player.
Oh, absolutely. It's a real cool setup.
A ta challenge spočítá v tom, že mi každý může za killče donate nebo za saba zabanovat jakoukoliv zbraň na celý den. Až teďko v chatu. Dá se v PUBG zabanovat v podstatě všechno krom healu. Teď jsme polemizovali nad tím, že zabanujeme letadlo. Takže no matter what, prostě jakmile vyletíš, tak musíš skákat hned, jak to hitne to, že mu jde vyskočit. A pak jsem polemizoval i nad tím, že se zabanujou healy. Prostě hraješ hardcore mod.
We don't have like a buzzer here to kind of catch that one. So should just be about a minute or so more before we get everything situated and back into the game. You can see a lot of players now starting to get back into lobby, getting positioned, getting ready to go as we're making our positions into this one. Are also, you can see, look at how happy all of the players are. This is not, we have the coaches here, keeping the mindset going.
Yeah, well, while we wait as we finish getting ready to get back into game, we got a little bit of a sit down with Flood.
Třeba ban na UIčko, ale to nebudu hrát celý den bez UIčka, to jste se posrali, ne?
Welcome to PUBG at the Esports World Cup. I am joined by Flood from Team Falcons and Flood. We're going to play.
Dovede v tabulce do vojnosovat.
Are you ready?
Falcons.
Ooh, you seem ready. I like that. Who is
Vyhráli
most
dvě.
likely to clutch a 1v4? Riller. Okay. Who's most likely to rage quit? Snakers. You're quick at this. Who's most likely to fall off the map? Snakers. Who is most likely to rally the troops?
Definitely Roth.
I love that. I remember seeing Roth last year, and he was that guy. Who's most likely to smack talk?
Definitely Snakers.
I notice how you haven't given yourself any of these answers.
Oh, okay.
Yet.
Am I allowed to give myself?
Of course you
I
are.
thought it was my teammates only. Okay.
Oh no, bro. You can give yourself some props as well. Who's most likely to flip a car?
Snakers.
Who's most likely to attempt a frying pan kill?
Snakers.
I think all of us. If it was like a 4v1, I think all of us would try and do it.
Just for the props. Why not? And who's most likely to team kill or have a grenade go wrong?
I think you know the answer. It's Snakers.
Snakers, my man. You're being thrown under the bus, but you know what? Thanks so much, Blood. Appreciate it.
Odkud došli Falcons, to je další arabská orga, ale jsou to Američani všichni. Americký region.
At least we now have an answer to that question whenever we go and talk to 17 Gaming on who's going to be the most likely to blow up.
Jo, nebo třeba bez sluchátek budu hrát vy dementi, ne? Nebo nevím, vypnu si monitor, nebo já nevím, s jedním okem, že si jedno takhle zalepím a budu hrát takhle, nebo...
Nebo si jde PUBG na druhý monitor. Aha.
Managed to sneak a couple more points for Cerberus in the end there too.
Tam mám popřený vozovní, nech mě bejt.
Hop out of the building, get 2 flushes. So that worked out pretty well for them. Everybody leaves happy, Matt. That's
a nebo nechám jednu hru hrát Andy.
And you can see we are now starting to get everything back together. Should be moving into game in just 1 second.
Ve stoje, to byste mě viděli Bambána, kdybych hrál ve stoje.
We've been seeing a
ale kdyby místo tebe hrál Andy, tak to bys tam nehrál jako by dlouho ty.
17 Gaming now nipping on their heels back behind them. The Expendables have been very quietly collecting a pretty decent amount of points.
Já si myslím, že Andy by hrál furt a to bys byl furt nejlepší.
Expendables on their list is the best, the highest performing APAC team at the end of the day, but so far that's where they're at. Is Cerberus a little bit farther behind? Not that much farther behind, only 5 points. 4 AM, they've got a lot of work to do as we check out Godby and the rest of the gang.
Again, that goes back into the leaderboard, though. It is so compacted. Once you get out of those top 3, it just is anybody's game to really make a massive climb. And specifically, ending in this last game, you want that momentum. Some of these guys, half these guys are going to be watching tomorrow, not able to play. The other half, it's their last day. Managed to qualify for the grand finals. That is a massive amount of pressure.
Já jsem jenom barvoslepej.
Off of this last game is going to do a world of good.
Ne, to by určitě nechtělo, Kimi.
Specifically, their mental as well.
Yeah, I think specifically if you're one of these Group B groups, or Group E teams rather, that are playing tomorrow, and that they're going to be have to just watching the final day. Nobody likes to be in that sweaty position where your fate is no longer in your own. So 17 games, Cerberus, FaZe Clan, 4 AM Freaks, Na'Vi, Falcons, and Valley Tai. They all have to get going here and try to get themselves in a good position for tomorrow.
We've got to get going as well, as it looks like the plane is now starting to take off.
Go.
Let's go ahead. Thank you guys so much for sometimes this happens, you know, esports, but we are now up in the air, moving into our last game for Miramar for the day. Thank you so much for hanging out with us yet again, and let's get this one kicked off.
Tak to už bude 64 ze 64.
A little bit of a better playing path, won't be as far down to the south again, so maybe open up a little bit more of the map as we wait and see where everybody is going to drop. As we said, down to just this one. There are a lot of teams really that need to get as much going for themselves here, get themselves steering in the right direction for the rest of this tournament. And I take it back. We are a little bit more south. Never mind. I think we're just running back.
Last time.
I was judging it based off of what I saw the plane. I thought it was more fun.
But look, let's
Doufám, že na ostrově.
It's over.
Stop it. I hate
Jakýkoliv ostrovy beru.
I'm essentially tormenting you right now.
Yeah.
Nebo Leones. Leones, pojďme Leones.
They were dropping a lot closer to Puerto. Now they're dropping further over to the west, and that's going to put them pretty close to that New Happy line. New Happy should still be able to stretch away from it, but I think that's just for vehicle control, and yep, they're going to go ahead and grab that. And now that is going to be FaZe getting away from it, and they're going to have to go pretty far south there.
Yeah, Sonics maybe just realizing that there wasn't a whole lot vehicle-wise around Puerto, so they do have to cut a little bit farther over to the west, but should be no harm, no foul. 4 AM meanwhile.
Takže 3 hráči 4 AM dají loti cigánky. Pojď, jako trefí, hele, headshot.
Hard southern shift here.
That is 60% of the circle pretty much on the main island, and then the rest of it's got a bit of drumstick in play. That is going to be pretty hard for these teams to try to contend with, specifically this early, because mean, whenever we're looking at this, yeah, okay, Los Leones,
jeden harčivtíček, jeho západně a jsme tam. Teda dva.
Now that would be fun. I would like that. That would be enjoyable to me. But yeah, just the fact that the Picado is just kind of holding on the very inside of the northern part of this circle. That's I guess it could be worse, right? It could be way more southern than this, but you still see a lot of teams off to the north now they're going to have to make some decisions about how they want to make their way in. And already you've got Navi, you got Sonics that are hugging that easternmost coastal road. So anybody who's thinking about making a rotation from that way is going to have to consider those teams and whether or not they'll stick it around and try to do a little bit of camping, which Sonics has already been camped here once today.
There is a lot of very peculiar situations in rotation into the circle, given how many teams are going to have to rotate. Yes, you can just come in from the north, but that's going to be where 17 Gaming, as well as everybody else, is going to be holding down. And that's a pretty flat area that's still in play. That's the area around Picado.
Gaming Gladiators vědí, kam půjde zóna.
Maybe lose a member if you just go in the more open round. Then to the west, there is the Chumacera hillside. Pretty much all of the Chumacera hillside.
Kámo, borci už letějí na emergency ve 3-0, už jsou ve vzduchu, to ti totálně jebe. Ten týpek legit vzal první věc emergency a říkal, rozbaluju chlapi.
Yeah, no, this is bold from the expendable. I mean, that's a 3-minute e-pickup.
Oni mají všichni dvojkovou helmu, to ti jebe. On má trojkovou helmu, teda trojkovou vestu, dvojkovou helmu, má heal, má M4. Všichni mají ARko.
M16, ten jeden nemá nic, ale.
Ten má jenom M4. Ty vole, za 3.40? Už jsi ve středu zóny? Ale přijdeš likvidní spočinek, ty vole.
This is a very good circle to play from, so just go ahead, do the emergency pickup. I think that territory is more
Forejem jsou zase poslední.
Yes, jako obvykle. Takzvaně globální partner. Kam letíš, kámo? Tam už je týpek. Delvine, tam nelítej, tam tě picne hajnej.
They have sent one across, it looks like, or maybe he's just scouting. We'll see. Pal, meanwhile, he's creepy stepping up here onto Dante. I think he knows.
Ale čuňa.
There's one man here and really just waiting. I'm not sure if I'm trying to see on the rest of the.
Jeden z nejlepších piků do fantasy.
Not really anywhere close. He's got one teammate just off to the west, still driving over in that direction, but not sure if they're going to want to actually take that fight.
This feels like maybe just seeing if he can get an exploit out of it, maybe pick up a knock or a kill.
Nejhorší tady jsou ty týmy tak najetý, jako nevíš, jako komu to dát, jako.
Oh no, Delvin gets spotted. They took the shots at him already. Rox is already going to see this. That is tragic.
Oh, big defense though, as we can't see who's shooting, but Rox got pushed away. So you see Delvin got knocked real low. Now remember,
tak co přežije Delvin?
Again, they took that e-pickup at 3 minutes. So I'm not sure what Delvin
is doing in
terms of heals or
boosts
or anything like that. And Rox is actually going to get spotted by Duck Juice. So Delvin will be able to flush this out. As you saw that the Gaming Gladiators teammate actually took off.
Observer se zbláznil, Observer.
Went from it was one of those no yes kind of situations, which you get so rarely in PUBG.
Yeah, it's just like, oh my god, everything's wrong. I made the worst decision of my life, and then now he's walking back over here. Best decision ever. I've got loot. Thank you guys. I appreciate everything that you did for me.
Yeah,
poslední hra.
You see the yes.
The remake.
But this one will work out. And you know what?
Čátek, 6. minuta. Pak si dám ještě tak 3-4 hodinky Diablo. Andrejka by teď koukal, že nejkrásnější výraz.
In a little bit of a scrap here with Tiamba, and I know Levante spotted out one of them, so I think they're fully aware that these guys.
Dík za pointy, ty právě nemáš, Kiminko.
Takej pozvu na kafe, když budeš 3-4 hodiny hrát teďka.
That is going to be costly. This is a.
Ty pozveš Anny na kafe paviánku?
Where these circles could go if we continue to see kind of shift down to the south. Very, very vital. And Tiamba has been playing for circles. You can see.
Já mám srandu, ne, vole. Nemůže to tak vážně.
Dobře, ty čupko. Jsi tam na tebe, toho Vimperka si pro tebe dojedu asi, brci. Andy autem.
Unfortunate for GG.
Unfortunate. 2 minuty na predikci, chat.
kind of have things go their way here. They're just down to 2, and they are completely separated right now. As Pin actually has made his way over from the island. H-Win. From the glider here.
Tohle není chytrý. Tohle není chytrý tady dělat.
Kind of looking over in that direction to see if they can prevent him from doing so. And Tig will land the first headshot, but Clory's quick on the fingers.
How often do you see that? Somebody's taking a shot at your glider a couple of 100 meters away, and then your teammate is so close to be like, no, stop that. Leave him alone. We want to know what's going on that island.
This.
Because, like, I mean, people have probably heard or at least saw something going on in some fashion around the island over there. So H1's flying around directly above where TE member is going to be at. So this is a really weird start to this game, and I'm loving it.
Well, and as Sonics was taking shots over towards him, they got shot out from Partona. So they're a little bit confused as well. They're like, wait a minute, they got a guy on the
Počkej, že vysadí toho H-Wina.
You can't, there's no way that
Ty peček si tam lítají, mu to patřilo tady.
You have to be thinking that this is some other squad.
You would think. I don't know, man. I don't know. Either way,
Má 95 damage, no, jakoby.
Question marks high over there. But yeah, as you said, Navi starting to make their way in from the east. Now, it's only 3 of them. Ferris is still off on the coast.
A hustou podložku Glorie se mi líbí.
Take a few shots here. Zakatori and Sosa going to be leading.
H-Win už se na to vysral radši.
Navi mad that their glider was taken from them. That's our job. We appreciate that. So at least denying all gliders. But regrouping, and no surprise, a lot of our squads are playing very far south along this coast.
Tam moc blízko, no.
We were just looking at the Sonics. Pretty much nobody.
Já doufám, že to půjde buď do Leones, anebo na jeho západ na ostrov.
Except for one member of Falcons, and then we've got Donovan that's coming in very late.
Not too terribly surprising. I mean, you loot all the way off to the north. Slow roll your way in, but it should be.
Že už je poslední hra, já už zívám. Jsem zase live 11 hodin.
They've got a big wide split going on there. The westernmost, they have some high ground to work with, but most of these teams really opting towards going towards the center here.
I mean, that's what you've got to do. This is a circle that a lot of players probably don't know exactly how to predict on how it's going to move, right? You have to assume that, yes, it's going to go to the north, but how does it maneuver around in the north is going to be really weird. Because, I mean, Resort, Los Leones, Chumacera, high hillsides, the north is entirely open. We still have Bacado in this. Bacado and Partona both inside the same circle. Is just,
I think what it is, you know, that does have play a part in it, I would think. But I think another thing is that there's so many. There's only a handful of just really, really, really good, strong compounds down here to the southwest of Los Leones. And if you can get there and get close, get those early, you're in a pretty good spot. So FaZe, I really like their 2-2. Daytrade's got a good 2-2 as well. Tiamba, Server.
Ty se tady nebyli stejně, čus.
They have the high ground kind of looking down on everybody. You can see now the Valley Tie is kind of creeping on their western side.
Nuda.
As good a place as any for that circle to go. At least it didn't cut south and keep water in.
So we've got the valleys that are going to be just on the outskirts of Chumacera to the southeast, Los Leones open fields to the west, and then we still have Resort in play that nobody wants to go to.
Look at this, 4 a.m. fully committing to Los Leones. Now, again, that's the other team that's kind of hovering around the bottom of the leaderboard right now. So this feels like them wanting to play this as safe and as slow as possible and try to make it to the late game and get a little something here. As our last 2 members of Gaming Gladiators will run the gauntlet right past Daytrade, takes a few shots, but they are surviving for the time being.
Yeah, there's a couple of options that they can play. There's a couple of deflades in front of them. This dip right here is probably what they've been having their eyes for, so they should be able to stop off right now. Big rotations could be a problem for them, but at least backs against the wall, they're pretty safe for most of the angles. It's just going to be somebody that might know where they're at, because that's the benefit of this position. Whenever you're playing down there, it's got such a high hill back behind you that nobody that's going to be approaching from that angle should be able to take pot shots or expect you to be there. But Rello, you in some trouble right now, but Roth's going to come in, try to provide some support. Gloria's going to have to run away. Delwyn is going to get the shots onto Rello, get the knock onto him. And now, Falcons, what are you going to do about this? Is dust up just out of Los Leones. And this is going to be a messy place to get involved in too much of a firefight, as Navi could potentially hear this, but I don't think that they have eyes to want to go this direction.
Well, this is a weird one, too, as Flood knows where Delwyn is. I don't know if he knows that Duck Juice is right there, though, as he is not creeping out just yet. And Duck Juice doesn't have an angle on him. Going to try to send a grenade or I guess a smoke at least, just to keep him from flushing his teammate. So good offensive smokes there from Duck Juice, as Rello still out in the field. It does not look like Falcons well, they might be sending it over there. They might have a shot at getting this res.
I don't know. It looks like they've got more eyes on making sure they can secure something
down
with it.
Now too.
Gonna go ahead and send in, and yeah.
Dva minus.
Managed to get an area to work with inside of the warehouse. I feel like that's just kind of what they were wanting. They saw the smokes come out, and they got worried that there was just nowhere for them to go, so just committed to whatever they presently had.
Yeah, just I mean, it unfortunately for Expendables here, they have success.
Said,
Navi just in a perfect position to just oversee this. They'll get a kill off of it as well. Flood and I believe Snaker's now the last two players up for Falcons. They'll play from the warehouses for the time being. Duck Juice a little bit separated from the rest
of the taková karma, no, vždycky napíše, že ty mají totální klídeček, pohodičku a bum, nemají.
Their time coming into this zone is Sololzi, let's go. Let's get the mortars back into play.
Is that at Gladiators? There is no cover where Gladiators are at.
Tam je shack, vole.
There you go.
Okay.
They got a shack. They're fine.
I thought that they were still just playing backs against the wall there, so at least get themselves a shack to play from, but that's still going to make you a bit nervous.
Yeah, nobody likes to hear the mortar coming over in their direction, ever. That's never a good thing to hear. But GG should be survivable for at least the time being, and fortunately for them, Twisted Minds and Cerberus are going to keep each other honest here as well, so they can't just kind of sit down there and just ADR farm onto GG. So we'll check in with Sonics once again.
Yo.
Eastern side of this zone, just south of Los Leones. Now,
Spendu měl ten stejný nápad, no, ve stejný čas.
And they've left Sosid on the south side, but Sosid not looking over in this direction just yet. He's still looking off to the west.
Líbí se mi, jak Porosaurus říká soused.
Center up once again, and Falcons, I think they realize we're dead center circle. We're down to 2. We'd like to survive here. Let's go move somewhere else.
Let's just move across the hallway, you know, get somewhere that's just a bit smaller, not as lucrative. Maybe try to fin that one up a bit more.
Something more defendable.
Yeah, TE also going to regroup. Looks like Navi's got their eyes set. They have the high ground position. No glider.
Valley tie.
At least got some vision to work with, but now Sonic's going to be coming up back behind them, force them down. 17 Gaming making their rotation there. The leader of the pack, Valley tie, like you're talking about, jumping up in the air. Looks like they might be going for Falcons positioning, actually opting away from the very large open warehouse to go right after Falcons.
Oh,
it's like that sometimes.
So Sololzi got the knock on Levante with the mortar. Craziness going on here. Valley tie will just go ahead and take probably the safest compound you can get here. As Donowa now of 17. Send it. It's not going to pay off for him in the end, though, as Lil Ghost will finish that kill off. And whoa, yeah, keep your happy feet on. You don't want to get run over by that thing.
Anyone not feeling good about the rotation, just in Onyx, as it is going to be phased, taking some pot shots into the side of his vehicle, just trying to find a stopover point for some type of safety. Wouldn't be surprised if this is going to be it. Yep. Now he's just going to go ahead and jump out. I mean, it's kind of center-ish, but it's about as best you can do in this situation. It's a dip, and technically...
Onyx tady z té pozice udělá minimálně 5 bodů. Minimálně. Protože je to Onyx.
Might be a good thing, actually, for Falcons here in dead center that they have a full 4-man squad of Valley tie above them. They can kind of do a little extra defense for them, keep them from maybe getting crashed. But we'll see. We'll see. 4 a.m. has a great spot inside the zone now once again. This is a team that absolutely needs to pick up some points. So we'll see if they can get a little bit of circle love.
Šerifzi, naberete mě někdo?
Happy just off to their west, KDF off to their north. So everybody kind of playing around in the
side with the exception. Ztratil auto?
Donowa is down to just Inonix hiding in the middle. And we do have a few teams off to the northwest still.
Jedeme rotace a já.
Running around here, Twisted Minds, not really doing much. Sonic's going to spot out Navi. They come in at the worst possible time, and Ferris will go down.
Yeah, this was the kind of exchange on the hillside. As Navi is
I got baited. I got baited.
It happens sometimes. Yeah, this is the first day of broadcast.
I was looking at the map, and then I came back, and I saw them shooting. I was baited. That happens. You're right.
Fine.
I'm old.
No, dude, I've never made that mistake. Anybody that's ever commentated has fallen for the trap of the replay every once in a while. So Sonic's now going to move forward, get that little bit. I mean, Sonic's started with some really creative plays. Like over on Erangel, we saw that mix-up that Tickleton got into.
Yeah.
I don't remember who it was against at the time. Right up in game number 2, I believe it was. Whenever
just to the east of Georgia.
But it's been kind of quiet. A lot of circle chasing going on for them today.
Yeah. I mean, that's most of our teams that are sitting towards the lower half of the leaderboard. Really, that's just been the culprit. I mean, all these teams are really, really good. They just haven't gotten any bit of luck going their way just yet.
Well,
Well, so
I'm not going to go that
Some
far.
of them are having bad days, just straight up. But I don't think you can include Sonic.
Include
Navi in there. I think both of them look pretty good. But Donovan now mixing it up with FaZe. And Onyx doing everything he can, making that tree seem about 15 feet wide as FaZe finally takes him out.
Nekomentuj to, jo?
That is the longest you could potentially survive in a situation like that. There were so many FaZe members right on top.
Ani v chatu to nekomentuj, jo? To je...
A little bit scary for him for just one moment. Tiamba, who is in
FaZe hlavně prostě odposlouchávaj, no.
Having to make some moves into the circle. As 17 Gaming also going to have to be defending up against Daytrade, who's trying to make a move into the circle. It's a block pretty strong, but also it's going to be New Happy taking pot shots in the 17's butt as they're going to be trying to make some
17 je zpátky, baby.
The road are trying to hold out what's going to be going on with Cerberus as well as this GG situation. Vectic's getting some vision in, so yeah, okay. We can see this. Gladiators are now down. Problem is, Cerberus, you still got to continue going east as Twisted Minds hears that, and it looks like they're actually moving away from a control point to the north to kind of pounce on it.
Yeah, Cerberus sees some points sitting there, and the kill feed is, oh no, 77 Owo going to immediately run into the shots from Gustav. Tiamba will send it back off to the north now. They've got Valley Tide, they've got Falcons just on the other side in that compound, but I think they should be safe here, as yeah, I don't think there's going to be angles. And Valley Tide, they look
hele, Milano, uklidni se, jo?
Just vibing.
They are so defended up on that top floor, and then it's going to be Falcons just below them.
I think it's Falcons defending Valley Tide.
It kind of is, yeah. And so Tiamba does manage to get this dip, but good luck. Nobody go into the fortress. But if you do want to go in there, the first floor is yours.
Twisted Minds does end up finishing off Cerberus there in the kill feed, and fortunately for them, take no knocks. So they'll be immediately able to get back on the move here. And they have complete control pretty much over this northwestern side, north of the road. Daytrade, meanwhile, they've sent Tanadol off to the north side of the road, but no angles onto 17. 17 playing this real close to the vest. They don't want to take the risk of taking a free knock and flush here when they've got 4 strong.
Oh, you can see just to the north, Twisted Mind's going to be regrouping. Daytrade, so few options to work with. They're going to be walking right into the Viper's nest that is going to be 17 Gaming, waiting for it. Little Ghost with the trade.
Looking over in this.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Little Ghost is ahead of him, and it's going to be Xiao Bei that maybe gets some information. Little Ghost, I think, finally hears something. He spins back around. Okay, so is it down, but they were following right back behind this one, so a little bit of damage going to come after Flash. Blue Zone also going to do some more work, but that does come at the cost of Little Ghost.
Yeah, it's actually going to, Tanadol will get that first knock, and he's got a ridge line to work with here, so this isn't going to be easy for 17. Xiao Bei down to 4 HP before he drops down. So Daytrade giving 17 all they can handle right now.
Here comes FaZe, though, right back behind. Xiao Wu needs to have some type of sight line on what's going to be going on with FaZe right back behind him. Firefight does finish. Daytrade now out, but 17 cost them massively just off of positioning.
Dej tam 17, on tam je Xiao v šeku.
Maybe a little bit playing it a little bit too safe as they make their way out of the compound now. See FaZe putting their full attention over in that direction. Xiao Wu still off in the blue, though. He's going to find Gustav from the angle. Looks like he will go down, though, and now Suju down as well.
Lots of problems happening over here as James watching from the distance. He's not quite in the safe zone himself, but even the Expendables, who are closest team to him, are taking pot shots at his teammates and what's going on with 17.
Apex.
A chance to kind of regroup in this, but you can see he doesn't want to overextend. They don't know what's going on here, so they're just like, play it safe, try to regroup here as Twisted Minds caught up in a firefight with the Freaks.
Bean playing the wall. Oh, there you go.
Got beamed.
Get him with the hizzy. As now Sonic's getting involved there, actually spotting out Valley Tide on the north.
Přihrál to Wukong, je to dobrý, už mám stažený, zítra si to zahraju. Zítra ráno, než půjdem hrát PUBG.
So they can return their attention over towards KDF, but they do have to get across this road to the south as well. So whatever they're going to do, they got to do it quickly.
Yeah, this is the Twisted Minds, 5 kills right now, trying to make a bigger climb up. Now 40 points, spots Alguman. Just a beautiful double door spray to make sure to clean that one out. Seguman trying to move to positioning, get some safety, but remember, Twisted is holding so many different angles around this. It's really just how they want to exploit it. Looks like they are going to try to regroup. Are they just going to use it as an opportunity to move, or do they want some more out of it? 4 men are taking some shots right now and really just kind of locking it down. They're not able to go anywhere. Looks like it's going to be a 3-1, as it is going to be Perfectix that stays behind, making sure to do some work on the Freaks.
Yeah, Twisted trying to maybe a little bit of a bait there for Perfectix, but trying to get KD.
Pohrajem nechtějí skočit poslední. Po prvním dni. Jsou tu nějaký CSK hráči? Na zdar Mavericku nejsou, člověč. Ani jeden. Ale jsi Maverick, tak se zítra zastav, já budu lítat rogalem tady. Ti ukážu, jaký je Maverick v PUBG. A my tady je Milošský. Milošský ví, jaký jsem Maverick v PUBG. Pěť milo.
Compound firefight that has now kind of broken out. We've got the Valley Tie Falcon situation, the Expendables, as well as 17. Then we've got the firefight that's going on to the north with those 4 different compounds just across the hillside, getting some vision. Perfectix does get spotted out. He's going to go down, but it looks like H1 was really wanting that one.
Yeah, I mean, Sonics, you know, for coming in so late, I mean, they've got this high ground just off to the west of the main city of Los Leones, so they have kind of vision over everything that's going on below them, and they're getting involved, and they're trying to find a next spot to play because that circle will go away.
Vole, tady s tím jejich emergency pickupem, na což je hangárku docela na pohodičku.
Wherever they're wanting to go,
no, Sonic za námi se musí hejbat.
Blue now the last player for Twisted Minds, but the Expendables, they want to get involved with T-Yamba. They'll find Pow Pow, but CC108 and Lin Shu right there.
Yamba, though, has been playing pretty aggressively around, making sure to control the territory. He does spot out, gets the shots in, quick knock, doesn't want to overextend it too much. Duck Juice looks like he's going to go for a peek back up, and Lin Shu is going to go ahead and get spot out. He's going to go down. Expendables continue their climb up, and retaliation now moved ahead of Twisted Minds.
Proč jim tam nedají pár cheaterů do lobby, nechme ten real feel z PUBG. Aha, ty seš vůl. Dá se tam vyskočit, no, se sprintem, s rozběhem. Udělej to tady v tom lobíčku. Ale v tom lobby tam jako nejde vyskočit. Ale jako technicky vzato ano.
Compound gets even more compressed. You know, we were talking about like all the floors in that warehouse a second ago, or you know, you kind of got like Valley Tie at the sun. You know, the first floor is kind of open. No, not really, because there is a basement that is going to be just to the south of that, and in the lower area, that's going to be where the Expendables and everything's going to be going on with 17. 17's going to go down, and the climb continues yet again for the Expendables. They have been just scrapping down here this whole time, man.
I'm telling you, Boo's got a little something, man. We've been seeing him pop up in the kill feed a lot today. And he is showing out for the Expendables right now. Now it's just
tak 5 minut si počkáme, emote only mod, takže můžete spamovat emoty. Máme tady další bot atak.
Find that last player from Freaks, but New Happy all looking over in this direction, 4 AM looking over in this direction, but none of them really want to commit to this push just yet.
This is an awkward area to push because yes, there's a lot of cover and there's the crates, but then there's also this really open area.
Poslední dobou se s nima roztrh pytel. Tak jsem dal shield mod přes OBSko a pohoda.
That you can maneuver through with some cover and now become technical choke points if somebody else reads around it. You can see where Bobo's playing. He's got straight vision down that crate line, and that's why Na'Vi can't go for too many peaks.
4 AM making a good decision about the compound that they wanted to go to early, and it's paid off right now. So
top 8. Poslední mapa deska.
As we said, need every point they can get. Would love to climb a little bit higher in preparation for tomorrow.
For tomorrow.
If they want to try to make that push, it is available.
Sorry, I'm just still continuing to look at the 6-man squad of Falcon Tie. I don't know what else we're going to call it at this point. Just nobody go near that compound as it continues to kind of circle and stay pretty close to it. Na'Vi going to have to make a move. They're going to have to deal with the Expendables.
Za 14 dní asi po 3. nebo po 4. dokonce. Čau, Rove. This what it is.
Last member lined up with New Happy on one side of him and 4 Angry Men on the other.
Valley Tie with a goated E pickup in the early games.
To fakt mě to nebaví, no. Boti posraný.
Still creeping over into that area, maybe not understanding.
Tak teďko streamu každý den 12 hodin, tak jsem nekoukal asi na telefon. Jsi mi volal? Co jsi chtěl? A já tam ještě na silent mod. Dedrex mi volal před 2 hodinama.
Two squads should know each other pretty well given the history and regional performances. So we've got New on one side of it, 4 Angry Men on the other. It is going to be Valley Tie finally taking some shots up to the north. You can see Expendables and Na'Vi fight is getting a bit more of a, I guess, a brew going on as neither one of them can move easily. Expendables at least do manage to get inside the circle. Na'Vi was kind of pathing over into this area. Not a lot they can really work with. They do have that outer wall just to the north of them, but the Expendables positioning is what's making it so complicated. They're wanting to try to navigate through this little small trench and maybe use their rocks to get some distance into the Expendables, because that'll open up so much of the west for them to play.
Yeah, that's a tough fight for either of these teams to take on that hillside. It's just real hard for them to get the angles, and especially if you're trying to land utility here. As Ming will land the grenade onto HSM, open thing up a little bit for New Happy rather on the 4A. Now Ming also has that Om.
Ale 4A už nejsou poslední.
Terrifying thing to consider.
Yeah, with that one. Okay. Okay, so the Expendables now have crept into a New Happy sight line. 4 Angry Men looks like they might be coming back behind them, though, so that means Ming's having to keep an eye on what's going to be going on with them. We just talked about that a second ago. Duck Juice, what you going to do? They're so nervous. They're afraid of what's going to be going on, but Na'Vi has already stepped away. They don't want to do this anymore. They're just going to be fine with control in the south. Ming trying to get some spray into what's going to be the movement for 4 Angry Men. Lots of eyes now drawn. Those couple of shots now drew Sonic's attention as well as Valentine up on top, and this is going to be a big problem for 4
Valentine win.
Problem for Duck Juice as he ran out of all his grenades. So he's going to try to find the angle on the low side, but Ming more than up to the task. Tanvu, though, let's see, you've been showing out so far today. Can you pull off something against New Happy? He's going to spot out one, December 12th. Nice spray. Will get one, but he's going to go down in the end. That is the Expendables, rather, out in 7.
Ming bez brejvy ještě navíc dává.
The Valley Falcons over there definitely still enjoying their compound. Sonics are going to have to move in, but they still got the wall to play from.
Na'Vi už běží.
Direct time. And it does look like Na'Vi has decided that they kind of want to finish this firefight. Except
Nazdar.
Now they're going to be coming after New Happy. Pretty clean angles from them to work
Nazdar.
with. Rest of the squad just making it look simple, dude. That's just dirty.
That's efficient, isn't it? And now I mean, they're not
That's
even
the best word for it, right there.
They're not. I mean, they're not wasting.
That's efficient.
They're going to go up. Nice grenade from Unk.
Going
to get.
Yeah,
I think that's all
more
three.
efficient.
All 3 4 AM. Yeah. You take those all day long. Now the question is, what else?
Do
they have any more utility? Yeah, they do. I mean, they haven't really had to use a whole lot.
They've just been vibing up
here. Tomu budeme říkat skunk.
God, man. What a grenade.
What the fuck?
No way, man.
Okay.
That is a crazy toss. Now, Shrimzy, what are you going to do? Na'Vi in control of the north, but it hasn't been working out for whoever.
Takzvaně, když si vybereš hangár, který má potom zónu do 9, no? S emergency pick-upem.
He at least does have, I guess he's the unofficial 7th member of these two squads.
Oh, no, we're hands-off gamers, again, if we're Shrimzy.
Yep.
You know exactly what the situation is. You read the assignment. Just lay there.
Tak, už mi to zase zpátky psát.
We're going to be friends for a while.
Yeah. And just, I mean, hope that maybe Na'Vi can do something about Valley Tai, but it's going to be tough. It's
I don't know if they can. Look at the angle. They're playing a low side hill, looking up into this high ground position that Valley Tai has. I don't know if you're Na'Vi what you can do. You need mortars in this situation.
Yeah, I think Na'Vi at this point.
Ne, stačí to vypou, který tam mají v ruce asi div.
Maybe there's another squad in the building. Maybe they'll take them on.
Well, next circle is Circle 9, and it's going to be on the wall, right?
Yeah.
So, but the problem for Na'Vi is that Valley Tai doesn't have to leave before Navi's going to have to move. So hopefully Navi's got enough smokes that they can kind of keep that thing going. They've just got to time it correctly, that's all.
Well, the thing about for Valley Tai is they still, have the Falcons right underneath of them, and
they
don't have to move much either.
Arm,
and they're down on the ground. They've got the wall that's in front of them, and with this low positioning that we can see that Na'Vi is playing, that's really exploitable for Falcons to just kind of.
Co je cílem těch bot útoků? Nevím.
I like this from Na'Vi playing.
Nevím, ani nevím, kolik to stojí. Jsme to jiný nekoukal.
Scarier the closer you get as the smokes get a lot more open. It's gonna be Shrimzy going down, and now all attention focused back into Na'Vi.
Tak co? Mají Na'Vi šanci vyhrát?
Nice spray on a kiss. We'll get that knock. 9 kills now for Valley Tai from this high ground position. Now keep in mind, Diffix does has that on, so that could change the flow of the battle here. Oh, never mind.
Kámo, jdi do prdele s těma granátama.
Threes on everybody right now.
Valley Tai now in. Yes, they've had control for a while, but just dominance at this point. What do you even do, man? I mean, Falcons trying to go for a res, but this is just. They've got everything working for them at the time. They've got tons of vision. They know exactly where all their opponents are going to be. And look, now the squads that you're going to have to contend with are all limping into the circle.
I feel like Na'Vi could go for these res here. He's feeding information over.
Yeah, I like that.
Just going to give
Akatori different. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Kolik tam toho lítá?
But he doesn't get the knock, but he will get the flush at least onto Kiss. Megalos going for the res onto Unk.
Jak jim to tam naházeli.
Minute time to try to make a push in.
And now the wall divides all of them. Flood looking up, trying to make sure that nobody from Valley Tide can come after him. That's allowed Hakatori to get right up on top. So now these three looking up at everybody above them who's been raining down carnage for so long.
Pojď, vyskočím na střechu, Hakatori. Ten spadnul zase, ty vole, to je blbec.
Just jumps down into this when he wants to go for the flush. Walks out into the smoke. Bullet play pays off.
There you go, just like that, Navi's gonna go down as
to jako neudělal schválně.
With the most improbable victory of day one here in the final
13 killů, ty vole.
Dude, that almost came apart there at the end. I thought that was just closed door, but then all of a sudden those nades appeared and it got spicy.
And Falcons just
hezký emergency pickup.
Unk was showing out with grenades a little bit earlier, but right there at the end, they were so close, man. They got the knock. If they would have gotten the second knock and not left Unk with like 2 HP, Unk had no more heals. You saw he was peeking the roof line with like 10 HP. And, you know, he is a Chad, but I don't think that was why he was doing it. I think he just had no other choice.
They had a lot of kills, so keep in mind, they had also drawn a lot of attention to them for quite a while. So that means that they had taken probably a lot of armor damage as they were moving through helmets and everything else like that. It's a bit scarier up there, but, I mean, it became a very, very fun ending here. As, yes, you can see this all going to be Valley Tide up on top, controlling everything.
That's 17, they had... Let's see, 17 points going into this sprays. They managed to get more than that in just this one game. So they are right back in the conversation going into tomorrow. And, I mean, what do you do even if you're Navi right there? And look at that. Oh, he found the toesies.
That's such a hard angle to play from.
Hezký skunk. GG's.
Welcome back to the STC Arena, where I am joined by Batulins from...
Tak, lidičkové, já to balím. Díky chlapci za společnost na Discordu, díky za očplátošku. Vidíme se zítra. Díky komu pošleme rejda. Někdo, komu chcete, abych poslal rejda? Aggressive vegan, aha. Eladon streamuje. A nestreamuje PUBG. Hodně dám hosta Eláčovi. To má Eladon s Ačk za 4. To nevidím. Eladon TV. Jo. Vidím Meláče. Tak ho pozdravte, borce. Mějte se. Čau. Díky za společnost.